Sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Wangondu, Mushuke Wangondu. That name I will not say it. I'm not a young person. I'm an old man. I've been a business person for the last 29 years. I've been selling merchandise, I've been consultation, and more than that, I'm a family man. I'm a father. I'm a husband to wives. And
that is where we clap. Tena sana. Tena sana.
Thank you.
Hiyo haitoshi, tumuongeze tena sana. Okay, ngoja. Repeat that statement alafu sawa wapige makofi vizuri. Repeat it.
I'm a husband to wives.
Mpigeni makofi jameni. Asante.
And I'm a staunch follower of Kicc Muoki. Every time I have a slow morning, I turn to my Facebook and I really like that conversation. It really makes my day. And the summit is when I saw you inviting us for this summit. That was summit of number of complaints. We have been brought up in a life that has no structure. You just find out your way. What I would like to say, because this is not my forum today, is that as men, life is not easy. And it's not meant to be easy. So I think when you choose your direction, and life will follow your direction. Managing life, if I don't sound vulgar, managing a family, let me not say women, managing family is not an easy thing. It's something that you have to be and of course, you must look for money. The bottom line is you must look for, there's no shortcut. Nobody will love you if you don't have that. If you don't have money, and you have to look for, it's not easy to look for money. So as much as we come to console ourselves.
2026, this is the time, sir. Take.
Thank you. My name is Felix. I come from Machakos. I'm very grateful to be here. I expect much that they talk in the Facebook and the YouTube. You cannot learn them from any university of our country. You will just expect them to be they are just chosen by God to teach us many things, to open many things, to understand our living. So I just respect them and I expect much from them. Decision making, marriage, and parenting. Parenting is also another important thing to us men. So thank you so much. That is my expectation.
All right, tumpige makofi. This side, hamjaongea, huu ni wakati wenu.
Hi, how are you? My name is Bernard. I always don't talk much because sometimes you don't have much to say, but I have few. There is a guy that I normally follow at the back, the mythos. Is it the mythos or the ethos? Yes, I follow that guy every day. What I do in life, if you guys have your pets, I'm the guy who ensures that your pets have food. So if you go to a supermarket and you get some product that you ensure that your pets are happy, get me and ensure that you know my name and also my third name. Very important for you to get a good discount. For today, I'm looking at a connection to other men and understand what is it that we can learn from ourselves. Because at the current crop of life is that men struggle alone. So we are here and I was happy to have come here to join you and also hear what other men have and what we can do together. Thank you so much.
All right, tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Kuna kitu ambacho amekisema, men goes through struggles, right? Men goes through struggle. And if you know kwamba ushaipitia any struggle in your life, kindly clap once. Clap once. Just be proud of yourself kindly. If you know umepitia shida yote kwa maisha as a man, clap once. All right. Now, before tuende kwa next segment whereby we'll be giving chance to every man to share his struggle in life, if it's marriage, relationship, equal business, any kind of a struggle. So our next segment will be you as a man to stand up, share a story with you. Before we get, of course, the address from the amazing speakers, their speeches and their words, we shall be having a session for you. But now, I want us to give a story. Tell your neighbor story. Ame mwenzako hadithi. Utamu njoo. Kolea. Sema hivyo, hadithi. Asisikie sauti za wanaume, hadithi. Utamu njoo. Kolea. Haya, from the top, hadithi. Utamu njoo. Kolea. Now, here is the mic. I want us to tell a story of a man. So I will be starting the story, then you will be passing the mic to the next person. But before passing the mic, you have to add something in that sentence. And the sentence should make sense. And the sentence is concerning a man. A story of he was a very sharp boy. Continue with that sentence. The sentence, it is for a man. He was a very sharp boy. Continue.
Until he met a woman called...
Thank you so much. Until he met?
A woman called Margaret.
Hi, until he met a woman called Margaret. Continue. Remember, the sentence should make sense. Take your time, breathe in, breathe out. Forget all your problems. Forget your ex and forget your fuliza. This is the moment. He was a very sharp boy until he met a woman called Margaret. Continue.
His content.
And he started following his content. Continue.
He picked some lessons from him and arranged for a meetup. He picked some lessons from him and arranged a meetup.
Oh yeah, he picked some lessons and he, of course, arranged for a meetup.
Allow me just 1 minute. I'm Ghana Peke, and I pray today will be a moment that we, Kenya, will be a beginning of a better Africa. You can call me live and direct. Eliseba Enjai Amuko, I will never forgive you. You brought problems that I had avoided on the streets. You made me start smoking bangi, something I had avoided for the longest. All I want are my kids. I will forgive you. Without that, no. And I will request humbly, brothers, today, give me 30 minutes of your time. And when you see my tears roll down, kuna neno moja sitaki kusikia. Pole. Sorry. No. Those are not words for men. Hizo ni za watoto wadogo. Unamwambia pole ndio asilie. Lakini jiulize, mbona ukiambia mtoto pole ndio analia? I've been through a lot. If you give me the 30 minutes, you confirm, I'll sit here until the lights go down.
With the permission of my bosses, kindly, 30 minutes are granted. Now. Yeah, kindly. That's the stage. 10. All right. My bosses says 10 from 30. Kindly. You can kindly, of course, enda pale kwa stage. Kwa heshima kubwa sana tafadhali.
Yes. Brother, allow me shake your hand first. You don't know.
If there's something you wanna do,
okay, bro.
Do it. Don't let your head stop your heart from moving. If there's someone you wanna talk to, who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Okay, I'll try. It's all a disclaimer. I just want to be real. I just want to live today, going forward. I just want to live a free life. Not just freedom of walking freely, freedom of my mind, conscience. I want to judge myself every day without anybody telling me what to do, how to do it. Because the people I've come up with, actually when I hear someone say praise God, I'm like, God, Jesus Christ. Shiva. Not that I hate the church. Allow me just a moment of silence for about 3 ladies that I do appreciate a lot in my life, and 2 men of God. And I will start with the man of God. JB Masinde, wherever you are, may all the desires of this life be with you. Yes, I have met you twice. And then, the next person I'm going to talk about is that something, brothers, we need to stop as African men. Tribalism. It's stupidity. And if you give me 30 minutes, I will show you how to eliminate that practically without talking. Rest in peace, brother. See whether I can get some medication. A prescription, actually. See whether I can get some medication. A prescription, actually, because for me to access insurance, she had to give me a number. After she sends it, she deletes it. Such that for me to go to the hospital, I must go through her. Brothers, the psychological touch I've gone through. There is a book I like, Harry. Get me that, Comforting Lies. That's a book I would recommend every man to have. As long as you want to be with a woman, read that book every day, religiously, according to your culture. And that book, after going through it, I realized, if such a great man, amesoma, mimi sijasoma sana, lakini hapa, I'm a moving industry. And with your permission, Keith, today, I want it to be the launch of live and direct. Practical counseling and guidance. I will avail myself A to Z, and I want that to be my legacy. To restore. Let revolution of our culture in Africa start in Nairobi, the same way M-Pesa started here. Live and direct will stand not for Kenya alone. It will be an African theme.
So bro, tell us what happened to your life.
Now, the reason I'm telling you that, the process to Mathare, the person who has saved me, right now.
How did you get there?
Saved me. Right now.
How did you get there?
Practically. Why do you want to go have a kid with a Luya man, a Kikuyu man, yet you know culturally deep inside you?
Bro, just a minute.
Yes,
we want to hear your story. What happened? Because you have 5 minutes.
So growing up, okay, I don't know, I have to start a lot of chapters. Growing up, I grew up in Rongai, Ongata Rongai. I've been a street kid on and off for a while. Even now, I'm on the streets. I'm spending some guest house. If I'll have time, let me cut it short so that you'll give me enough time. If I say anything here, and there's any woman who feels scratched, I'm sorry, I'm not ready to apologize. Until the day you will apologize to Shafiweru. What you did to that man, and Homeboys Africa, reinstate him. That's the only day.
We want your story. Yours.
It's a bit long. I was
because, or maybe you can, because we'll be having more time later to speak lengthy.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can tell us later, because yes, I know you, when something has a lot of emotion, it takes a lot of time to gather the information. For now, let's get to hear 2 more people with just shorter stories, and yours we can hear it later.
The point and share your story in a shortest time possible. 2 more tafadhali. You can kindly raise up.
If I had so and so, this would have been like this would have been like that, you know. But I think I came slowly. I've come out of that, and yeah, I'm coming to appreciate. And then the other thing is, you know, we were taught, like, you know, men should behave this way. You find that you're in some spaces, you want to assert yourself, but they tell you, no, you know, let the ladies do this. Like even in a place of work, you know, and then things like you're a nice guy, Mr. Silas, that really resonated. So all in a nutshell, I want to say that I've really learned quite a bit, and I'm coming to understand those intersexual dynamics. Thank you very much.
All right, tumpige makofi tena tafadhali. Asante sana. Still, we have one more. All right. Naomba kwa heshima kwa ajili ya kamera, naomba shuke chini tafadhali. After him, we shall be proceeding straight to the official program of this amazing day. You have 10 minutes, then we shall be proceeding straight to the official program of this amazing men's conference event. Karibu sana.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. So, I'll use my African names. I'm Nyathe or Nganga. I won't use my English name. So, first I'd like to thank Dr. Kicc and Dr. Ofweneke. The only person I think I've been following is Dr. Ofweneke. Yeah, and I've been wishing to meet him for a long time. So, I want to share a little story. It's about my past life. So it's my story. It's my since I was born. So I've been growing up without knowing my parents. Like, I know my mom, she's alive, but I've never spent any time with her. So my whole life. And the most stressing thing is that she's alive, she knows where I live, but she has never even once visited me or called. So that was the biggest depression that I had to go through my life. So my dad passed away when I was like 4 years or 3. So I've never met him. I don't know him. But my aunties and my other relatives tell me that I look like him. So nikijiangalia kwa kioo kila asubuhi, I see him. So God gave me a face to look at. So hiyo ndio kitu tu nashukuru Mungu. So shida tu nimekuwa nayo ni my mother. Like, nimekuwa tu na hiyo depression. I've been asking myself, should I forgive her? Should I let go? Like, what should I do? Because kitu iliniuma ni I met her at 2020. That was mazishi ya her mom. I never knew her. Then we talked like 2 hours. And for those 2 hours, she never told me I'm your mom. Ama we are related. Mimi niliongea na yeye nikijua she's like, ni mtu tu amekuja tu comfort, ndio, as a family. Then I asked my sister, kwani mama kwa wapi? She is older than me. She told me, mmekuwa mkiongea na yeye for 2 hours. Ndio mmekuwa mkiongea na yeye. And that really hurt me.
Across Kenya, thousands of men are silently carrying burdens they were never meant to hold alone. Depression, financial pressure,
talk to her, nothing. Sindio, I'll be useless. I'll be like, ukiniachilia nilelewe na wasichana tupu, sitakuwa kama mwanaume. That's right, sindio. I'll be like a girl.
Bro, I like to tell you something. The family that you're creating is more important than the family you've come from. And we tend to look more at the past that we forget that we have a future. I know sometimes vitu zinaeza enda to a point you wonder, why did it have to be this way? But to whom much is given, much is required. You've been given a higher calling. And people who are chosen, they have to get the tools of trade. And the tools of trade is the experience that life teaches you. And that's why you should not just look at it negatively. You should ask yourself, from what I've learned, what best can come out of me? If somebody has no challenges, they have nothing to tell anybody. Hapa watu wote hapa kona story. And I can tell you where you're heading is much more bigger. So that when they look back, they will say, the boy that we rejected, look at him now. And everybody will be clapping for you, coming for you. So take heart and believe that everything is possible.
I will tell you this. Yes, clap your hands, Ken. I'm going to tell you this, sir. As a man, you must learn the secret, right, of not focusing your mind in what you're going through, but what you're going through, what is the expected result. What you're going through, what is it molding out of you, right? Because let me tell you, and I will tell you this, Kicc, Jacob, and I should not sit here if we don't have scars, all right? The most valuable man on this planet is a man with scars and a man with a story. I keep on telling guys, I don't go to churches of pastors who have not drunk alcohol, of had women issues or money issues, because there's nothing you will tell me as a man. I'm only going to listen to a fellow scarred man because only he can understand the pain of the bruises. All right? So now, number 2, you must ask yourself, are you helping your mom to carry your dad's anger? I want you to also start asking yourself that. All right? Yeah. Because you've probably collaborated on a post of anger between you and your mom. All right? Number 3, you must now come to the reality. And it's a sad one, but it's the reality. And I'm going to say this in Kiswahili. Uzazi ni kimbelembele. And the day I realized that revelation, my mind blew off. The Bible says in the book of Jeremiah 1, and I knew you before you were conceived. Meaning, your father and your mother were only physical tools of birthing a destiny. But truth be told, they were, whether they're part of the destiny or not, that was up to God. My mom left me when I was 1 week. I came to meet my mom when I was in Form 3. Are we together? Yeah. It's only recently that I came to know that I'm actually Luya Luo and not Luya Kamba. Because for 5 years, my dad was a single father until when he married the lady who has raised me up. All right? Was I angry at my mom? Yes. Part of my speech, I'm going to talk about my story. All right? But you must learn now to detach from the anger. Because anger, you'll not move on. Because anger is what blinds your eyes as a man. And the idea, thank God, I hope those doors are closed because we are about to get deeper into these conversations. I will tell you something. The idea of the world and the propaganda that is being sent out is that men should reason emotionally rather than logically. That is the plan. That's why they are telling us, cry to your wife. I have a wife who I love. But that woman has not seen my tears unless I'm praying. If I'm going to cry, I'd rather call Burale and we cry together. Right? This thing of kneeling down, you guys are kneeling down to propose, is nonsense. And I will tell you that. According to the rule behind monarchy, go and study. Right? The rule is a servant should never see the top of the head of a king. Before anything else, you are a king. According to the hierarchy of spirituality, it is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, then the man. That's what the Bible says, and let us make man out of our own image. It was not about the physical look of a man. It was about the character of a man. Meaning, if God cannot exist physically here, you are the true representation of God's character on earth. You are a king. Why is a king bowing down to beg for an opportunity to show love? I married 3 months ago. My marriage was everywhere. I didn't propose. Did you see? The 2 women I proposed in the past, in fact, I feel like the greatest fool ever. I went, bought a ring, and on my knees, I called people with a useless surprise. Will you? I did a whole Shakespeare reincarnation. Toka kwa emotions. Your mom played her part. Let that woman go. Because my brother, at 30 years, you'll be looking older than the 3 of us here if you continue with this pain. I normally tell men, stop being an Uber. Stop carrying people around. Drop them in the next destination.
Yeah, I get it.
Tumuongeze makofi tafadhali, makofi zaidi tafadhali.
One more thing. So I'm a student at Kabete, the Ahiti 1. I'm studying animal health and range management. Very soon I'm in my 2nd year. And it's all about animals. We deal with animals. So I'm hoping to meet you in the field years to come. So I hope you will receive me.
Kabisa. All right. Thank you so much. Tumpige makofi, of course, for the courage ya kueleza story yake. Si rahisi, but thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, here comes the time for us to start our amazing program. Naomba kwa heshima kubwa sana, tusimame polepole, tusimame kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Baada ya hapo, nitachagua mwanamume mmoja ambaye atatuongoza kwa maombi. Then I will be introducing the founder himself, of course, the man with the dream, the man of the vision, Kicc Muoki, ambaye he came up with all this idea for us to be here on this amazing day. Now, before we have the national anthem and the East African anthem and the prayer, is it DJ? All right, this will be the order. We shall be having the national anthem, then later on followed by the East African anthem, then the prayer, and then Kicc Muoki will be coming for the opening remarks. Before that, naomba sote tutoe simu zetu. All right, ask yourself, when was the last time I took a selfie with my fellow man? Just ask yourself. Don't ask your neighbor, ask yourself, when was the last time I took a selfie with a fellow man? We always take selfies with ladies, all right? But today I want us to take 2 selfies. The first selfie, take alone, and the second selfie with the man next to you. I want us to take 2 amazing selfies. What your iPhone, wipe your cameras. Yes. If you're using a Samsung, okay. They say real men uses Samsung. Is it true? Real men uses Samsung. Okay, that's a point to you. Asante sana. So take 2 selfies. The first one alone, and the second selfie with the next man or the man next to you. Amazing. All right, these are amazing moments. All right, that's amazing. Yes, 2 selfies. The first one alone, and the second selfie with the man next to you. Thank you so much.
And amazing. You tag it, andika men's conference. Watu wajue tumeanza.
Yes, kabisa. Once you post on Instagram, make sure you use the hashtag men's conference 2026. All right. Naomba tusimame tafadhali kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa.
Now silently carrying burdens they were never meant to hold alone. Depression, financial pressure.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajirike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, jumuiya yetu.
Tukiwa tumesimama, naomba niweze kumchagua mwanamume mmoja ambaye atatufungulia kwa maombi tafadhali, kwa heshima kubwa sana.
Let's bow down our heads for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we come before you this afternoon. We ask for your guidance as we converge here for ideas and more to make ourselves better human beings. Lord God, creator of earth and heaven, bless us and also make us understand why we are here, and as we go away, let us go when we are better and not the way we came in. I pray this short prayer through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Naomba kwa heshima kubwa sana tukae chini. Tafadhali tukae chini. All right, gentlemen and gentlemen, one more time, karibuni sana on the biggest men's conference ya huu mwaka. An amazing platform for us to share our stories, an amazing platform for us to share our pain and everything that surrounds men. This is a chance for us, of course, ya kuweza kuongea yaliyo katika mioyo yetu. Now, this is an event that is happening today, but now there is someone who had the idea, had the vision, na akasema, let me try and do this. Let me try and organize this because men need to be heard. Africa's #1 transformational coach, lakini pia he's an author. Ladies, no, there's no ladies, I'm sorry. It is gentlemen and gentlemen. Naomba tumpigie makofi the founder himself, the man with the vision, Kicc Muoki. Tumpigie makofi jamani, Mr. Kicc Muoki, as he makes his way to the stage. Africa's #1 transformational coach. Karibu sana Bwana Kicc Muoki. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really, really, really appreciative to see all of you here. It's amazing to see groups of people. It's not easy to put men together, munajua. I did a singles affair pale ilikuwa inaitwa nini, All Saints Cathedral. It was meant to be for men and women. Nakwambia wanawake walijaa, lakini wanaume tulikuwa ni kama tumawe ndani ya githeri. But seeing men together here having a great time, please clap for yourselves. You're really amazing. I really, really appreciate all of you. So this is just an introduction why we came here, so that we can know the reason why we're here, and then we shall have the speaker start, and of course I will also come and do my part. So one of the reasons why I decided to do this men's conference, I started coaching the last 16 years. Nimekuwa in coaching industry for 16 years. Nimeenda shule more than 5,000 in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. And during that time, actually it happened by accident. Nilikuwa napenda mziki. So a friend of mine alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Cross, I think, na kina Rington, walikuwa naenda mashule back in the days kufanya school tours. So they introduced me, nikakuwa jamaa mkono hapo kidogo kwa bebea mabags. And then I learned, kumbe pia naeza rusha mziki. And kidogo I learned how to even book my own sessions with the principals and the students. I was just singing. But then I noticed something, apart from just singing, that these students needed more. So they told me, tuambie, how can we better our lives? What can we do tukitoka huko nje? And I started saying a word. Ukitoka huko nje, maisha iko hivi. Then I discovered I can't be shallow. I need to learn. I need to study. I need to understand. And that is how I got into the world of books. Kusoma, kuelewa. And long story short, it turned from music to motivational speaking to mentorship. Then when not only students walikuwa nawaambia, it came to a point that even now the teachers were telling us, Keith, can you say a word to us, the teachers? We are equally in distress. Tuko tu, we don't know what we are doing. Tuko tu, tunasukuma maisha. And I started speaking to teachers. Then on Parents' Day, principals could tell me, can you talk to the parents? Then now I moved from students to teachers to parents. Then later you're being called in businesses, companies, and other places. And later I discovered it's not just a student problem, it's a global problem. And as I continued, I discovered one thing. We have a problem as men. Most men are trying their very best. Lakini society is failing because men have given up themselves. And the mandate that we were given by God, we have transformed it. Na tumepeana manto, tumepea wanawake wetu. They are beautiful, we love them. But now there's one problem. The moment we as men, we stop being men, the society collapses. And those are the things that I learned during my 16 years. Najua watu wengi wameanza kuniona online 2025, but I've been there for a long time. Only that I wasn't doing it online. Na ndio, when I came on TikTok, for those who follow me, TikTok, Kicc.Muoki4. For those who follow me, 2025 ndio niliingia nikaanza kusema I'll be just sharing my experiences that I've learned over the years. And I've never seen a fast growth, because from January to August we had already reached 1 million followers in 6 months. And by the end of the year we were already talking about 2 million followers. And I was like, why the growth? It is because people are yearning to hear the truth. And I wasn't speaking curated things. I spoke from my heart. But as I continued, one of the reasons why I came to this whole issue of men is to realize that women, to some point, they already know what they want. But men, we don't know what we want. That's where the problem comes in. Mimi wanasema hivi, women treat relationships the way men treat jobs. You are in a good job, unakaa poa, unalipwa vizuri, you do everything. But when another better job comes in, you can't escape the offer. And that is how ladies sometimes they treat us. That's why being masculine is the only way that going to save the man today. And in my time of coaching, since when I started coaching, I've been able to speak to probably thousands of people individually and things like that. And I've come to realize some of the things which are facing men, especially across here in Kenya. You find that there are thousands and thousands of men who are silently battling depression. Kuna watu wana battle depression big time. Umeona jamaa yetu akuja hapa kuongea. I've had so many men come to me wananiambia, Keith, mimi hata sitaki unifundisha ama uniambie kitu. I just thank you cause nilikuwa kwa shimo. I was depressed, I didn't know what to do. I was about to throw myself, nijimade. But you said one word, rescue yourself. In this world, don't be quick to rescue others when you're not rescued yourself. Men are battling depression. They are battling failed marriages. Umejaribu ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, zimeanguka. You ask yourself, am I a real man? What can I do? Unajipiga chini mpaka unajiambia, now I think I am valueless. I was talking to Ofoneke just some time, and of course nikimuuliza, bro, ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu sahi, uko saa? Ananiambia, bro, mimi sitakufia mahali. Let me just, kama imefail. There is no need ukae uanze kujipata kamiti ama vipi. Unaanza unakaa, wanaume wengi unakaa kwa relationship, unajipata umekasirika, umefanya mambo ambayo you did not expect. We saw the story of our fellow man, yule sijui alidungana, what was his name? Surgeon, daktari. And the pictures, there's a screenshot zilikuwa zinaenda on, on social media, akionyeshwa the art of manipulation ambayo alikuwa anafanyiwa. Unamanipulatiwa to a corner, to a point that all your salary unapea mtu, but you're just there stuck. You don't know what to do. And that is the silent pain of most men. Because looking at men, tumefika mahali ambapo wazazi wanakukimbiza. Parents are looking for you. They want you to help them. If you don't help them, wanakuambia tutakukasi. Wewe unataka kujisaidia. Bibi anakuuliza, watoto wanataka, cousin, neighbor, everybody is on you. I've come to realize when a man goes to the mall, yeye akiwa peke yake ama kwa hoteli anatafutanga the cheapest kwa menu. Lakini enda na jeshi yako, kuleni. Baadaye atakuwa hapa, Keith, si unaongeze 2K niko mahali. That's the silent pain of men. Men will do everything to sacrifice, but they have really forgotten themselves. Because all these failed marriages, look at joblessness. So many men don't even know where to get jobs. It's easy. Maliza shule, college, na dem fulani amaliza college, and get into the hustle world. It's just a matter of months. Dem atakuwa na job, jamaa hana. Still struggling. Now yet when you go on a date, you're supposed to pay the bills and do all that. It's not bad to pay the bills, but joblessness is real. Let's say the truth. And all these things, men are battling them. Financial pressure, traumas. There are so many men today who are being raised by single mothers. So many. You've been raised by a single mother, you don't actually know what is masculinity. You're just there. Ujeona mzae. Mzae na yeye alikuwa na mashida zake. Pia yeye alikuwa amepigwa na battles. Yani babako alikuwa from a single parent, you're from a single parent. Na wewe ukiingia ingine unaona pia na mimi niondokee. No, your child is also from a single parent. And we are raising a continuous generation of failed people. And that's why we have this conference. To bring back men to masculinity. To make men be able to realize themselves. And you see, when people are broken down by financial pressure, traumas, they get into addictions. Wanaume wengi, I can tell you, pombe sio kwa sababu you really want. You drink a lot to escape pain.
Across Kenya.
All right? You drink a lot to escape pain. You drink a lot to escape yourself. And most of friendship ambazo ni za wanaume today, they are friendships of escapees. Watu ambao wanataka kujiescape. And that's why you see burdens is the only place that you can be happy. Ndio unaona wanaume rushiwa moja, but kiatu imeraruka, trouser hakuna. You wonder why do men buy for others? Tunabayana mapombe na nini? It's because that's the only place we find solace. It's not because men really want. I was giving an example, na bado nitarudi. You know, this is just introduction. I'm sorry I've taken much time. I was looking at a situation hapa. I was speaking to another lady nikimwambia kwa private coaching. Because she was telling me, I don't understand kwa nini jamaa wangu, he doesn't come home, amekataa kukuja, he just stays there, he doesn't speak, he's silent, cold. And we have so much to solve. I told her, listen, when the man is going through a lot of drama, problems, and he doesn't have a safe space to open up. Nakumbuka, once a man gets married, one of the things which happens is that if you're not careful, your woman will disconnect you from all your support system. Ya kwanza nakwambianga, babe, tukae tu kwa nyumba, tuone movie. Kwani ni lazima? Sio Arsenal tunaweza onea hapa. Kwani pia mimi siwezi ona? You think, unasema tu, okay, it's okay, wacha tuone. Kesho utajipata mnaona soap opera. Na uwezi toka kwa hiyo nyumba. Ukikaa tena kwambia nimepika food ile unapenda. You know, that's how they start. Si ufike mapema 8, ulikuwa unaingia 10 kutoka kwa meeting na maboys wako, that's why you are excelling. Now you arrive at 8, 7, 6. Anaanza kuambia sipendi JMO, anakuanga womanizer, unajua huyu, unakata JMO, unakata Deno, unakata Pita, unakata nani. By the time you realize, she has even cut you off from your family members, calling your parents, calling who. She has become now, she's the only lawyer and the judge. Ukiwa na shida unaendea yeye. Ukiwa kwa nini unaendea yeye. Now you are stuck. There's nowhere to go. And that's the end goal of many men. That's why unasikia, even ladies, they know that you will die fast. Ukijaribu kuuza shamba sasa atakwambia, unauza shamba utuache na nini? Because she knows you are going fast. That's the truth of the matter. And at the end of the day, if you're not careful, my friend, today, when you look at general statistics of life, they will say that women are the minority, blah, blah, blah. But look at, angalia technically, who is the minority? It's the man. Ladies are many in number, truth be told. Not only being many in number, they are also way privileged than men. Men are, angalia vizuri, angalia deeper. You will discover that not only being few men, also the men who are doing well, ni wangapi? Most of the men are in jail. Wanaume wamejaa kwa jail. Wale wengine wamevuta mabangi, wamevuta ni wamechizi juu life iko hivyo. Wale wengine they are hopeless in life. Wale wengine they hawana mbele, hawana nyuma. Sisters zao wametekua care, akienda shule. I remember when I was coming up, sister yangu anaenda shule anapewa thao pocket money. Mimi nilipewa so. I just don't understand how it works. Wewe unaambiwa wewe ni mwanaume enda ujisort. Even look at motivational videos online. A man is always told what? You must do this. You must do this. Ladies, you deserve a man who treats you. From who? You see now, these are the things that we do not understand. Now sometimes tunajipiga and we end up getting into depression, getting into drunkenness, getting into all this loneliness. How many men are lonely? You have nobody to talk to. There is nowhere you can be able to tell somebody, bro, iko hivi na hivi. Rejection, loss of purpose, family breakdown, emotional pains. All these are the things which men are going through. And that's why I decided What about we create a realistic men's conference where men are going to open up and speak? This meeting is not about Kicc. It's about all of us. That's why we're in amphitheater. It's circle. We are all equal. There is nobody who hears his speech. We are all equal. We are here to share our points, to share our pains, to be vulnerable as much as we can. And not only being here, we plan and hope to even go further, to enter into the counties. We go wherever, whenever. And I believe with all of us supporting this and working together, we are going far. This is not a one-man's affair. I know it was quite expensive for me to pull all this together. See it in anything major, but I tried my very best to just bring men together, tuweze kukaa tuongee. And I believe we can go far and far. And this men's conference, iache kuwa tu something ambao tunaenjoyiwa kwa street, tunaambiwa men's conference, but ladies know, nyi hakuna kitu mnaweza kuwa nayo. Angalia, maendeleo ya wanawake inaendelea. Maendeleo ya wanaume iko wapi? Likufa. Tuko na women rep. Ushawaisikia men rep? Unless is a man being accused of rape. You see, men, we have to sit down as men and tell ourselves, if we don't work out, our generation goes down, right? So this men's conference is existing to take healing, honest conversations, mentorship, brotherhood, practical solutions, and renewed hope to men across the whole country. We want to do this for men, to help other fellow men, to kue watu ambao, finally we can be able to look back and say, we have a reason for living. So, this is going to be for all of us. And this was just a little bit of introduction to show you why we're here. It's not just a conference, but it's a whole movement that we are starting today. And Leo, we are going to have our speakers give us different points to scare this and that. Some of the things that we always teach, you can hear them in real life. We'll just have 20 minutes each, maybe kido tuongee this and that about different aspects of life, relationship, business, and whatever. We educate each other. And then we are going to have an open mic, whereby every person can ask a question and will be here to answer all those questions in real time. That will be the longest part. All right? Hiyo tutaongea mpaka tukichoka ndio tutaenda home. Sawa sawa. So we are going to start with just a little bit of talk here and there. Na pia we'll also be able to hear experiences from different men, what you have gone through in relationship, in business, in life in general. And then what you have learned. Kuna watu ambao wamepitia hapa na wamelearn. So when you see the microphone or when you see the chance to speak out, feel free. Najua hapa kuna zuri wanaume wa sisi aturingi, atujifanyiani. You know, when men are together, there are no hierarchies. So just feel free, speak yours, mwingine akusaidie, tusikie, and we all come together as men. So thank you so much and welcome for the Men's Conference 2026.
All right, tumpige makofi jamani, hayatoshi. Let me just confirm if we were attentive in whatever Kicc was talking about. So I'll be coming to you before I introduce our first speaker. Nisikie exactly, what is exactly one thing umesikia from Kicc in those over 10 minutes talking? Just one thing in 1 minute kindly.
So good afternoon, men. Washira is my name. I think the biggest thing I've heard is that women, they always have wanashikana. And they say, men, hakuna kitu tunaweza soma pamoja. We can't accomplish anything. So we are here to start again and build as men. Thank you.
We are here to start again and build as men. All right? Let me hear from this side exactly in all the things ambazo Kicc Muoki ameongea for over 10 minutes. Kindly share with us one thing ambayo imekugusa sana tafadhali.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Muga Peter. I'm here from Kisumu. And from whatever Kicc has said, that is basically the mind frame that I ran on. One, you must understand that as a man, basically you operate from a point of solitude. where you only need fellow men who understand the problems men face to help you. If you are in a ditch, it is only a fellow man who can help you. That is one of the first things that I can say here. The rest I will speak when I get the mic next.
All right. After our first speaker, of course, I'll come to you to share the mic with. Tafadhali, okay? Let me introduce the first speaker, then I'll give you a chance. All right. One more person before I introduce our first speaker of this amazing day. Just one. Let me just nipande kuju kidogo. Nisikie exactly from whatever Kicc ameongea. Kindly share with us kitu kimoja ambacho amekiongea na kwa moyo wako kimekugusa kama mwanamume.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie. And I'm here basically because I believe as men, Kicc, we just need to come together. So the 10 minutes, Kicc, you talked so many things that really mean so much. But among them all, you've just said that as a man, we need to help ourselves first. You need to help yourself so that you can extend that help to other people. For a long time, and we have been lied to, we have been cheated that as a man, you must sacrifice yourself for your family, for your children. I told my children the other day that I need to be healthy so that you can go to school. So prioritizing ourselves as men should be key to this conversation, right? And again, I proposed to my wife one time. That was wrong. Doc, it's
Daktari Afoneke.
I mean,
you even bought the ring.
Don't post this, eh? Don't post this. But then I remember Junction Mall, and that was foolish, man. You see, we need to be kings. We need to be kings, and we need to be masculine. We need to discuss how, as men, we should lead. Whether we take into the ditch or wherever, they must follow us, right? So I'm here to learn more. Andiko, Jacob, man, if we get time, we have learned so much from you guys, what you're doing. And some of us are testaments of the radicalness, the straightforwardness that you are putting out there in short clips. But we have to buy the book to go deep and understand that why should you feel bad that you didn't direct? I mean, what is that? And then when you have an opportunity to do something else where you are so strong, what's happening? There's something you said about that, Kicc. Thank you.
Naomba tumpige makofi tafadhali. All right, at least in this amazing hall, we know we have two people ambao wali propose, si ndio? Yes, so far we know there is two ambao wamesimama na wakasema. Now we know two of them. Kama wewe unajua you once proposed to your woman, kindly slap yourself. Slap yourself. All right. The number is increasing and I love it. All right. It's okay. Hata kujudge. Just be open. All right. Sawa. Now before I introduce the first speaker of this amazing day, now manikwambie, do opposite of what I say. So I'll be saying something and you're supposed to be doing opposite of what I will say. Slap your neighbor. Slap your neighbor. Do opposite of what I say. Don't follow my instruction. Just do opposite of what I say. Slap your neighbor. Cry loudly. All right, cry loudly. Amazing. Stand up using two legs. Stand up using two legs. Just do opposite of what I say. Well, I guess there is some people wamechanganyikiwa kidogo. Stand up using two legs. All right. Aya. Thank you so much, guys. Now, I want to introduce our first speaker of this amazing day. And now, those amazing photos you're all taking, you can as well post them on your Instagram pages. Yeah, hashtag ni Men's Conference 2026. Lakini pia, there is an amazing account that is the Men Conference, right? You can as well tag on Instagram. Of course, you can tag the amazing speakers we have today here. Jacob Aliet. We have, of course, Daktari Afoneke, Kicc, Muoki, and so many others. You can tag them in those amazing videos and photos ambazo wewe unazipost pale on your social media pages. And now, gentlemen and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first speaker, Bwana Jacob Aliet, tafadhali kwa makofi. Naomba tuweze kumpigia makofi Jacob Aliet. Makofi zaidi mpaka afike hapa. As he makes his way, tumpigie makofi Jacob Aliet. Karibu sana. And this is your moment.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, so I think just before I begin, there was the young man who was talking about his mother not acknowledging him. So remember, you made it. You are alive. There are many men who are born at the same time you are born that are dead. Okay? There are some who are in the streets. And there are some whose parents are dead. At least your parents are alive, even though she doesn't acknowledge you. So, and you are healthy. So there are people who are at your age, they are in hospital, they are crippled, or their faculties are failing. So what do you plan to do with what you have? I think that is a question. What are you planning to do with what you have? Are you making a good account of your capabilities as a man? So forge yourself around a purpose and start working on your legacy. There isn't much time. By the way, what is the average lifespan of a human being? Can someone shout? The lifespan of a human being? 70. That is not the lifespan. That is the life expectancy. What is the average life expectancy of a Kenyan? A Kenyan man? Guess.
I'll guess 65.
Yes, the average life expectancy of a Kenyan man is about 69. 64 point something, and the Kenyan woman is 69. So Kenyan men live shorter, okay? We are the ones who are filling the prisons, and we all do the dangerous jobs, okay? Men die when they are doing these dangerous jobs, whether it is digging. I remember there was one time, there was a mine that collapsed in Siaya, and there was a man who was buried there. And this man, the county government tried to recover his body. They tried for about 4 days, and they said that it was too expensive. So they stopped. Okay? They came back for several months to recover the body. And remember, there was that woman who was drowning with her daughter at the ferry in Mombasa. The government, first of all, the television stations were covering that event 24/7, all of them. And the government was there. Okay? The Kenya Navy, okay? The Kenya Ports Authority, we even recruited people from Israel and South Africa. And we worked around the clock until that woman's body was recovered. Okay? It shows you how the life of a woman is prioritized over the life of a man, even by the government. So that point that Kate mentioned about women rep, the people who actually need to be represented actually are the men. Okay? But biology has it that the life of a man is not that valuable. I think, again, this is something you must accept as a man. If I was the only man and this room is full of women, I can make all of them pregnant and they will have children. What if this room was full of men and only one woman? How quickly can you reproduce? So that is why we don't need as many men as we need women. Our blueprint has it such that men, that's why we say men are the disposable sex. We go and die in battlefields. When people fight these useless wars like now in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran and the US, it is men who are dying. The people who are dying in those battlefields are actually men. So that is important to remember. Now, before I begin my talk, one of the biggest problems we are having as men is weak minds, weak characters. So the biggest investment you can make as a man is invest in your mind. You need to read books. You need to read books. As we don't read books. Most of the guys who call me when they're in a tight spot, there are people who don't read books. Unapata jamaa, bibi yake amekuwa anakunywa, she comes late, okay? One time you discover the messages in her phone, you don't know what to do. You start spiraling out. And we have a problem. As men, tuko na ujinga mingi sana. Okay? Na hii ujinga is what I call self-deception. It's not stupidity, it is self-deception. When a man says, it cannot happen to me, my wife can never do that, and so on and so forth. And that is why we talk about you have to become a full stack man. Invest in your body, invest in your mind, invest in your money, and also understand women. You must understand women. Most of these women are the same. There isn't much of a difference. They run on the same template, the same blueprint. Pesa yako ikiisha, she will leave 99% of the times. So a number of the times we feel that we are special, so we don't listen. I know even out there are men who are saying men's conference ni ya nini. Sasa mnaenda huko kufanya nini? Okay? But again, most of the times there are men also who listen to women, because women will use shaming tactics to exclude you. And I like the example that Kicc gave. Once you get married, it's good that the Gen Zs are here. You need to understand how it plays out. The moment you get married, you must understand all the things that made you attractive to your wife. She will be invested in destroying all of them. All the things that made you attractive to her, she must destroy all of them so that there is no competition. So that's why many guys grow fat when they get married. Anakuongezea mafuta kwa chakula. She wants to make you fit, eat all the time. Ukitaka kuenda work out, anakuambia now you are a married man, why are you working so hard? Are you trying to hang on to your youth? When you have friends, anakuambia huyo Brayo simpendi. I heard him talking very roughly to his wife. He does not respect women. Utaambiwa huyu Kamau is a womanizer. Juzi si alikuwa na mwanamke mwingine, I don't like him. And then when in every marriage, and now this is for the married men, in every marriage, there are always in-laws who are bad. And the in-laws who are normally bad, and normally the in-laws from the man's side. Hiyo ndio ile propaganda utapata. Utaambiwa hawa watu wa kwenye wanipendi. This brother was yours. Kutoka ile siku I came to your place, they never welcomed me. So you'll start getting isolated. So you need to watch out for this. Na hiyo ndio inafanya now when you talk to this story of Nyambane, the surgeon. Remember that surgeon was saying that the wife anamchapa na nyundo and his friends are telling him to leave, but he says, I don't know, I don't have anywhere to go. You isolate yourself. So make sure you don't isolate yourself. When you're getting married, keep your friends, keep your brotherhood, keep your hobbies. Don't change because you are married. And the woman will want you to change. She'll tell you now you are a married man. Okay? And in the process of changing, that is how you become weak. You become what Kibe calls a kafukuzui. Okay? Utakuwa nganudhia. So you must watch out for that. Okay? Today I want to talk about the mindset of a man. I had a presentation. Ebu iweke juu. So just load that presentation. So I want to focus on the mindset of a man, because everything starts from the mind. If you have a weak mind, you're not going to be able to navigate the challenges that you're going to encounter in life, particularly in relationships, because relationships are what we are normally not taught in school. People are taught so many things: how to make money, how to become successful in your career. You're even going to be told how you can manage your friendships and your time and so on, but your relationships, no. And that is where we have a lot of challenges. We are right now as a country having a lot of challenges in terms of homicides. Okay? There was a very good example recently of the captain, Patrick Waweru. Okay? Patrick Waweru was a man who was married for 37 years. And at the end of his career, he realized he is all alone. So today, that's our topic for today, rewiring the male mind. Okay, we're going to look at consciousness, patterns, and the things that create a lot of challenges for men within marriages. So the first thing we're going to look at is consciousness. What happens when it comes to consciousness? The first thing as men you need to be aware of, there's a level of awakening that is actually required. Many of us are running on patterns, behaviors, and beliefs that we inherited. Most of the beliefs that you're running on are not even yours. So that is normally the first step for awakening as a man. And one of them, of course, now when it comes to marriage, and this is where most of the challenges you're having, of course, are with married men, where you have a marriage that is not working. Statistically, 40% of marriages are sexless, particularly in urban areas. Urban areas, unapata mtu ameishi kwa a 4-bedroom house, the wife has their bedroom, mzee ako na bedroom yake, they don't even sleep together. Outside, they want to maintain that image that this guy is having a marriage that is working, but it is not working. And many times, it escalates. Just like the case of that Captain Patrick Waweru, it escalates because disrespect inaanza. Alafu, you'll get charged for assault or you end up killing her. Many men end up in that situation. And I normally tell guys, marriage is not a hill to die on. Okay? When you have a bad marriage, don't save the marriage. Save yourself. If you don't save yourself, you'll either end up in jail or you'll end up dead. Na mara nyingi, watu wanakula steel wire. Siku hizi nasikia wanapewa ARVs, watu wanapewa contraceptives, unawekewa kwa chakula, unaanza kunona kama fala, unakuwa na matiti and things like that. They're doing all sorts of crazy things and they're advising each other on social media. What do you do to your husband when umechoka na yeye? Okay? They start reconfiguring you. So if you see the red flags, prepare for evacuation. Watu wengi wanasema, I'm staying for the kids. Mara, you worry about the sunk cost. You've been married for a long time. The kids, by the way, can see that you are a weak father. When you're disrespected by their mother, they can see that. And especially if you have boys, what kind of example are you setting when you are a man who is disrespected by the wife and you're staying in that marriage? You're teaching your sons that it is okay to be disrespected by their wives. And they'll grow up becoming weak men. So it is better to live with your dignity intact and with your freedom rather than end up in jail. Like now, that surgeon, I don't know how his case is going to proceed. Let's go to the slide. So we're going to look at the consciousness patterns of becoming that are going to shape our minds, the behaviors that actually influence the kind of things we do. One of the things that we have to be aware of as men is that we prioritize pussy, okay? We prioritize pussy. My fifth book there's that book with a light blue cover. It's called Unplugged 5, Operant Conditioning. Operant conditioning is from behavioral psychology. There's a behavioral psychologist called B.F. Skinner. B.F. Skinner explained how we become addicted to things that we like, especially things that have dopamine. If you look at gambling, how does gambling work? How do people become addicted to gambling? There's something that is called intermittent reinforcement. Intermittent reinforcement, the way it works is that when you place a bet, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But now your brain doesn't know the difference between when you expect to win and when you expect to lose. The feeling is just the same. Now the same thing happens within marriage when it comes to sex. Sex is also denied sometimes, and sometimes it is given. And that is how men end up losing all their power in marriages, just through the way sex is managed by the wives. So you need to understand that operant conditioning, how you lose your power. So the first thing is consciousness, and then the second thing is programming. You need to identify how you are programmed. The reason now, we were having a discussion in our group, and there are so many guys here in our group, and maybe that's a discussion we are going to have now about the future of marriage. In the manosphere, we normally say that from 2030, we'll face what is called the post-marriage era. What we are having today, as far as marriage is concerned, and there's a guy who mentioned, I'm also a Gen X. We are the first generation that are facing the truly empowered women who have their money, where patriarchy has been removed. You know, patriarchy put in place controls, okay? Men could use violence. There was the idea of shaming women. Like if you are a single mother or you are a divorced woman, there was shame. Nowadays, there's no shame. In fact, single mothers are the most proud women in the society, and divorced women. Now they even celebrate to be divorced. The women now have their own money. They have the right to own property, okay? And you know, the way females have evolved, and this is something that you can learn from Unplugged 3, for those who have not studied female nature. If you look at the praying mantis, I'm going to use animals, but it goes up the food chain. The praying mantis, it bites off the head of the male after mating. The octopus does the same. There's a species of pythons where the male only mates once in its lifetime. And the same thing happens with the black widow spider. It's known as a black widow spider because it always kills a man after mating. What we are seeing now in the society is that many women, once they have children with a man in the marriage, and they are able to support themselves in terms of survival. They can pay their rent, they can finance everything. Most of the times, they dissolve that marriage. You find many guys get divorced, particularly when women enter menopause. They enter their late 30s, 40s, Okay? There's something that is called the grandmother hypothesis, which for people who study sociology may know about it. That is published by Christine Hawkes. According to the grandmother hypothesis, menopause was actually a biological measure to allow the woman to invest in the children, transfer the emotional investment from the man to the children. Okay? And it is where you see now, the expression sperm donor actually comes from that. You guys may have heard of it, where many men, you start your marriage, you have 2, 3 kids, you get divorced. Now unaitwa sperm donor. Okay? They just come to you for the sperms. And when you talk to many young girls, they tell you wanataka tu mtoto. They don't see the purpose of having a man. Okay? And so now the debate normally is, do we still need marriage? And what is the purpose of marriage? Because the traditional woman does not exist anymore. The traditional woman was the woman who, once you're married, you have children with her. Kazi yako ikipotea, kama alikuwa housewife, anaanza kukaranga mandazi, anaanza kuuza hapo nje, ama anaanza kuuza mboga, until you come back on your feet. But nowadays what is happening? If you lose your job, the marriage is over. Okay? And you've invested all your productive life in raising these kids and taking care of this woman. So that is a debate that we're still having. People now talk about cohabitation and things like that. So we have to look at your programming. What we talk about is, when you're looking at institutions like employment, like the church, like marriage, you need to think about which ones are they that serve you. And if you have an institution that does not serve you as a man, you must either create another one or you walk away from it. Then you have to look at your patterns. When you're looking at your habits, we have habits that are addictive, okay? If you have habits to do with pornography, and now we have what we call scattered attention. Notifications on your phone, you can't even pay attention. You're following things on social media. You must look at the kind of patterns that you need to break. If you as a man, unapata uko na shida maybe ya pombe, or gambling, or pornography, and so on, determine which patterns you need to break that are actually keeping you from meeting your goals or holding you back. And then your attention. Your attention is one of your most valuable resources. We have young men. Social media, naenda kwa social media kuangalia matako ya wanawake akina Vera Sidika. Okay? And you waste a lot of time doing that, when you should actually be doing something that can make you more valuable. So guard your attention at all times, because how you spend your time is what is going to determine whether you become a valuable person in the society or otherwise. And then your emotions. You must be able to manage your emotions. Okay? And your emotions can actually be a strength or a weakness. Because, for example, if when something is annoying you, you need to find out, why is it annoying you? Okay? Why is it triggering you? Is there something that you need to examine within your past or within your psychology? Okay? It is very important to manage your emotions as a man, because if you fail to do that, you'll end up in jail. Mwanamke atakutrigger siku moja, and you're going to act out of your emotions. I think recently we had a case of, actually it was here in Nyayo Stadium. Remember that case 2 weeks ago? Road rage. Someone hit an Uber, the Uber guy came out swinging, he smashed the windscreen. It escalated, mtu akadungwa kisu na akakufa hivyo, just because of a road rage incident. So your emotions as a man, you really must guard your emotions. And I'm glad he spoke about not feeling sorry for yourself. As a man, you cannot spend any time feeling sorry for yourself. You dust yourself, you pick yourself up, and you move on. Many men get into what we call learned helplessness. Like that doctor. When the doctor is saying, I have nowhere to go, that is called what we call learned helplessness. Okay? Unaweza enda hata mahali unalipa rent ya 1,000, hata kama ni kwa salam mahali, instead of living in a house that is very, very chaotic. Because that is where you get disasters. So you manage your emotions, manage your identity. Self-concept. As men, we have very poor self-concepts. We have men who think that the only way they can be valuable or they can be important in the society is if they have a woman in their lives. Okay? So you must have a very clear sense of your own identity. Now you inasumbua watu sana. I have some divorced guys who tell me that they worry, what will my children think when I die? What your children will think when you die should not be an issue that concerns you. You are supposed to live according to your values and principles, and you live a life of integrity. What they will think about you, that is their business, because they also have their lives to live. But we have people who tie their identity to their children and their wives. Okay? Mtu anafikiria bibi yangu atafikiria nini nikifanya hii. So you must be your own mental point of origin. That's very important. Discipline. Discipline is very, very important. And the way you cultivate discipline is by doing difficult things. The way you develop masculinity is through adversity. We normally say that a boy is born, but a man is built. Okay? Weakness is inherited, but strength must be cultivated and earned. Because like right now, if you don't do anything, if you don't work out, you become weak. You don't need to work very hard to become weak, but you need to work very hard to become strong. So you must be disciplined, and you must be very resilient. Because terrible things will happen to you as a man. You are going to fail. Okay? Maybe we'll get into those experiences later. Many men have gone through rejection. We've gone through failure. And many times, if you cannot handle failure and rejection as a man, you end up depressed, you end up forgotten, and you end up living a very short life. So you must be very, very resilient as a man. We talk about embracing stoic principles, and you must have purpose. I hope all of you have a purpose, and your purpose is not your job. Your job is what you do for a living. You must identify your purpose and make it an organizing principle for how you lead your life. Every man must have a purpose. Your purpose is what will make us remember you, and your purpose is what enables you to create a legacy. Okay? Your legacy is how you'll be remembered. Many men think their children are their legacy. How many of you know Albert Einstein's children? Or even Nelson Mandela's children? We don't know their kids, but we know how they lived and what they did. So that becomes your legacy. And the last thing is you must become sovereign men. Hii ndio inatusumbua sana sana sana. Especially career men. Sovereignty is what most of us lack. You tell a guy, tukutane next weekend, tukule nyama, anakwambia wacha niulize mama. Okay? That is lack of sovereignty. You are becoming a simp. I have a friend who I invited guys for my men's conference somewhere in Kicc, and we were to go out of town. So this guy is a married man, and he was really wondering how to approach his wife to tell him that he's going to go out for a men's conference out of Nairobi. And so this thing was really troubling him. And I said, what will my wife say? So as he was seated, now as the day was approaching, the pressure was mounting. Now when we were supposed to go the next day, when he was sitting in the house just watching television, the wife just came in and told him, by the way, I'll be away for the next 2 weeks. I'm going with my friends to Naivasha. And then he realized, wait a minute, she didn't even ask me for permission. She just decided to go, and she's going. So that guy paid, and he came for that conference then. So sovereignty is something that we must all cultivate. Become your own mental point of origin. And I'll give you another example, which I gave in my Unplugged book. I had a guy who was overweight. One time he had headaches. He was feeling dizzy, and he could not see properly. He went to hospital. The doctor told him that he needed to lose weight, and he needed to start working out. From his work schedule, he realized that the only time he can work out is in the morning. And he could not afford to go to a gym. He decided to start maybe just running in the neighborhood. The day he woke up to go for a run very early in the morning, the wife asked him, where are you going? He said, I'm going for a run. You know, the doctor said I need to get active. The wife told him, no, running is not the only way of losing weight. What if you get mugged out there? It's very dangerous. Come back to bed. So the guy went back to bed. A few months later, he got a stroke. So this is a man who lacked sovereignty. He needed his wife to approve of what he was going to do. So this lack of sovereignty is what makes many men become approval-seeking men. You must get your wife's concurrence. And I think someone mentioned earlier, asking about decision-making and leadership. What you need to do as a man, you need to be able to make decisions. You don't need to make the right decisions. You just need to make decisions. One thing you have to learn is that when you make a wrong decision, you learn from it. You cannot allow yourself, because you don't trust yourself, now you don't make a decision, or you start consulting your wife. And that is how these women take over. in marriages and in relationships because men lack confidence. There's a guy who was buying a land. Okay? This guy was buying a land and he had several parcels of land, and where he was buying them, he was told he can pick any of them. But what he did, instead of just picking based on his intuition or whatever it is, he came back with a wife. So he told the wife, these are the ones we have. So which one do we choose? The wife told him, let's pick this one. And he picked that one. So a year later, the neighboring plot, this guy started a piggery. Okay, he was raising pigs and the place was really stinking. So this guy started now telling the wife, we can't build here. This place is smelling. But then the wife just told him, but you are the man. Why did you even ask me? You should have made a decision. So most of the times, even when you think that you're engaging in consultative leadership, your wife actually expects you to lead. You're expected to lead, you're expected to make a decision. The way you become a good decision maker is by learning from making bad decisions. Okay? So you should not be terrified of making bad decisions. You learn from bad decisions, and that way you become a better decision maker. So it's very, very important for you as a man to become sovereign, trust yourself, trust your intuition, and that way you're going to be able to provide the leadership that is required. So that's the kind of wiring that you require as a man. Can you go to the slide that has my books? Just go back. I wanted to say something about those books because the kind of concepts that we cover in them. So I'm an author of 16 books. Let me just talk about the books briefly. But these are the books that I've written about masculinity and relationships. The first one, this has been a Nairobi bestseller from 2022. Unplugged 2 is about how you can become successful as a man. It contains even the topic many men find interesting, sexual transmutation, very important. Many guys normally talk about semen retention, but they don't know when it is appropriate and how to channel their energy. Then Unplugged 3 is about female nature and modern women. We must understand, and I think this is where many of us fail. When we look at women today, we judge them through the lens of our mothers. The current woman is not like our mothers, okay? She's much more shameless. She's much more empowered. As Kate told you, if you graduate together, many cases, the girls will get the job faster than the boys. And I've seen so many cases where even people join an organization as graduate trainees. They fall in love, and the woman gets promoted faster because of gender parity laws. And many times, of course, the marriage ends. So women tend to escalate faster in terms of the career ladder and the workplace. Unplugged 4 is about religion. I've mentioned about Unplugged 5. Unplugged 6 is about, it's a masculinity guide for young men who are growing up. So between maybe 13 or 14 years up to 25, it's for teenage adolescents. And then there is a betrayal blueprint. This is again another thing that many guys don't understand. Because many of us, we lack situational awareness. And this is why men fail paternity tests 30% of the time. Because when they're being betrayed, they don't even know. And it's happening right under their noses. So that's what betrayal blueprint is about. How can you tell? How can you predict that you'll be cheated on even before you are cheated on? It will going to give you that. And then the two-body problem, this is where you have a dilemma. Your wife has got a very big job. And this has happened to one of us here. The wife got a very big job, and they're even willing to pay the husband. It's called spousal allowance, $500,000 to accompany the wife to a foreign country. And she tells you, you quit your job, we go together. Okay? So the two-body problem talks about that. So I'd like to end my presentation at that stage. So as men, you need to unlearn a lot of the things that we learned growing up, the things you learned from your parents. Understand your own habits and patterns, master your behavior, master your discipline, and become a sovereign man. Become a sovereign man. Remember the example in Genesis when Adam is being punished by God. The first thing God tells him is, because you listened to your wife. Because you listened to your wife. You are not listening to yourself. As a man, you must learn to listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Even when you are wrong, the more you listen to yourself, the more you'll be able to guide yourself. You must establish trust with yourself. That's how you become an effective leader. Thank you very much. I'd like to end it there.
Naomba tumpige makofi Jacob Aliet tafadhali. All right, now Jacob, before you go, you have just mentioned something ambayo imenishika sana. You have to unlearn most of your things. Maybe someone may be just asking, akiwa amekaa hapa, wewe kama Jacob, what are those 3 things that you had to unlearn?
Very good question. One of the things I had to unlearn, and I think this has been mentioned here before, is that you need to put yourself first. This one I cannot overemphasize. As men, and I think we pick this from the church, because we look at the story of Jesus, how Jesus sacrificed himself, he died for our sins. So as men, we think that the way you show love to your wife and children is by sacrificing yourself. That is a big, big mistake. That is number 1. Put yourself first, love yourself. And as Kate mentioned, and this is so true, it has happened to me. Many times, like when you want to buy yourself clothes or shoes, you get the cheapest. Okay? But when it comes to your wife or your children, you get them what they want. Okay? Because you feel that is what you should do as a man. What normally happens is when you sacrifice yourself, you'll be exploited. You will not necessarily be loved. That's the first one. The second one is making yourself your mental point of origin. Your mental point of origin means this. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing you should think about is you. Many of us, when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you think about is either you think about your boss, what did your boss want? You think about your wife, you think about your parents, but you never think about yourself. When we talk about mental point of origin, what we mean is that when you want to do something, you need to ask yourself, who will this thing benefit? If it's going to benefit you, you need to prioritize it. Okay? If it is not going to benefit you, then probably you don't need to prioritize it. The last one is this. Men are the prize. Now this is something...
Hapo ndio napiga makofi jamani. We are there. Say it louder. We are there.
We are the prize. All right. No, but I need to explain it because many people don't understand what that means. You know, when you're growing up, and these things are influences us. When you're growing up, you read the stories of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, the story of Rapunzel and so on. And normally it's the prince has to fight maybe demons, and once he wins, then he takes away the beautiful girl and they ride into the sunset. So the girl is like the prize that he wins at the end of the day. But when you say that men are the prize, what it means is that as a man you need to prioritize yourself so that you become attractive for a woman, so that you can select, okay? Because when you're not attractive, you don't have the power of selection. Because very few people want you anyway. Sasa, and that's why many of us, as men, we end up in trouble. Because the first woman who agrees to have sex with you, you want to marry her. It's because she's the only one who agrees. But when you make yourself the prize and you have all these women to pick from, then you are going to be able to pick the right woman. That is number 1. But also, being the prize means you need to make sure that you take up the burden of performance. Check your money, check your fitness, check your ambition into perpetuity. Put yourself first and always make sure as a man you are valuable. Okay? That is how you make yourself the prize. Make yourself the priority in your life, and other people will make you the priority.
All right, by putting yourself first and being the priority means kama ni kale kango kazuri unajinunulia kwanza. Of course, kama unataka kwenda place fulani nje ya Kenya kutuliza mawazo yako, jieke kwanza. Always jieke mbele. That's what you mean by putting yourself first. Thank you so much. Jamani, tupige makofi Jacob Aliet in one beautiful way. Thank you so much. Our first speaker of this amazing day, that is Jacob Aliet. Ameongea mengi sana. All right? Tafadhali nisaidie na that mic, because I want to be going around nisikie mawili matatu ambayo you have heard. You have listened to his presentation for like 20 minutes. But there are those 2-3 things that umezipata from his speech. All right, in this row, I will need 2 of you. Kindly stand up, tell me your name, and then from our first speaker. Leo hauwezi rudi home ukiwa umekaa hivyo. Kuna vitu lazima ulearn from this amazing men's conference. From our first speaker, 2 things ambazo you will go and pass to the next 2 men ukienda nyumbani. What and what, kindly?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Ndongo. Today I've learned that as a man, you should first of all take care of your mental health, take care of your your spiritual part so that you can be able to take care of others. And so, we as men, you have been urged by our speaker of today, the first speaker,
Jacob Aliet.
Jacob Aliet, we should continue checking ourselves in the right way.
All right. Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi jamani. Also, in one of the things that I've learned from our first speaker, it is don't be usikuwe na wasiwasi kufanya bad decision as a man. All right? Of course, bad decision will always shape you, and pia usikuwe na wasiwasi wa kufail as a man. That's very strong from Mr. Jacob. All right. The second person?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm a sovereign man from Nakuru. I'm Isaac Kariuki. Classification, I'm in petroleum sector. I want to appreciate first Jacob Ariet, and also let me also appreciate Rin Goge, because I came to know Jacob Ariet when there was kind of a debate between the straight guys and the homosexuals. Do you remember that kind of a debate? Like I think 2020. Jacob, you remember that kind of arrangement? And that is when I came to know you. And I would be honest that I thought I was a sovereign man, but I was not then, because kwanza nilivaa helmet sana. Nilivaa helmet every time ningekusikiza. But circumstances have proven you to be true, even personally. I also appreciate your authorship work. Thank you so much. You are really pouring yourself. Nashukuru sana. I respect you so much. So much. So much. I really respect you so much. Kicc Muoki. Nilikujua through algorithms za YouTube na Facebook. Nitaongea kitu when your session itakuwa about a man being mysterious. Eh?
Have you ever been mysterious?
Hey, Kicc, I think let me be very honest. As a man, as a man, you know, a sovereign man is composed, so that's why it's in a mambio. Let me be very honest. Being mysterious as a man is the greatest revelation and the most powerful thing a man can ever know or even be aware of. I'm just being honest. Yeah. Being mysterious. The way Kicc Muoki anaiwekanga. But can I shangaza you? I'm kind of public figure in a way, but anyway, I'm a sovereign man. I feel so sorry for men. Juzi, there was kuna kakitu kalikuwa kanapangwa ka rurashio yangu. And then the man I had requested to MC or even to coordinate. So tulikuwa na men talk. And then kube the guy was snitching on me. So now, nikabia the guy, pahali tulikuwa tuna meet, I told the guy, you know what? You don't all the time tell your woman where you are. No, that one, no. You don't, be mysterious. And then the guy snitched on me. He reached out to my woman. Kwambia, even venye Kariuki alikuwa anasema, you don't tell your woman everything. Hata umwambii pahali yuko. And siku take it as a grudge to that guy. Nilihurumia huyo mwanaume sana. Sana. And now when my woman brought the accusation to me, You know, maybe to Jacob Barriett I can share that recording because it was over the phone. Niko tunamsikiza tu ana vomit kila kitu. Hey, how do you say that? Hey, by the karaoke I've realized I had not known you. Hey, nini. I was just listening. But I feel so sorry for men. And I truly appreciate this team for putting up such a fora like this one. Oh, this one. This one is more important than UNGA. You know, United Nations General Assembly. This is more important than any assembly. I'm telling you the truth. Now to Jacob Barriett. Ebu tell me practically, because as I'm becoming more and more sovereign, and I take this specific woman as a case study, how do you deal? Okay, it doesn't bother me, but please, I just want to have that consciousness. How do you handle resentment? You know, you are sovereign, you're prioritizing yourself. You know, you're a relentless walker. I am a hiker, I'm a swimmer, I read books, I can buy 50,000 worth of books, you know, prioritizing myself. But there is a woman here who has a problem with all that. How do you, as a sovereign man, sasa unipeleke kiwango kingine, how now to practically deal with a resentful woman or resentment? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. But I wanted to, just before I answer the question, how do you know she's resentful? How is she expressing it?
She's expressing it, you know, I don't give her too much of attention. Wewe uko tu milimani, you know, hiking. Kama next weekend naenda Kilimanjaro. So, you know, you don't take me out as often. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's enough.
Thank you.
So, this is the thing I tell guys. When you're with a woman, the woman should be happy to be with you. Most of the times the mistake we normally make is we want to make the woman happy to be with us. It should not be like that. The woman should be happy to be with you. Do you understand? So most of the times, you want to sort of compensate her for being with you. It should not be like that. She should be happy just to be with you. So tayari kama may express resentment, let her go. Let her go, because this is what normally happens. You know, women are survivalists. Maybe there's something about you, maybe you have money or status that will make her stay. But she already resents maybe the kind of life you're living. So what is going to happen, women, some people call it the Jezebel spirit. She's going to find a way of retaliating. The more you ignore her, the more likely it is that she's going to do something about that resentment. She'll either cheat or do something that you may not like. Sawa. So if you're not married, find a way of letting her go. Tayari, she's already shown you, I don't like how you're moving, and you don't want to change how you're moving. So just let her go. Hakuna haja ku force things, because if you're a sovereign man, you know for sure that you can get another woman. The best thing to normally to do is to get a woman who loves you as you are. Na mnaenda pamoja. Maybe she'll also be joining you in the hikings and so on. Don't force things. Because I'm telling you, one of the worst things is to be paired with the wrong woman. And it is very costly for men. Sawa sawa, I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you so much for the amazing response. And I hope swali lako umejibiwa vizuri. When you go back to Nakuru, wasalimia watu wa Nakuru sana. And I hope you will spread the news za men's conference in Nakuru. And I hope, of course, the founder himself, he will be coming to Nakuru soon. And once he comes to Nakuru, you will be one of those people ambao watakuwa pale mbele. The information ambayo umepata, kwanza uipeleke Nakuru before tukuje. That's okay? Thank you so much for your time. Tupige makofi our brother from Nakuru. Asante sana. I will be introducing our sponsor of the day, that is Mobea Adventures. Be on standby. I will be calling on stage in a few. Before he comes on stage, our amazing sponsor, I need one more man to share exactly, all right, I'll come to you, all right? Share exactly what you heard from Jacob. then I will be introducing our sponsor in a few.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Dominic Mutkumutua. Professionally, I'm a teacher. Now, these two guys, this is not the first time I've heard of them. I've been listening to their podcasts not once or twice, so I've learned a lot from them. In fact, through their podcast, I've been able to gain a lot in terms of even confidence and so much more. My worry is, I don't know how. Okay, social media has done a lot because personally I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial. And then during our time, if you look at the East well, the social media has hiked somewhere here at 2018, somewhere there. That's where we have been seeing so many of the platforms whereby people can express themselves. I don't know how your message can reach out to the young men, the boys. Because it's like, from my understanding, it's like men have got stages. Because, like, telling a young man to control himself emotionally, and especially when it comes to sexual energy, it may be a challenge. I'm looking back at myself those days. I don't know how we can be able to reach out to those boys, because when you look at the world, somehow it has changed. The other thing, I don't know whether how this message, okay, it's a very good message to us men for personal growth, but sometimes it can be very challenging, and maybe it may not, it's going to help, but it may not help all men, especially in a society whereby men themselves are being suppressed economically. And when I'm saying this is, when you look at the system, how there is a lot of injustices. And I don't hear you people, the prominent people, talk about how probably we can tell men maybe to begin to open up. There are those things, because we are part of the society, maybe we should not allow injustices that maybe may favor women and not favor men, and we keep dumb. You see, as we open up about what is bothering ourselves as persons, we should also look at what is bothering us in society as a whole. Like, for example, if I may talk about the education sector, you may find that, like, within Nairobi, for example, the only people who are promoted for leadership, and you may go there and check, you find it's all, like, majority of them are women by far. Men are very few. It's not that they are doing a lot than men, because if you go to even curricular activity and even in class, you find most of the people doing a lot of work are men. But when it comes to promotion, it's an issue. These things, we don't talk about them. And we are not telling men to open up and talk about these things. So I've learned a lot. Today what I've learned is, now you have given description of those books of yours. I've never read them, but I've read through when you have been expressing or describing them. I've learned your content when you are expressing yourself in those podcasts. So thank you. I've also seen my friend there always holds those podcasts with you, so it's a good thing. So thank you, and feel appreciated. I know all of you, so it's not a new face to me. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Asante sana. Ungependa kupiga picha na wao? Ama uko sawa?
Naweza pigwa picha na wao. Naweza penda sana.
Enda upige sahi. Just feel free. Enda upige picha na wao. I will not talk mpaka umalize kupiga picha. Sitaongea tena mpaka umalize kupiga picha, ni niendelee na program. Take your time. Actually, wao washike simu, wewe usishike simu, you're the superstar. Wewe usishike simu, wao washike simu kwa hiyo selfie. Yeah. Mwalimu mwenyewe. We hope one day will be promoted. You have said kwamba in Nairobi, most of them, there are women who are being promoted. All right, thank you so much. Sasa makosa, simu haikuwa yako. Hiyo picha tupata hapo, picha. Chukua namba ya simu ndio tumiwe picha. Sasa umepiga simu picha na simu yao. Chukua namba yao ya simu ndio utumiwe kama document. Yeah. Ikuwe rahisi. Thank you so much. All right, in the meantime, our sponsor of this amazing day, Mobea Adventures. And before you come, Jacob Alieta amesema kwamba you are supposed to put yourself first. If you want to travel, for example, you want to go outside Nairobi for a vacation, staycation, always put yourself first, okay? If it's that expensive shoe, 8,000, 10,000, make sure you buy for yourself first. So these are amazing guys. In case you want to travel outside the country, in the country, Mobea Adventures, they are the best in town. And of course, they are our amazing sponsors of Men's Conference 2026. I'll give you 5 minutes kindly to tell us more about your business. Makofi jamani ya our amazing sponsors, that is Mobea Adventures.
You prefer me here or there?
Ena pale kwa stage ndio kamera zikuone vizuri. Tuko na kamera mpaka za westerns na watch.
Asante. I'm really happy to be here with you people. And I bring greetings from Mobea Adventures. I'm really so happy to see my brothers here. I've only been seeing them on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. All of them. I'm really so honored to be with you. A good afternoon to everyone. Yes, my name is Sozurigan Joseph. I'm a Ugandan by nationality, and I'm so happy to be in Kenya and to meet the men of Kenya, the mighty men. Yes, so Mobea, we are a tour company. We do safaris, we do Mombasa coastal getaways, very cheap coastal getaways according to your capacity. Yes, they are cheap. You know, cheap depends whether you're cheap at 1,000 or you're cheap at 1,000,000. But I believe everyone here is cheap at 1,000,000. So, yes, I'm so honored to be here. So, Mobea, we offer trips to Masai Mara, to Mombasa, to where the entire coastline. Then we have also the other areas, Nyanyuki, Nakulu, everywhere you go. And today we have very good offers for our delegates that you are here today, where if you book with us today, we will give you first, we have merchandise like this that I have here. We have the woodies that we are giving out free of charge for people that are booking with us today so that we can empower the men. So the next thing, we have very good offers today where you travel with us and you can get a discount of rooms where we can do an upgrade for you. And also, apart from the upgrade, we can include discounts on the transportation. If, let's say, you were to book for a trip, a very quick trip for 2 days to Nyanyuki, and then we have to charge you 20,000, we can put it less to 15,000, mainly within a time period. So we have a time period of 30 days before November. Are we together? Whoever books with us today, they can get that offer. Are we together? Then we also do airport pickups. We do transportation. We do ticketing if you want to move from here to go to any other part of the world. But basically, for the tours, we do between Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. That's where we are right now, and we are praying to God that we really take it to a higher level. And I'm really so honored to be here, and I want to appreciate my brothers here for this platform. Please, we have a desk outside as you're getting out. You can talk more about it and book. Thank you very much.
All right, that is our amazing, of course, sponsor of this amazing day. Before you go, just a quick one. Is your boss around of this company?
My boss, he dropped him in the morning. He has a meeting.
All right, just clear. But today you will act as the boss, of course. You will represent your company. Now, I know there is a one man or two men who mentally hawako sawa sahi. Si ni kweli? And I believe this company can take them to Mombasa for 2 nights. True? True or true? True or true? Well, we will choose 2 men and then we will take them to your boss for 2 nights peke yake in Mombasa. Waende, wapigwe na upepo wa Mombasa, alafu warudi. Nsawa. So if you're a man and you're here, I'll bring the mic to you. Tell me your story first. What are you going through? And then you tell us why should Mobea take you to Mombasa for 2 nights? If you have a touching story and you feel your story deserves 2 nights in Mombasa, courtesy of Mobea Adventures, kindly raise up your hand. If you feel your story deserves 2 nights in Mombasa, go and put your phone on D&D, sleep, and then Mobea Adventure will take care of you. So your story must be touching, okay? And this whole audience, this hall should feel your story. Dr. Young Tello.
Yes.
Right?
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, guys, my name is Dr. Young Tello, the founder and CEO of Go Green Organization. I'm actually a long friend of Kicc Muoki. He knows me personally and is a great guy that since we came to know each other, we have a lot in common. Okay, on my story, I am kind of a guy who is also a quick learner. I love learning. I love exhausting myself in learning all the time. And one of my touching stories is that through my hard times, I came to learn that actually was trying to build my life with a narcissist manipulator. So I don't know if some of you know what I mean.
Tell us. You mean Peter kizungu mbaya? Nimesikia umesema na
narcissist.
Hiyo imenipita. Najuanga narcissist na nonchalant. Lakini sijui zinamaanisha nini?
I believe my brother Muoki and the author Aliet, you understand what I mean. A narcissist manipulator is a lady who is, like gaslighting you and trying to provoke your emotions, but she's using emotional intelligence, to do that. Yeah, so the brother knows that. And what I can say to all men who are here, maybe you are in that kind of a relationship whereby your emotions are being trying to be triggered. I can refer to the brother with the very powerful books, Aliet. Like I saw when you were doing a presentation, there was also some of the presentation there you were beginning, although you didn't go much deeper to finish the presentation, was trying to make men understand the men's consciousness. Yeah, so I will just refer people back again that the gentleman has a very powerful books, honestly. And the brother Muoki here, man, honestly, I thank God for you guys, and that's why I've tried also to show up here. I can just conclude that we all need to understand how the male's consciousness actually operates. Because man, I can just leave you with one thing, maybe, because we are here to learn from each other. Nobody knows everything. Man is naturally a logical thinker. You are not an emotional feeler. So anytime that you're trying now to get off from a logical thinking now to emotional feeler, which is actually women, because women are the one who are naturally emotional feelers, man, you're going to learn from the hard from the hardship. So I can just leave you with one thing: you're a logical thinker. No matter the hardships, everything that is trying to trigger your emotions, please just ignore the emotions, part of that thing, and cling into logical thinking. Just think until you find the solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We really appreciate Dr. Young Tello. Now, before I let the guy, of course, representative of Mobea Adventures, do you have 2 people who would like to go to Mombasa? Are very easy, because they say in English, chances doesn't come twice. This is the only chance for you to take your time. And then after this, I will be introducing my co-MC of this amazing day, all the way from NTV. That is Lofty Matambo will be joining me shortly.
So mine is not a story. My name is Paul, like I said earlier. I would like to pick from what Jacob said. And you said you make bad decisions. I've been where he said that all those issues, you get married, you're told, don't engage that person, usikuje saa mbili. And then I was advised, based on what this gentleman said, akasema he's a husband of many wives. So I made one bad decision, and I can tell you for free, all that he said, that decision remedied everything. And because an elder told me dawa ya mwanamke ni mwanamke. Mimi nilifanya decision moja nikaongeza. Na sasa hizo shida zote nikaambiwa wakiwa wewe mwanamke akiwa peke yake anakupiga wewe vita. Wakiwa wawili wanapigana wenyewe. Sasa mimi nilisaidika na hiyo. So I think as part of this movement, Bwana Kicc, as part of this movement, I am suggesting, people may have different opinions on this. Let us create a culture where we encourage, not just encourage, but do not demonize polygamy in a way. Because our forefathers had a reason why it existed that way. So I would suggest this culture of saying polygamy is bad, is bad, is bad. Actually, I think it is not bad. It's a good thing. I have experienced it. I'm getting to 32. I know people say it is expensive. It is not. Trust me, it is not. I have experience. If you think my experience is wrong, I think you can also say his experience. But I assure you, it is not expensive. When it is one anakusumbua, atakusumbua psychologically, atakusumbua akili, it is more expensive to be disturbed here than to be disturbed here. That's what I have come to believe. So I think with that, my brother, that trip, members can vote for me. And like I said, musirekodi hiyo kwa sababu mimi nimesema natafuta kura Nairobi, opponents wakatumia hiyo kitu vibaya wakati wa kura. So thank you very much. Nimepata hiyo trip.
Unaona ule jamaa? Umechukua namba yake ya simu. Amesema polygamy is good.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, if you believe polygamy is good, as many say aye. Tukue tu serious kidogo. If you believe polygamy is good, as many say aye. The eyes have it.
So thank you very much.
Well, do you think Mobile Adventure should take the 2 wives only on the vacation? Oh yeah, na hao wawili. Ama yeye alone? Yeah, alone. Yeah, alone. Because it's hard having 2 of them.
Kicc said, focus on you first. I will go alone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, Jagero has a word. What are you saying, Jagero? Unasema aje? Jagero was saying something. Well, so what we'll do, you have one nafasi yako alone. So after this, we'll kind of take the number of mwakilishi wa hiyo kampuni, and of course, through Keith Muoki, we'll make sure kwamba umefika Mombasa, you alone, uache wawili wapigane huko. Sawa, wewe peke yako utaenda peke yako. Haikuhusu. Asante sana. Well, before I introduce my co-MC, who do anafeel kwamba anafaa pewe the second opportunity by Mobile Adventures? Wapi? Oh, just a quick one kindly before I come to you. Nani? Oh, let me start with him. Mko watatu. So 3 of you, 1 of you atapata nafasi.
Hello guys. My name is Emmanuel.
Can I kindly correct as a man?
Yes.
Can I correct you?
Yes.
Kindly unbutton this pili.
Okay.
Ya pili. Kindly, yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm Emmanuel Olang, mostly known as Professor, but I'm really joyful to be here. I've been interacting online with Mr. Muoki, Kicc, and also I've been going through the teachings. And what I've realized, one thing, we as men that we are going in a marriage period, you want to marry, but I've come to learn one thing. We are very lucky because for you to find a lady, you're supposed to find a lady when you are already known these things, because you find yourself, you have already being built, so that when you get a lady, you get someone who is able to go according to you. Because some of us, we are getting these teachings while we are already having the wrong person. So it is very hard. You are facing challenges. It's very hard for that person the lady to go according to how you expect a lady to go through. So to me, it was last month, I tried to marry a lady. Then I went with the lady into the house. Please, kirokodi usieke atanitafuta. So when I went to the house, then I just decided to marry. Then after we took only 1 week. So what touched me, as I went to all my duties, actually I'm a teacher, as I went to all my duties, then I came back in the evening. What touched me, I found the house empty. Then what I found there, it was only a hang, and this is a suit that I'm wearing, and another one. And it was...
alichukua kila kitu?
Yes.
Akakuachia suti peke yake?
Because my suti zangu huwa naziweka somewhere in a corner. So ikabaki hii na ingine ya blue na ka track nilikuwa siekangi pamoja zote. Nilikuwa nimeficha. So
ulikuwa umejipanga?
Nilikuwa nimejipanga cause sikuwa najua, lakini suti zilikuwa 3.
Zilikuwa 3.
Kuna ya
alimwachia zote.
Kwa suti yenye libaki ni 2. Hii ya black
na blue.
Na
track suit moja.
Kuna suti moja haiko.
Sasa ungesema hiyo suti moja ilikuwa how much? Sasa tununue sasa hii. Ilikuwa how much hiyo ambayo ilienda?
Hiyo yenye ilienda nilinunua 8,000.
8K.
Hapa tu Nairobi.
8K pale tuko na speakers 3 na pale tuko karibu 4. Hiyo ishamalizika. Hiyo story imeisha. Huyo alichukua mwache.
Sawa. Nimemwacha. So
huyo apewe trip.
Why do I feel like this to go for the trip? Nilikuwa nataka nipumzishe tu akili.
Well, apewe asipewe.
So apewe ama asipewe? Nauliza. Ngoja. Nauliza aende trip ama tumbaie suti? Aende trip. So our speakers hawakununuli suti, utaenda trip.
Okay.
Ama utaki hiyo?
It's okay.
Wataka suti ama trip?
Both. Inaniuma sana. So I also want to feel like nipumzike for the trip, and I also nikikumbuka hiyo koti.
Sawa. So hiyo trip yako itaitwa suti ya trip ama trip ya suti? Sawa, we shall call it that way.
Okay.
Trip ya suti. Sawa, kuanzia hiyo ukienda Mombasa ni trip ya suti.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Give me the mic. Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi, and we have closed. So naomba with all due respect take the phone numbers for the incoming senator and aliyeibiwa suti. Sawa. So take their numbers and please convince your boss, because personally and Kicc Muoki we shall follow up. This is a very big company and we believe you can take them to Mombasa for 2 nights and 3 days. Watoke Friday asubuhi, Monday asubuhi warudi. Huyu arudi shule, huyu anaendelea kutafuta kura. Sawa? Asante sana. Tushamaliza hiyo. Kindly, with all due respect, sir. Hapo chini watakuja. Thank you. 2 minutes tafadhali.
2 minutes peke yake.
Because we have a segment later on for all of us.
Okay.
Yes, so kindly 2 minutes.
Maybe what I wanted to add to my fellow gentleman, the polygamist, is that one, basically what you are talking about is that is not basically that we encourage polygamy, but we are talking about a man having options. A man having options.
That is so deep.
Yes.
Kindly repeat. Karibia muongeleshe hapa. Karibia njoo tu. Kuja tu muongeleshe hapa. Kuna tofauti kati ya being polygamist and a man having
options.
Karibia hapo muongeleshe.
Yes. So as I am here, mwenye alipoteza suti, whatever your story is, even me personally here, my house was swept clean. And I healed, I'm better. I can afford to take myself for a trip.
Wow.
So it is about a man standing. When you fall, you have to rise and stand as a sovereign man, the way my senior there was saying. So on matters of marriage, when we talk about men having options, that is what we basically build in masculinity. We don't tell you that go and have 2, 3, or 4. But we tell you, be a sovereign man where you now have options, where you can choose from. If you decide to own one, shauri yako. If you want to keep to, shauri yako. If you want to stay without, ukisema uoi, shauri yako. Is that okay? Otherwise, what I can say is that to the gentlemen who are here, especially the young men whom we call Gen Zs, this is a very, very important meeting. And you need to take lessons from here. The senior men who are here, if they sat down to share their stories with you, you'd realize, because what I can say with the people we call Gen Zs, your parents have a challenge with parenting. Your parents have a challenge with their own lives. And so when you get this kind of conference, this is where you can learn to those who don't even know who their parents are. These are your parents now. And there's a lot of wisdom here. There's a lot of love. I am a father of 2 biological. But a father, yes, confirmed. But a father of many others. I father so many other children. Even as I was sitting there, one has sent me a very long message. She is graduating in December. But she has taken time to type a very emotional message. If we will have time, I can read it out to you. So when we meet here, there's a big problem of masculinity in this country and in the world. I can tell you that the first thing that happened is that the people who fought this thing we call marriage first were women. And right now they are hurting when they realize that men have taken the bull by the horns. They are actually hurting. Even the women you hear calling themselves single mothers, the men who are here can tell you, they are reaching out to us. Can we parent their boys? Because they're also sad their boys are now becoming feminine. That's why these days we find even a lot of young boys and even middle-aged men twerking. Yes, una develop nyash and then you want to twerk your nyash around as a man. So when we come to sit here, there is a big, big problem. And this is how best we can handle it and sort it out. So when you are here, even as a young person, when we point your eyes and tell you this is wrong, we are not hating on you. We want a better you. We want a man who is going to take our place when we are gone and represent masculinity. So to the Gen Zs who are here, you are living at a time when you people are running on the fast lane of life. And you have the confidence that you carry life. Jacob has told you here that the life of a man is very feeble. He ventured even into animals. I want to give you 2. Look at Jogowa Boma. To those who've only taken KFC, you may not understand this. In the home, if there's a jogo, they always choose one. That one, they realize is a good mbegu ile mzuri. That is the one that is allowed to mate with the chicken. Kama ni mbegu mbaya, kisu. Sindio? Get to the cows. Get a bull. The best bull is sought to service the whole village. That best bull is put on what we call the yoke to plow. And that is the life of a man. If you are a man who is standing out as a man, what we call here the burden of performance is heavier on you. And this exposes you to a lot of dangers. So as a man, you must be situationally aware and take your place that you must first of all protect yourself, because nobody out there is out to protect you. Nobody out there is out to protect you. Everybody wants what they can get from you. So when we are here, we want to protect the men, we will protect the society. Thank you.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi tafadhali. In a better way we can do better. Thank you so much. Asante sana for that powerful message to all the men who are here. Now before I introduce my co-MC, just I want kila mmoja aweze kuangalia side ambayo nimepoint. We have some stairs pale. Ukishuka na those stairs, we have the washrooms. Kwa watu ambao ungependa kujisaidia as we continue with this amazing session on this men's conference, our washrooms are on this side. Ukiteremka na zile stairs pale chini, you'll get the washrooms and mambo itakuwa best in the world. All right? Now, usikuwe na wasiwasi kwenda pale kwa page yako X ama Twitter, and of course you can tweet the amazing message you get from this hall, right? Kuna some powerful messages ambazo our amazing speakers wanaziongelea. Anytime you post a photo or you post a video, make sure you use the hashtag Men's Conference 2026. And from the word of Jacob, amani Jacob or Jacob? Jacob Aliet. Men are there? Rudia tena, men are there? Once I go to sit down, tachukua simu yangu niandike pale kwa Instagram story yangu, men are the prize, and I will tag all of you here. So don't be afraid. Oh, sijui ladies wanachukuliaje nikipost hivyo. Hapana. Men are there? Thank you so much, gentlemen and gentlemen. And now, allow me to introduce, of course, one of the Kenya's most celebrated journalists and news anchor from National Media Group, that is NTV. Naomba tuweze kumpigia makofi Lofty Matambo as he makes his way to this amazing stage. Makofi ya bwana Lofty Matambo, karibu sana. Amepiga vintage yake safi. Karibu sana Lofty Matambo on this amazing day.
Asante sana kaka Tony. Tumpigie makofi jamani, kaka huyu anafanya kazi nzuri, na wale ambao hawajanunua gari wanaanza na gari gani kaka?
Inaitwa Atenza. Atenza ya over 1M. Naomba niweze kujibrag kidogo. You know, men are supposed to put themselves as a priority. Niko na gari yangu inaitwa Atenza.
Naam.
Nilinunua 7 months ago. Hiyo gari nililipa over 1M cash. Na nilisave for 11 months and 21 days of saving. Over 1.5M. Ndio ninunue gari yangu ya kwanza.
Kwa ufupi, gari ndogo ya chini kabisa ya mwanaume inafaa kuwa gani?
Over 1M.
Atenza. Atenza kwenda
mbele.
Au sio?
Kabisa. So,
makofi tena.
Yangu ni low mileage.
Zero mileage.
Low. Zero ni expensive. Low mileage.
Jamani, nataka niwafundishe makofi fulani ya kiume, au sio? Wanaume ni soprano ama ni bass? Kuna jamaa wawili Kenya sasa wanaingiliana tu sababu ya sauti. Mmoja anasema ako na bass, mwingine anasemekana ako na soprano. Sitaki tuzungumzie hao, lakini wanaume ni ahu, au sio? Wanaume nini?
Ahu.
So nataka niwafundishe makofi ya zinga. Sema zinga. Makofi ambayo ni ya kuwashukuru walioandaa mkao huu, mnawajua wametajwa wote. Makofi pia kumshukuru mfawidhi wetu ama MC Tony ambaye ameondoka hapa, au sio? Jacob, kaka Keith na daktari mwenyewe Ofweneke wakafanya hii kitu ikawa kama ilivyokuwa. Kwa hivyo zinga, mnajua kuendesha baiskeli sio? Mwanaume ambaye kufikia umri huu yuko hapa na hajui kuendesha baiskeli, jameni, Keith na daktari pamoja na Jacob, mniruhusu tu atoke aende zake, au sio? Kama hujui kuendesha baiskeli, Black Mamba kwanza kutoka magharibi mwa Kenya, utoke kwa huu mlango uende. Twende kazi. So weka mikono hivi So tutazungusha hivi Tunasokota baiskeli sio? So ni tunasema zinga, 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 zinga. Alafu au sio? Makofi ya nini hayo? Zinga. Makofi ya kiume, na hiyo zinga itoke ya kiume twende kazi. 1 2 3 twende. Zinga, 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 tumpe zinga, zinga. Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Lofty Matambo kama mlivyotajiwa, ni mwanahabari pia ni mhariri pale NTV, na ni fahari yangu sana kwa hapa. Niko hapa kufanya kitu kimoja tu jamani, wanaume wenzangu, kumkaribisha atakayezungumza baada ya mimi. Kabla nimtambulishe, nataka niwaambie kitu kidogo tu cha kunihusu. Unajua, mimi nilikuwa nikimuona babangu akiongea peke yake paka machozi yanamtoka. nikiwa mdogo, na nikawa na mdashindwa, huyu mzee shida yake nini huyu? Paka nilipofika umri wa kuongea peke yangu nikaanza kumwelewa babangu. Sasa hii mtu naye nampigia simu ashiki, nimemtumia fare yangu. Sasa namna gani unaanza kuongea peke yako? Fare yangu ya kwanza kabisa kuliwa, mimi nishaliwa fare by the way. Kuna mtu ambaye hajawahi kuliwa fare hapa? Nione kwa mkono. Mimi nishaliwa fare. So fare yangu ya kwanza kuliwa kabisa ililiwa kijinga kabisa, paka sasa bado najidharau. Kijinga sana, tena zililiwa mara 2 na mtu mmoja. Watu wa magazeti msiniuze hii. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nimekutana na binti anatoka magharibi mwa Kenya. Dr. Feneke nitakwambia ni wapi, afu utatueleza kama unapajua hapo pahali. Sasa huyu binti nilikutana naye kazini kwetu, na hiyo siku nilimjua, lakini alikuwa anafanya kazi tawi jengine. Kazi si pale nilipo sasa, kwingineko kule nyuma sitataja. Sasa tuka vibe, niko pale canteen nala, akasema jamani, napenda unavyotangaza kipindi chako. Mwanzo pale asubuhi Radio Maisha. Hii ni shangwe na mtoto wa mfalme Lofty Matambo. Napenda sana Lofty, vipi? Tukajuana. Sasa baada pale 1 2 3 ujumbe na kadhalika. Ndani ya siku 2 nilikuwa nahisi sijawahi kupendwa kama hivyo. Yaani mambo yalikwenda faster. Tayari tukatoka pale kwenye mkahawa, tukakaa kwenye gari langu. Nilikuwa naendesha gari si Atenza kakatoni, nilikuwa naendesha Mitsubishi Lancer, iko na spoiler hapa nyuma. GD inaitwa GDI machine engine. Sasa tukaenda pale tukakaa, tukajuana kwa undani jameni. Aliporudi kwa magharibi anafanya kazi kule, nikahisi hasa nikitembea mpaka nacheka cheka tu pale ofisini, si kawaida yangu. Kitambo ulikuwa nanunua, mwenzangu akaniuliza, by the way Frida ndo aliniuliza, pacha wangu Frida Mwaka. Akanambia, dia mbona wacheka cheka hivi? Nikamwambia I am in love. Anambia, mbona unarahi? Namwambia I am in love. Sasa akanambia, mimi nataka kuja Nairobi sasa nikutembelee, lakini sina tikiti. Nikatuma shilingi, nikamwambia tikiti ni shilingi ngapi? Akasema ni 1500. Kamtumia 3000. So kamwambia sawa, wewe njoo Nairobi, mimi naishi peke yangu, kwa hivyo njoo utajua nyumbani. Sasa akawa nimemtumia leo jioni aje kesho. Sasa nikatarajia kesho ataniambia nimechukua gari niko njiani naja. Kangoja saa 1 saa 2 saa 3 saa 4, ikaenda kabisa mpaka saa 8. Nampigia simu ananiambia ngoja kidogo nakupigia. Lakini ni mtu mzima huyu, paka anafanya kazi, mtu graduate na shughuli zake, so sitarajia anaweza fanya vituko kama hivi. Ama huwa wako vipi hawa wanaokula fare? Hebu mgeukie mwenzako muulize ushailiwa fare? Atakujibu tukimaliza. Sasa nikangoja paka ikafika saa 11. So nikawa nikipiga simu sasa na nitetesha. Ananiambia kwa nini unaniona mimi ni mtoto mdogo Lofty, niache. So baadaye ikafika saa 1 ikashikwa na mtu mwingine simu, akanambia mimi ni sister so and so, ametoka lakini ameacha simu, lakini yuasafiri yuaja. Sasa nikajiuliza nitampataje kama yuaja, atafikaje? Na tulikutana ofisini, nyumbani hakujui. Nikajua hapa hii fare imeenda. So nikapiga tena kama saa 3, akanambia hata haja kuja, amenambia amefika njiani akakosa gari, kwa hivyo ako kwa auntie. Ikaisha. So wiki iliyofuata nikawa na majonzi, namwandikia message pia mimi za kukasirika, akanirudishia sasa ujumbe mkali kwamba mimi ndo sijielewi, sina maana, mbona namsumbua. Sasa nikawa mwenye makosa ni mimi. Hiyo wiki ikaisha. Wiki ya pili, baada ya wiki 3 akanambia sasa niko tayari kuja, hata niko na interview naja kufanya kituo fulani cha habari huku, nachukuliwa kama muuzaji. Nikatuma tena fare. Hiyo huyu msichana alikuwa ni chombo jameni, alikuwa ni kitu kabisa. So nikatuma fare, na nilipotuma fare safari hiyo akaja kabisa, akaja akanambia njoje unichukue. Nikamchukua mjini na gari yangu Mitsubishi, kampeleka nyumbani. Sasa nilipoenda kumpata akawa na dadake. Akanambia nimekuja na sistangu, mdogo wangu ni mkubwa lakini mdogo wake. Ambia okay, sasa tufanyeje? Akanambia sasa si wewe ndo utatupanga, lakini kumbuka alikuwa ameniambia kwa nini huko unanipata vizuri, nilipoteza simu natumia kabambe, so nikija nitapenda unisaidie kupata simu. Unaona? So nikamwambia no problem, wewe njoo. Akanambia niko na pesa kidogo utaniongezea. So akaja nikamchukua, tukaenda tukala, tukaenda nyumbani na dadake. So tumengoja pale, dadake hatoki. Hamwambii kama atatoka saa ngapi ende zake ndio tuongee mambo yetu ya kiutu uzima. Paka ikabidi dadake akalala pale. Sasa kukacha asubuhi, nikamwambia sasa plan gani? Akasema plan sasa ni simu. Tukaenda dukani jameni, Kimathi Street pale. Tukanunua simu ya Samsung fulani vile, alikuwa sijui na shilingi 8,000, mimi nikaongeza 12,000. Wanaume huu zinga ahu. So tukanunua ile simu, tukarudi nyumbani tena, dadake aondoki tena. Sasa mimi kabidi nikakasirika, nikamuita, nikamwambia hebu njoo tuzungumze kidogo chumbani. Nikamwambia dadako atatoka saa ngapi? Ama ndo analala tena siku ya pili? Akasema kwani wewe ulikuwa unaonaje? Nikamwambia si uliniambia una dadako anaishi Utawala, tumpeleke basi ndo si tuongee mambo yetu ya kiutu uzima. Akasema sawa. So tukapika tukala, tukaingia kwenye gari, nikampeleka Utawala. Alafu tukarudi. So tukarudi, yaliyofanyika baada hapo paka kesho yake paka tulivyokosana nitawaeleza siku nyingine. Lakini kwa ufupi, ama mwataka story, ingieni kwenye YouTube, subscribe Lofty Matamu, mtapata kisa. Nenda kukisema saa hii ndio mkisikie. Lakini fare ililiwa mara moja, mara ya pili simu, nafikiri pia fare ya pili ni kama ililiwa, maana baada hapo hakuna kilichoendelea. Wakati huo nilikuwa natafuta mtu ambaye yuko serious tuingie kwenye relationship na yeye, lakini ndio yapata vilikuwa vituko. Kwa hivyo mimi shaliwa fare, lakini alipita. Ndio maana tuko hapa kusema, ningesema hichi kisa sasa ningekuwa napelekwa Mombasa. Nyinyi mmetoa visa vigani huko jameni Nipelekwe nsipelekwe? Nipelekwe nsipelekwe?
From the words of Sipo Boy, inauma lakini itabidi uzoee. Mabibi na mabwana. Hakuna mabibi, ni mabwana. Wengine mmeniangalia vingine. Jameni, huyu bwana mimi nimeanza kumsikiliza kitambo kabla hata niingie kwenye redio. Hadi sasa nyanyangu na mamangu wanajua kwamba anatokezea taifa la magharibi mwa Afrika. Huyu bwana ukisikiliza kipindi chake anavyochapa watu mijeledi pale kwa chemba, kama we ni mwanamume bwege utakoma. Huyu bwana namheshimu sana, ni kakangu wa dhati. Mwenyewe ni MC, mwenyewe ni mzungumzaji, mwenyewe ni mnyosha mambo kama yanavyostahili katika jamii. Jamani, tuweke mikono yetu pamoja, tumpigie makofi ya hadhi, tumkaribishe Daktari Ofweneke ambaye ndiye bwana harusi wa sasa hadi mwingine mwanaume aoe. Atatueleza namna gani alioa, ijapo kuna watu walikuwa na hatiati na yani. Kakangu, karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. If you're not jealous, just put your hands together and appreciate Lofty for such an amazing job. Again, if you've appreciated what Tony has been able to do since in the morning, put a better round of applause together, ladies and gentlemen. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you because you have chosen me amongst other men for this time and chance to be an impartation and to be chosen to speak on behalf and as a voice of the men in this generation. Lord, anoint my tongue that I might say the right thing, and may the Holy Spirit order my thoughts that I may be able to impact and make an impact in the lives of these amazing men that you have gathered here. I thank you, Holy Spirit, and welcome in this place in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Clap for yourself because of who you are. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Lofty, you and I, plus Tony, we are MCs, so most of the time we used to be having ladies around. I'm going to say this, and for those of you who are younger than me, you'll have to take the pills as hard as they come. And those ones who are senior than me, you're going to probably forgive me for some of the hardness that I'm going to come out with in terms of the statements and the words that I'm going to be using this afternoon. Please be keen on me with time. I can go over and over, especially when it comes to conversations about men, because I'm a firm believer that men, we are all that we have. That is the first point. And the day men realize that women are only an addition or a reward to who you are as a man. Are we together, guys? A woman is just a reward of what you worked on yourself on as a man. But our destiny of a man or the value of a man cannot be determined by the woman that is in his life. Are we together, guys? That's why the former governor for CBK, Dr. Njuguna, he belongs to the fraternity called the Brothers, who do not marry, but he still succeeded. So as much as it is not a must for a man to marry, and of course a man should be within that vicinity, because a man should be in a place of leadership. And leadership starts from home. But the type of a woman that you have should not determine the man that you should become. And some of us have even gone worse, whereby the beauty of a woman or the size of a nyash of a woman actually determines who you are. And some of you are stuck in some stupid, useless relationships and marriages, not because you love the woman, but because you don't know what people are going to say once you lose the nyash. So it is not the value of the woman that is keeping you. It is the size of the buttocks that is keeping you. And woe unto you if you ended up with a woman who the size of her nyash is bigger than the size of her brains. Should I slow down? Gen Zs, I hope you hear us. Because Gen Zs, we talk to you on social media. Keith, Jacob, and I, and Joel, and Jagero. And the first time Gen Z, you come tell us to advise. Let me tell you something. We wish that we listen to our father. The millennials and the boomers will tell you, at a younger age, we thought our fathers were the enemies. Only to get at an older age and realize that your father needs to be your best friend. I love my father now more than I've ever loved that man before. Because the biggest propaganda that has been sold is because your father comes home at midnight and leaves the house at 5. And you wake up in the morning going to school, and as a young man, you find food has been bought, breakfast has been bought. Your mother accompanies you to school to pay school fees. Christmas Day, you accompany your mother to Italy to buy Christmas clothes. And your stupid mind lives thinking that your father is a lazy man and an absent man because you only saw your mother do the physical transaction. Not understanding that dad had to come late and leave early, but he's the one who left the money. So you walk around as a fool saying that my father was an absent father and it's my father who used to provide, not knowing that all along it is your father that was toiling every morning, standing outside industrial areas, industrial parks of Indians and waiting for, likely enough, his ID will be picked up. And I will tell every single man here, if by the grace of God your father is alive, your father needs to be a best friend. And we should stop this stupid propaganda that your wife is your best friend. Quit that nonsense. No woman understands what we go through. The best they can do is offer a shoulder to lean on. It is only a man. It takes a man to understand what a man is going through. And I will stand again and support the motion. My wife tried selling that agenda to me the other day. I turned the other side and went into my phone on TikTok. I'm a firm believer that men are made within men. So don't tell me about going and hanging around women. Simply because your wife has told you so, you're going to stand outside a whole salon. A whole man, you're seated outside a salon on a Saturday evening. When Kicc, Jacob, Joel, Jagero and I were talking about content at a car wash, you are a man seated at somewhere, at a salon. Mapua yako inapigana na roof ya Kicc. Simply because you want to come out looking like you're a supportive man. The only supportiveness you can show, element of supportiveness you can show as a man, is what my big brother Jacob has been saying. Providing is what you show being supportive. That's why you see Gen Zs, you guys are walking around proposing and collecting likes and videos. We are walking in a generation whereby men are looking for female compliments on comment section than looking for men. Now you want women to tell you that these are the kind of men that we want. We are happy that men are becoming vulnerable. Listen, there's nothing vulnerable about being a man. And man shall not live on the comments of women. You don't need to tell me I'm looking good in the morning. When I was sleeping, I already thought what I'm going to dress. So whether you tell me I look good or not. So I don't need somebody to tell me I'm a good father. I know I need to be one. Are we having a conversation, guys? A man doesn't need to prove a point of who he is, because it's already the genealogy that was planted in him right from the beginning. That's why you realize during Mother's Day, single moms will go posting on social media, "Happy Father's Day to me, I'm the father that stayed." You will never see you and I, apart from Tony, on who I thank God for celebrating his car. But on normal circumstances, many men don't post about the things that they have done. You don't go posting you've paid rent, do you? You don't go posting you've paid school fees, do you? Because you don't need to shout to the world what is already expected of you. But a woman will go shout, "Hey, na school fees imepanda," because it is a shock that she's doing it. I want to talk about identity. As I stand here, I'm a proud man who is in his third marriage, and I feel nothing about it. And my wife clearly knows, if this also doesn't work out, I walk out. And please, don't be mistaken that the women who I married in the past are not good looking. The two women in my past are one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Go check my social media, our social media. Go Google about me. Those women have nyashes. And they were beautiful. And one of the biggest mistakes I did that held me in my first marriage, why I didn't leave, is because the question was, one, I cannot imagine another man coming to grab this nyash. That was the first problem. Number two was, I have already created a certain narrative of happiness on social media. I cannot leave, because what will the world say? But what you don't ask yourself as a man is, when you suffer into depression, what will the world say? Because either way, the world must say something. The Luya community where I come from a place called Huisero. I am a Kisa by sub-tribe. And the Luya community, we've been very clear about the guidelines about committing suicide as a man. In the Luya community, when a man commits suicide, kwanza unadungwa mamiba kwa matako. Kufia na huko, kumbafu. Chances are if you commit suicide tunaweza chimba shimo pale penye umekufia, utoke kwa mti kama umeingia direct ndani. Because a man, when you commit suicide, what you've done first of all, when you succumb to depression, what you've done first of all, you have stopped or you've cut short a certain assignment. Where? Jacob, am I in the right forum?
Kabisa.
So I'm not embarrassed. I saw somebody after my rural show. I saw people on social media. Huyu mwenye ameoa. Amevunja, situongeleshe kuhusu ndoa sijui wanaume. Let me tell you something. It takes the men with scars to tell you where a chemist is. So don't come and tell me. In fact, I'm very much scared of men who have been in marriages for 30 years and have never separated. Because I don't know what you can tell me in and out. I work with men who are divorced. That's why Burale is one of my best friends and my big brother. Because huko ndani atakwambia vile kumenuka. And it's very embarrassing that us men are the first on social media to attack another man. The other day, my brother Kicc was training because he attended a certain podcast. And I found some useless, stupid men on the comment section. Shame on you. We cannot have men who use Wi-Fi to attack other men. As a man, your Wi-Fi is for research and growth. Which brings me to point number 1. Your identity as a man is created based on what you consume. What you consume is what we become. I find no reason of any man under the sound of my voice following 5 blog sites. What are you doing at BNN as a man? Why are you following Edgar Obare? Convince me. You have even bought premium. When Jacob Aliet and I, we are following Andrew Tate, we are following Vusi Tembekwayo, we are following, where we will follow a man here in this room here. You are following 5 blogs. You want to know who is that lady who Ofoneke says he was going to marry her. And I appeared marrying another woman. You are what you consume as a man. What do you read? How does the social media look like? What is your algorithm on TikTok? What is your algorithm? What is your algorithm on Instagram? What are you reading? Who are you hanging around with? Mosquito tatu zikitembea pamoja ni damu ya binadamu zinanuka. Mbu tatu zikitembea hivyo, house flies with all 5 of them, they can only smell of feces. Apart from the consumer of social media, who are the people you walk around with? You can clearly see the people I walk around with. One of my most favorite apostles, Joshua Selman, says, if you walk in a group of 5 fools, count again, they are not 5. You cannot be having dreams of a Mercedes Benz, yet you hang around with bicycle riders. Who are your friends? It's very embarrassing, and I'll help you shame that man, your friend. Very embarrassing. Na ukiwayo na mwanaume anaenda kuambia vitu bibi yako, ujue huyo mwanaume anataka bibi yako.
That is true.
That is just a by the way wisdom you also need to collect from that. All right? Na sijui ni aje kwanza mwanaume ako na namba ya bibi yako. That is nonsense. I am the way, the truth and the life to my wife. Are we together? So those things, we are friends. You are friends for what? Kana uko. Kana uko. And men, you should know. Ukiachana na mwanamke, kama alikuwa amecontribute kwa in-laws na marafiki, ukiachana na mwanamke, toka huko. Mambo ya kupigia best friend na dada yake niteteni, watoka huko. Na pia wewe mwanaume, when you leave, withdraw everything as you leave. My mother and my family and I had a big fight after my first marriage broke. And because they continued keeping communication with my ex-wife. And I called them for me, I told them, I am the one who introduced you to this girl. I have left. So what is still there for you guys to talk about? I'm going to be missing points. And because some of you, when you get even to issues about in-laws, some of you are dying. And you are dying to over-impress your in-laws. Gentlemen, please allow me to tell you with so much love, you have no business being friends with your in-laws. Mambo ya kulamba-lamba brother-in-law na kulamba-lamba sister-in-law, toka huko. Don't be stupid. Your in-laws are not your friends because the day you fight, she will go to give information. Now she will forgive you, but they will never give you information. They will never forgive you. You can hang around, keep cordial friendship, but you have no business. Even but unafanya urafiki na mother-in-law, ndio mtoto wake akimea sana. Si ni mtoto wake, sema mwenyewe anamjua. Before you realize your wife is a demon, imagine the mother knew. So what new report are you taking to her about the daughter? Am I saying something, guys? Are we talking? I'm giving you raw because this is some of the things that I've gone through. So nilitoka ya kwanza. And that day, a man, you must also know yourself. Mimi ni kijana wa street. Nimezaliwa Mathare North. Nikalelewa Mbotela. Maisha kakongo nikaenda nyumbani Ushago. I've been a street kid. There's nothing I haven't seen in life in 3D. Na sisi watoto wa ghetto kidogo emotional intelligence, unless you've intentionally decided to study, kuna siri tunakonga nayo life, because we've grown knowing that life doesn't want us. So we are always fighting. And I told that young lady that day, kambe cheki mtu wangu, mimi nilikuwa dingo F2. Ukicheza mimi nitavuka na yeye mbaya. So dhani kutokee. So a man must be sober enough to know the character that you carry. But a man must recognize his character, not for you to, a man must recognize his weakness, not for you to own them, but to grow out of them. That's why as you walk out of this room, I never want to hear any man say, shida yangu ya pombe, shida yangu ya pesa. Stop owning your problems. Are we together? Yesu nilipaka. My father has taught me one thing. A man doesn't put emotional attachment to physical things. And what spirituality has taught me and God has taught me is, if you can own it before, you can always own it again. Are we together? So niliacha nyumba mzuri sana huko, nimetandariza, mimi ni mwanaume wa kiburi. Nilikuwa nimeipambaisha. Nileka nguo zangu kwa buti ya gari. We were having lunch with Burale. After we were done, I'm telling you, brother, I'm homeless. Saizo kunye nimewachekesha vibaya sana. I'm live on Milele FM. You guys are laughing, enjoying. I'm on Vitimbi, I'm on Vioja, I'm on Churchill. You guys don't know I'm homeless at that time. Not homeless because it was by choice. Nyinyi muliibiwa vitu, mulitolewa vitu, mimi nilihama nikaacha. And because I have learned my peace, because as a man you must learn, your peace is your marketing tool. Your peace is your currency. Your peace can buy you anything in this world. But you see, the problem we do is that we get so much in love as men that when we get attached to these women, some of us end up changing who we are to suit the idea. You must be very keen as a man. A man doesn't change for a woman. A man, you change because you want to become better. Because if you change for the woman, that means the day she leaves with the reason why you changed. So you go back to who you were in the beginning. You know, I don't like you drinking. I don't like you drinking. Okay, babe, I'll stop. Siku moja na kugonga hard break. Kaba! Wewe ni nani uko quiver? Umetuaka baka na security. If you're gonna change, it is because of who? Because of yourself. Because even those people don't change for us. They don't change. If you check well, your woman showed you signs from the beginning. Alikuonesha. But ulikuwa in love mtu wangu. Bro, ushapikiwa umevalishwa thong, amevalisha lingerie usiku. Bro, unatoa kio umewekewa light, imetolewa ya white, umewekewa ya red. Sasa unaona basi ndio mapenzi. Uzeni lofti atakwambia. Your identity must remain uncompromised. So I left. Nikaenda nikachukua break ya 2 years. Nikasema acha nijaribu hii ndoa tena. Na hiyo kwanza ilinigonga katikati ya COVID nga. Mimi najua sasa maisha ndio imeanza. Sasa hii ndoa ya pili ita work out. We were in the same WhatsApp group where we have 6-7 couples. Mimi, Aliet, we had some few years. That's where Aliet and I knew each other. We've been very close for many years. And let me tell you, a man knows how much he means to the woman at his lowest. All right? And for the women, it's the other way around. These people were not born to no problems. Gen Z's mnasikia. And you must always remember, a man was born in the valley. That's why our life is a constant fight to climb. We were born in the valley. A woman was born in the mountain. That's why on day one, her value has been already decided by the world. She's already worth $1 million. But thank God for grace. Men can rise anytime, any day. If there's one thing that God has assured us, in fact, as a man, if you're here and you're down, it's because you've chosen to. But there's a special grace that God gave us. You are the fourth spirit powerful, most powerful spirit in existence. I told you in the beginning, it's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, then man. Then every other thing comes under us, even angels, those who have done theology. And I've given you power to dominate. You are given the power even to name. You are given power to name, and even you yourself, you cannot give yourself a good name. You cannot even name yourself. And I want you to ask yourself, when I'm talking about identity, ask yourself, what name have I given myself as a man? Trust me, let me tell you, I don't identify by my divorces, sir. I don't. And I carry my scars proudly. Two things I'm never embarrassed. My journey of alcohol and divorce. So if you want to try, now you see the thing is, you see the good thing about accepting yourself is that no matter what you tell me on the comment section on my Instagram about me, I know me. I'm the one who lives me. So hakuna surprise unakuja kunishow. Aumsa situambienge. You're not surprising me. I have been Sunday Bush all my life. You didn't go through whatever you're going through. See, because God hates you. It's because there was a lesson to be learned because your assignment is inside there. I would have not understand the psychology of being a man and speak to you right now if I didn't go through it. Niko hao wa pili. Hapo nilijua kumbe my in-laws si nyanya yako. I married from a very rich family and they told in the middle of COVID, wachana wewe kijana wasanii wameisha hawana pesa. I slept in a 5-bedroom house for 3 months alone. Jacob is a witness. He'll tell you. He knows the whole story. They were there witnessing. Na nikaachwa mtoto wakaenda. Imagine mtu anachukuliwa nyumba kilelesho katikati ya COVID. You think it's a joke? Sasa na watoto wawili huko na huyu mwingine amezaliwa ndio huyu. Sasa unatembea nakwambia nilichapa footing. Hiyo area hapo at River hapo Great Wall nilikuwa natembea. Hakuna mtu sikuomba pesa and I will tell you the truth. Because as a man again you cannot say no. You cannot say you don't have. I remember there's a day when auctioneers came to the house. Katikati ya COVID wananiangalia hivi na bibi ananiangalia. Na my sister-in-law is looking at me. And my sister-in-law used to come and visit me not because she's happy to come and visit, but because the end of CCTV ya kupiga simu Kicc. Leo hatujakula kuku, leo hatujakula nini. Thank God for one man called Kevin Mulei, the owner of Mo Sound and RG Radio. Alikuwa na ni all around of 250,000. For the first time he sent that money on time. Niliona kushonia akiweka karatasi kwa TV yangu. And I was studying the reaction of the woman. After COVID, vitu zilirudi kwa the first thing I did was buy a TX. Niliteremka na mpaka Kicc na shopping ya Naivas. But bado hiyo ikavunjika. And because I realized what? You must be very careful, Gen Zs. A marriage between two drunkards is very shaky. I want to tell you the truth. There's nothing beautiful about a woman who drinks alcohol. Convince me otherwise. There's nothing. I will tell you the truth. And the day I realized this thing is going to fall, I took full accountability. Because again, men, you must carry a value of accountability in you as a man. You must know, leo hapa nimepupu, hapa iwezi. I knew this alcohol thing was going to kill me. Which brings me to my third point. As a man, you must identify what is that one thing that is biting into my birthright. Mimi sinanga shida wanawake sana. Niko na ile normal, ile naweza control. But when alcohol comes in, my name is the eagle himself, Dr. Forik. How are you doing, Mama? And I know I have traveled the world. I'm on my third passport. I know I am popular, famous. I know I have money. I might not be Idris Elba, but I'm also not bad looking, I know. And I know I can carry myself. I know I have learned the elements of cateering a woman. I knew. And there are 3 things my father told me when I was moving out of his house. He told me, number 1, my son, you need to know one thing. Our lineage of men carry very dangerous tongues for women. Be careful. Number 2, we are very fertile. Be careful. Number 3, our lineage can drink and not get high. Take care of yourself. I'm preempting my 5th point. So you must ask yourself, what is biting into my birthright? All of us here, we know. There are three things that bite men's birthright. It can either be women, alcohol, or greed for money. There is desire for money, which is the normal thing that us we are doing to make it. But there's the greed. Greed is when I'm willing to cut Kicc's head off for the sake of money. That is greed. Every powerful man, it's the most cliche statement, but now it's making sense as I'm growing older. Every powerful man, ni kasusu ilimwangusha. And if I want to tell you, and cameras please, this one should not go on air. If I want to tell you, that thing can be so useless that after umegonga ukishatoka, there's your personal clarity. Have you asked, what was I doing? Let me tell you, sex is so stupid. It's a matter of dick in, dick out, dick in, dick out, dick in. This is what I paid for a trip to Cape Town. So this is what it's all about. Unaingia unakuta moja iko ingine iko ingine Let me tell you something. There's nothing so exciting about sex. Come to think of it. Ni ndani toka, ndani toka, ndani toka, ndani toka, ndani toka. Then you ask yourself, wow. Hii ndio nilibai tequila. Then you realize anafungua mdomo hakuna kitu ya maana inatoka ndani. Mimi kwanza I have a rule on nikisikia back in my days a woman tells me rada on a sato, I block you. Because what is rada? What is rada? As a man you must always think as a politician by the woman that you choose. Always ask yourself, if today Ruto was to send you to Canada, Toronto for a conference to represent Kenya, can you send your wife to speak at a funeral in Kakamega? Can she confidently stand and give a speech? Amani, wase ni rada? Bag ni ya nini? Guys, are we having an I need to get done. Sorry, Keith, I feel like I'm overstretching my time. Guys, are we talking? Am I being honest with you enough? I'm not reading from a book. While I'm mnasikiza Chamber Radio 47, I tell you things that I've gone through. Now, you also need to know, one of the reasons why we might be fighting in our marriages and our relationships is because trauma has married trauma. And life is a pattern. Life is a pattern. Mimi niliangalia nikapata ulevi, kumbe ulevi ilianza na huko. Kumbe my great grandfather alikuwa security huko kwa Nabongomumi ya kwa palace. Kumbe akapatiwa shamba kubwa sana hapo Kuishero. So kumbe alibadilishanga mashamba na chupa ya changa. Let me now get spiritual as a man of God. Some of these things are spiritual. If you check your marriage is struggling, check. There's a clear pattern. An example of the same situation. If alcohol is biting into your destiny, check very well. Chances are your father or your uncle battled the same thing, or your grandfather. If there's stagnation, unafikanga hapa deal imeiva. Somehow something happens. Check. Something happened in the past. Some of you don't even know. You are fighting battles that are beyond you. Those are covenants that were made before you were born. And that's why a man cannot only lead sexually, physically, emotionally, and financially. A man must also be able to lead spiritually. Because you are at the forefront. The Bible calls you a priest over your house. So you must collect your spiritual responsibility as well. Shame on us men that we cannot even pray. I want to tell you men that are here, that have been raised by single moms with a lot of respect and love. No matter how up and down you jump, let me tell you, there is a blessing and a curse of a father that not even a woman, no matter how much she goes to Katoloni, cannot cancel. That's why you check the story about Noah and the sons and the daughters. Noah was a drunk. In the history of theology and humanity, as much as you think you're a drunkard, nobody has ever drunk more than Noah until today in the history. Noah drank so much until he slept with the daughter. But what does the Bible say? The one who laughed at the father was cursed. But the one who collected and hid the shame of the father was blessed by God. So you're here busy being raised by your mom, and you're busy collecting your anger and helping your mom to carry her anger. Unajua Buddha alifanyia mother. So unajua pia wewe. Remember, it's an altar you've not prayed against. It's going to happen to you the same way. Stop helping your mom to carry her anger towards your father. Me, whatever happened between Atieno and David back in 1991 in Botella, Madare, is none of my business. The fact is that I'm alive. So whether walichomeana nyumba Madare, as I'm being told, wakapigana, mother akaniacha kwa stairs, akaishia, I don't care. And even when I met, when I was in Form 3, because we knew each other for 3 years, Form 3, Form 4, first year, she passed away. And for me, I just wanted to put face to the story. I really didn't care. The most important thing is that I was born. And even after 3 suicide attempts, it now made sense why I have to be alive. So just know, as a man, if you commit suicide today, you have costed the soul of another man, because through your story of resilience and rising again, another man's life was supposed to be changed. So every time you commit suicide, another man has died as well. And as I finish, you must know, prisons and gravesites were not created for women. They were created for you and I. Every man is 5 seconds away, either from prison or death. Depends on how you look at it. 5 minutes away. 5 minutes, 5 seconds, not minutes, 5 seconds. Thank you, Lofty, as you come down. 5 seconds. Brother, you'd rather leave that house. And today I will become the biggest inciter ever. If you ever feel like your peace is compromised, please leave. Wacha hiyo nyumba ya kare net after nyumba ya 1,000 Mathare. There's nothing big about having a 100-inch TV with no peace. There's nothing. There's nothing big about having a woman with a big nyash and no peace. There's nothing big about a big salary and a big car with no peace. I have left 4 women in my life, and all of them I left her with a car and a 2 fully-fledged business. Na kuna kitu nawaambia Gen Z, and this one, please, camera, kama iko live toa, please. Hii now it's a serious one. There's something I will tell you guys. I'm serious, camera production. 20 years online. I will tell you guys this. Gen Zs, I don't know, I keep on referring you, but you look like the face of Gen Zs in the room. So every time I talk, I feel like I come to you. This is what I will tell you guys. You guys, you're getting multiple sources of information that are contradicting.
Zinga, 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 zinga.
Sijui kama nimeharibu. Nilikuwa nimeenda.
Haujaharibu. Uko sawa sawa kabisa. Sindano imeingia haijaingia? Imeingia. Sasa mmetulia, dawa ingie pole pole. Manake mkijitikisa tikisa huenda ikavunjika. Ningependa kumkaribisha mwenzangu kaka Tony ili tuone kama kweli mmeshika ama yalikuwa yanaingia na huku yanatoka na huku.
Kweli kuna mengi ambayo daktari Ofweneke ameyasema katika of course speech yake, na kuna mmoja amesema na ameambia Gen Z, either uchague amani ama uchague makalio. Either uchague nyash or peace.
Amesema you rather choose small peace than big nyash. Lakini wengine wetu tunakimbilia nini?
Big nyash.
Na akasema so long as you owned it yesterday, you can own it again. Kwa hivyo stop having emotional attachment to physical things.
Ni kweli.
Lakini pia unaenda ukilia njiani.
Ni kweli.
Nimepokonywa gari, nimeachilia nyumba.
Ni kweli, lakini pia Lofty Matambo ukiangalia katika masuala ambayo ameongelea, kuna mengi ambayo unaweza kumuona mwanamume anacheka, ana smile na anacheka sana, lakini kuna mengi ambayo anapitia kwa maisha yake. Amesema kwamba aliacha nyumba yake, lakini huo wakati yuko vitimbi vyoja mahakamani, yuko kwa TV na kila mahali kwa redio, lakini yeye alikuwa homeless hiyo time. Kweli uongo?
Kweli.
So when you see your fellow man even smiling, muulize are you okay? Usione tu ana smile ama anapiga tabasamu wewe ukadhani kwamba yuko sawa. Kweli.
Kwa hivyo jamani, kwa dakika 3, manake anayekuja pia ni kigogo mwingine, mwandishi wa vitabu, amefanya mengi. Atakuwa anapalilia na kuongeza pale palipoachwa na daktari Ofweneke na kaka Jacob, lakini watu wawili watatu watuambie wamejifunza nini
kabisa.
Kwa haraka upesi,
Ni mangapi ambao mmejifunza kutoka of course matamshi ambayo Ofweneke ameyatoa? Labda nipande huku juu nikuletee kipaza sauti, jina lako, umetoka kaunti gani, na from whatever Ofweneke amesema ungependa kutuambia umejifunza mangapi na yepi. Tafadhali, anyone from this side kindly, this is a mic.
Hello. My name is Abed. All the way from Roysambu, and one thing I've learned is that as a man, you should know your weaknesses, not to hone them, but to learn out of them.
Makofi jameni. That's deep, huh?
All right, mwingine?
So kujua weaknesses zako si kuwa weak, au sio?
Kweli. Yani kujua madhaifu yako
si kuwa wewe ni mdhaifu.
Kweli.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jacob. I come from Nakuru County. The best thing that I've learned today is that a woman should be just an additional to what you have. Another thing that I've learned about is that the people that you hang around with, they really determine in your life.
Kaka Tony, ujumbe mzito, wapigie makofi jamani.
Pigie makofi jamani. Watu ambao unatembea nao wanaeleza mengi kuhusiana na maisha yako, na they will be a biggest determinant in your life.
Dr. Ofweneke amezungumzia sana, alikuwa very passionate kama nimesikiliza about Gen Z.
Kweli.
Ni kwa sababu wanaoyapata ni mengi kuliko yale ambayo tulipotua sisi.
Kweli.
Yetu alikuwa machache mazito kutoka kwa mzazi.
Ni kweli.
Wazazi mitandaoni wengi. Huyu pia ananikalia na sura ya Gen Z. Kweli urongo?
Kweli kweli.
Hebu tuambie jina lako, umri wako, na tuambie do you know your identity? What is your identity?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Yan Baraka. I'm 22 years old, and I know my identity. I don't want to get into details about it, but I understand who I am as a person. I am a man who is invested in himself. I'm invested in my career. I'm invested in my purpose. My purpose is to help other men. I feel I'm very passionate about masculinity. And so I help my friends and people around me to unpack things that we often feel we haven't had these forums to do. And so we have to figure them out for ourselves. So I have learned something from Dr. Ofweneke today. He's talked about altars, and birthrights, things that we do that still are birthrights. I think that's very important. And I also have a question. Throughout today, I have heard people talk about ladies and women, and I've heard some men here are polygamists. You personally have been in multiple marriages. And as a young person, my question is, do I really need to be in a relationship with a girl? And if I am in that space where I want to be in a relationship as a girl, because of course I'm straight, at some point I will want to be interacting with girls, what role does that girl play in my life? What do I look for in that woman? And is it really necessary to be with a woman? Like you've said, she won't be my pallbearer, so should I just stick with my friends and just retain casual relationships with girls? Where do I feel like I'm ready for marriage? Something of that sort.
I'll answer you spiritually and theoretically. Spiritually, it is important to have a woman, right? Simply because every vision needs an incubator, right? Remember, I didn't say girl. You asked, is it necessary to have a girl? I've not said girl. I've said woman. Even the Bible says, he that findeth a woman. Not a girl, not a woman. So a wife. So a wife must be a wife before she becomes a wife. So you don't meet a woman for her to become a wife. She must have become a wife before you met her. Right? So stop trying, first of all, to force the idea of a woman becoming a wife. Because now we start training people. And you cannot train what is untrainable. If her mom and her father could not train her, then who are you? You're just a stranger from the street. Mm-hmm. Right? So spiritually, it is important to have it because a man is a vision bearer. A man is a dreamer. So every dream needs a baker to report to the Pharaoh, just like Joseph. So it is important to have a woman. All right? But now, you must also ask yourself, have I defined myself and am I so solid in my assignment that the woman comes into the assignment? You don't fall into the assignment of the woman. It's the woman who falls into your assignment. Because most of the time what you do is when the woman comes in, your dream was to become a typewriter. Now the woman comes in and brings you a very feminine idea. And now you've decided to open 5 spas. And before you know it, watu waliacha kuvaa sindiria bra na panty, sasa wanaacha kutengeneza makucha. Now the business has failed. You get? So a man must be so solid in his assignment, his purpose, and his identity that the woman comes into. Right? For me, my wife knows there are boundaries to what I say. I mean, I'm a typical combination of village plus slum boy. So for me, what I say goes. Don't be embarrassed being a dictator. Please be a dictator if you may. Mm-hmm. This thing of compromising, marriage is not a diplomacy. You guys are Gen Z. You're the ones making marriage diplomacy. Marriage is not a diplomatic action. Marriage is not a place for freedom fighters. Marriage is not maandamano. My wife knows I am long term. There's no one term. I am long term. After God, I am the word. I am the constitution. If I say this house today, we are going out, we're going out. If I say I am out with my boys, my father has taught me something. No man is led to his own house.
Pigieni makofi kama point imeingia.
So I need you to get it very clear. This is with other Gen Zs. All right? A woman does not come in to shake who you are. She should come and add spice to who you are. Not to change the constitution. She's not supposed to come and amend who you are. You're not a 2010 promulgated constitution. You are the original constitution since Lancaster House 1960. Are we together? So it is important to have, yes, you get. Then, kuna mali lofty as I finish. Mali unge kusu multiple women. Mm-hmm. It is okay because you need to prove something. But also you must ask yourself, again spiritually. I'm balancing both as a reasonable champion for men, but also as an apostle of the gospel of Christ. And what the Bible tells me about sex and women. You can also not go continue collecting. Bro, imagine you dem ni mmoja, Lofty amegonga, Aleta amegonga, Keith amegonga, Mheshimiwa hapa amegonga,
Tony amegonga.
Tony na kwanza kwa nyuma ya Atenza. Una get? Then sasa wewe ndio ngulusumu ya mtu sasa imekuja finally na ukumbavu yako ya kubow down, ukipiga magoti una propose. You enter there. Nilikosa kutumia CD, Lofty ya kutumia CD, Tenza ya kutumia CD, nani ya kutumia CD. You go, do you know how many sperms you've collected? Sperms they carry identity DNA, both biologically and spiritually. So you've collected my demons, his demons, then you wonder, unajua 3 years ago nilikuwa poa, but some usikizi nasikia ni kama, it is not you, it's because there's something you collected inside there. That thing is a portal, oh. That thing is a portal. The way you enter and come out, it is a portal. You enter and collect whatever you're collecting. As you're depositing your sperms, there's something you've collected outside. So your boys will tell you, bro, ni nini, well, ndio mtu, nini, piga hiyo kitu. Bro, si tuchapa matrisa mtu wangu. Hakuna brotheli mtani hatujaenda. Si ndio ulikuwa watu kwanza access millionaires. But what benefits a man to gain that nonsense? Like the place I'll concur with my senior and my junior. Kama ni mbaya sana, kama kuna hii, tafuta ingine mahali, tulia. Kama ni mbili, balance. Alright? Hiyo na kuongelesha as a man. As an apostle, mimi nimeamua wacha nipigane na hii vita ya mmoja. Because my idea knows, ikingongana sitaki ujinga natoka. So sina haja kuwa na ingine, naweza toka nikitaka. Kama ni ngumu.
Naam.
Right? Protect your sperms. Your sperms are, wewe bwana, protect your sperms bwana. Hizo vitu zile ukimwaga kila mahali bwana.
Everyone should remember this. Protect your sperms. Makofi jamani kwa Dr. Funike. That is so deep. Na ameongea kwa of course angle mbili. Ya kwanza ameongea as a man, and the second part of Funike ameongea as a man of God. So two sides. Tafadhali Gen Z mwenzangu shikilia hii.
Shopate ujumbe.
Ameongelea kama as a man na as a man of God.
Naona kuna mikono bado mingi kabisa, lakini pengine Tony labda tunaweza kusanya, maana tutakuwa na kipindi chingine sio?
Yes, baada ya Keith kuongea we shall be having Q&A session. So kwa wote ambao kuna maswali naomba niweze kueleza kwamba after Keith ameaddress we shall be having the Q&A session for everyone. So kwa heshima kubwa sana naomba muweze kutuia radhi, manake after Keith ameongea we shall be having the Q&A session later on. Yes.
Safi kabisa. Tunapomkaribisha nitakupa nafasi kako mkaribishe. Ningependa, manake ninakimbia kwa sasa hivi.
Una kipindi pale NTV.
Naondoka na kipindi na kwenda kusoma habari za saa 1 na pacha wangu. Wamjua pacha wangu?
Kabisa, Frida Mwaka.
Aha.
Yeah.
Kwa hivyo runinga ziko hapa?
Ziko nyingi sana.
Kwa hivyo tutajiona pale ndani ya gumzo la Sato. Na kwa hivyo ningependa mkiniona naondoka mseme Lofty vipi? Kwani alikuwa anangoja tu hapa asikie Gen Z akipatiwa ujumbe mzito alafu aondoke.
Ni kweli.
Lakini ningependa kuacha na hili moja ukiendelea kaka Tony. Kuna misemo mingi na methali nyingi zimetumika na ningependa waandike chini.
Kweli.
Wakishamaliza ile wakati wa Q&A waweze kila mtu anataka toe methali moja ambayo inamzungumzia mwanaume.
Kweli.
Mimi kuna moja imekuwa ikitumika sana kule nyumbani. Ati mume ni kazi, mke ni nguo.
Mke ni nguo.
Unajua maana yake hiyo?
Najua maana yake.
Yamaanisha nini?
Mume ni kazi, mke ni nguo. Kumaanisha kwamba mume ni kazi, mke ni nguo.
Maneno hayo. Asanteni sana jameni. Mungu awabariki. Tuzidi kwa wanaume waliothabiti. Men and identity. Bro,
kabisa.
That was strong. Asante sana kaka Jacob. Tuendelee kusikiliza na kujikuza.
Thank you so much Lofty Matamo. We appreciate for your time. Makofi jamani. Let's appreciate in a beautiful way. Lofty Matamo all the way from NTV. We appreciate you and asante sana. Ameenda kutayarisha taarifa saa 1 lakini he has an amazing show pale jioni yeye na mwenzake Frida Mwaka. Now kuna mengi sana ambayo yameongelewa na najua all of us we have a couple of questions, and just to remind you that after Keith Muoki ameongea, later on we shall be having the Q&A session. So in our tables kuna kalamu na karatasi. Let's confirm that we have pens in our tables. I think every row has a pen, all right, and a book. Kindly kata karatasi, andika swali chini, all right. After Keith Muoki ameongea, we shall be having a break for 20 minutes tupigwe na hewa, then we come back later on. All right? And then once we come back, we shall be proceeding straight to the next segment, that is Q&A session. And now, gentlemen and gentlemen, naomba niweze kuchukua nafasi hii. Prepare makofi yako, prepare mikono yako. Manake the man himself, Africa's #1 transformational coach, author. Makofi jam, prepare makofi yako, prepare makofi yako, prepare makofi yako. Tuweze kumkaribisha the man of the hour himself. Wapi makofi ya Bwana Kicc Muoki. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Thank you,
Mr. Kicc Muoki. This is your time.
Asante sana. Nashukuru sana kuwa hapa. Is such a wonderful time. And I have a lot in my heart, especially concerning we as men. One thing I want us to understand, kitu ambacho nataka tuelewe kama wanaume, ni ya kwamba society inatuangalia kama watu wa kutoa na kutoa na kutoa, na ukiisha unatupwa nje, wanachukua mwingine. Let me tell you something. I want to define first what actually is love, kwa sababu watu wengi hawajaijua kupenda na kupendwa ni nini, kwa sababu we think that we are loved and probably we are not. Love is sacrifice. Sijui kama unajua sacrifice. Love is sacrifice. Na kama kuna mtu alituonyesha jinsi ya kupenda ni Mungu. Maandiko inasema Mungu alitupenda ndivyo akamtoa mwana wake. Okay, that's fine. Sisi tukipenda tunatoa nyama choma, tunatoa nini, tunatoa mahari, tunatoa hii na ile, tunatoa school fees, tunatoa vitu vingi sana. Because love is sacrifice, and true love is shown by giving. But unajua, dada zetu, they show love by a very different way. How women should show love is by appreciating. Appreciation na kukubali na kusema nimefurahia. Yani kukuonyesha ya kwamba mambo yale umenitendea nimeyachukua kwa moyo wangu. That is how they show love. But most people have never understood that. Unaishi na mtu ambaye she doesn't appreciate you at all, na unafikiria anakupenda kwa sababu unampea. You keep on giving and giving and giving, but there is no appreciation. That's why we are raising men who are heartbroken. Unasikia moyo wako umevunjika, unasikia nitafanya nini? You think by giving more, she's going to love you more. Hakuna, you're just wasting your time. As a man, you need to learn how to control your giving. Because your giving is actually where the power is. Kuna jamaa mwenzetu hapa aliongea kuhusu kitu inaitwa mystery. A man has to be mysterious. Usikubali ujulikane kila kitu, because that's where your power is. Kwa mfano, tungejua Mungu na tujue kila kitu about him, tujue anaishi wapi, anafanya nini, kama atarudi lini, kama arudi tujue. If we knew everything about God, atungewahi hata reverence, we would never even worship God. Why? He has remained a mystery. And that's why even to date, ukisikia Mungu anatajwa tunatoa kofia. Ukisikia Mungu na bado, that is how we have been created as men. We have been created as people who should be mysterious. Kwa mfano, there is one thing that men have always argued, especially in today's modern society. Should a man put all his money on the table? Mwambie, baby girl, mimi na earn 100k, pesa yako yangu ndio hii, hebu toa yako tuone yako. That is the stupidity of the highest degree. Wanaambia wanaume, tafadhali, kama unataka mwanamke wako kudisrespect, aanze kujua una earn pesa ngapi. Hiyo ni kaburi umejichimbia. Let me tell you why. Women love surprises. Anataka akiamka siku moja anashtukia, kwani gari iko kwa parking ni gani? Tulia, wewe ingia. Ni yangu nilinunua jana. Aki wewe. That is how she's going to know that you are a man that she cannot read. Lakini today's modern men, ukianza kusave unamwelezea. Ukifanya nini unamwelezea. So kama if you're earning 100k, nakwambia akiona jamaa mwingine ana earn 110, respect kwako imeisha. I tell you the truth. That is how it works. Back in the days, our fathers, haungewahi jua ni nini yako nayo, mbuzi ni zake, ng'ombe ni zake, vitu ni zake. You know, there was respect because she knows what? She knows if I disrespect, nimeondolewa kwa picha. But today, if she knows how much you earn, is on the table, she knows your moves, anajua unaingia nyumbani saa ngapi, unafanya nini, kwa nini asikudharau? Tadharauliwa, my friend. And women have no mercy for weak men. The more weak you are, the more utaona dust. Wanaambia watu hivyo kwa life zangu. Utaona dust. Let me give you an example why women have no mercy with weak men. Nakumbuka story kwa Bible ya David, Bathsheba na Uriah. It's a very famous story. King David amekaa pale ametulia kwa balcony yake, akaona dema naoga, bibi ya mtu. Ndio ule, ai, mali ni safi. Kasema, nitumanie huyo. Katumanwa. Kakuja kamlamba. Na dema hizi sema, mimi ni bibi ya mtu. They don't care, my friend, as long as you have the power. Hakuna mahali kwa Bible iko documented Bathsheba aliambia David, usinishike mimi ni bibi wa mtu. No, this is the king, my friend. How? Yeye aliflow tu. Na baada ya hapo David decides, wacha niue Uriah ndio nichukue madam. Is there any place in the Bible tunaona Bathsheba akisema, unajua napenda bwanangu, I want to revenge for the death of my husband? She didn't care. She just did what? Alitulia na akamzalia Solomon. Let the dead bury their own. And that is how men are taken. I can tell you for sure, nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about your weakness. Nobody cares who you are. And the more you're going to show your woman how weak you are, the more you're going to face the hardest moment of your life. Power is not given, power is taken. Hakuna mtu ambaye ashaipewa shika. Hata sisi uhuru hatukupewa na mzungu, tulipigania. Kweli rongo? So you as a man, you need to be a mysterious person. Don't just put everything bare on the table. Be mysterious so that she will be able to know that, hey, huyu jamaa simuelewi. Number 2, kuna mtu aliniuliza, madamu wangu siku hizi sijui, tuseme kwa mfano alikupata umecheat ama kitu ilifanyika. Unajua wanaume saa zingine, you know, men we are visual. Sawa? Unaweza kuwa umeona kitu alafu something happens. All right? To blame shetani. And one thing or another happens, and madam pale nakuuliza kulienda aje, and then most men what they would do, utaenda pale upige magoti, pole, unajua I will rectify. Bas, my friend, umejichimbia kaburi. Let me tell you something, and I'm saying this with all humility. Men don't apologize. You know what they do? Men don't apologize. Apology for women is seen as a sign of weakness. You blame it on something. All right? And I'm not saying this so that people may cheat. I'm giving you tactics which will help you out to solve most of the problems you have today in the society. Blame it on something. Figure out, unajua mambo ilifanyika, so naisha kuwa, we cannot reverse, tutoke kwa hiyo story. Blame it on something, figure out na uondoke hiyo story. Why am I saying this? Most men, when you're caught in a scuffle, scandal, issue, you tend to kneel down and beg and say sorry and do what? Now she sees a loophole yako ya kukutesa. Atakufukuza, atakuambia so many things that you cannot be able to handle. And every day she'll be pushing the boundary. And remember one thing, women don't forget the past. Their past is their present. Atakuremind his story, and now she will use the same story to do all sorts of things against you. Saa zote atakuwa akifanya kitu anakuambia si hata wewe. si hata wewe. Na sasa what you will do, you will start trying as much as you can to clean up your name and clean up yourself, but you will never satisfy her. I can tell you for sure. So what you do, naambia hiyo mambo imelifanyika, whatever ilifanyika, tugage ajayo. Why? Because the moment you show weakness, you will never heal, my friend. I'm not saying that people should cheat, but I'm just saying in case shetani amekugonga na mambo imefanyika. And something you need to understand, dynamics here, women and men, how we think. You see, women are looking for power. Women don't care about love. Do not be fooled by anyone that she's with you because of love. The only people who can say kuna tumapenzi ni saa zile mlikuwa pale 20s. But ukishapita 30 years is about power. Who has the most power is the one who wins. Have you ever seen any girl ama msichana yote ameblock billionaire? Nimeblock your billionaire juu alinicheat. Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard? Lakini wewe utakuwa blocked day in day out. That's how it works. Women don't, and I can tell you for sure, the more people think it's about love, the more you are mixed up. Because women is not about love, it's about power. Who has the highest power in the society? This is the reason why ladies are dating celebrities, wanadate nani, watu wakubwa, footballers, wasanii, players. Kabisa unaona huyu jamaa ni player, lakini mademu wamemkimbiza, CEO, nani, director. Why? Women want the highest man in the house, the most strongest man. Opposite from men. Men don't want the highest woman in the house. They want the most exclusive woman. Yule ni mimi tu. That's why men don't care about power, physical power. They care who is exclusive. Because exclusivity for men means I have the full access to her emotions. Iyo emotion yake ni yangu tu. And that's why a man will want yule dem ambaye hana mambo mingi, ametulia, ka kienyeji. When you want to marry, you look at kienyeji, hana mambo mingi. Lakini wale wa makeups mingi, amefanya BBL, amekula mkorogo, amekula glutathione, hao ni wa sherehe tu. Lakini hautawahi pata jamaa akifocus kuoa hao madem. Why? We want exclusivity. Simple. And ladies are starting to discover that fact. And that's why online social media wamewaka kama makaa. Ukiwaambia kama wewe umejibleach, kama wewe umefanya hivi na hivi na hivi, ladies will say, hapana, you see our value is adding with time. No. When you hear life begins at 40, it's never for women, it's always for men. Because life for women begins at 20 years. 20 years, she's at the peak of her value. That is the time that she has the most amount of beauty, tukiita amount of beauty. That is the time that she is highly emotional. She is also ile kitu tunaita nini? Ako innocent, ako young. Hiyo time ndio everything. Na ukiangalia dem at 20 years, ako na so many offers from men. Nikupeleke Dubai, tuende wapi, tuende Naivasha, tuende huku. But as the years go by, zile offers zinaenda zikishuka. Zikishuka. Watu wa Dubai wameshuka, watu wa nini wameshuka. It is no longer the way it was before. And at that time, by the time anagonga 30, what do you think she's going to do? Tuseme ashapata mtoi, alizunguka hapa na pale, mambo imekuwa, kupata mtoi is not an issue, lakini I would say sometimes it can be disastrous for a lady akiruka and then mambo ifanyike na ako pale. At 30 years, she discovers miaka yangu imesonga na inbox imeanza kupungua. Do you know what she's going to do? Takuja hapo kwa Jacob Aliet, akuchapie, mapenzi ingine inakuanga very technical. kwani haunipendi, so hutaki kunipeleka home, kwani tunaenda kwenu lini? When you hear a lady trying to propose herself kupelekwa home, it is not love. She's coming for security and safety. She's there because amekuja kuangalia before vitu ziharibike. I need to do what? Ni secure my space, so that nikuwe na at least mahali I can fall back to. You're the fallback plan. And I'm not saying you cannot marry someone who is like that. You can, but you need to use wisdom. You need to be wise. And for a man, waninaambia wanaume, at 20 years, you are in your least valuable time. Saizo hawakutaki, ukiwaambia hivi hakutaki, ukimwambia vile anakuambia wewe una kitu, huwezi mpeleka kuiva, huwezi mpeleka hapa. Sasa hiyo ndio wanakimbizana na mabuda wale wote wako na pesa. At that time, demu yako amekutoka, umembembeleza, umejaribu kumbaya chipo na soda, hakuna, juu ndio una afford. My brother, don't even worry. Relax. Go and work on yourself. When a man reaches 30 years, his mind opens up to more opportunities, more things, because the more a man grows, the more wisdom he gains. And the power of a man is in knowledge and the ability to produce. Wajipe time. By the time ufike 35 or 30, 32, 33, 35, whatever, ukipanda, your value has increased. And now you can think better. Now you're a director hapa na pale, umepandishwa cheo kwa job. Now you have the chance to choose whoever you want. You can choose because now you can make decisions. But here is where most men fail. Ukishafika hizo 30, 35, 40, asha soma akaona wewe uko na value mzuri, anakuchezea reverse psychology. Anakuja na mapenzi mingi sana na kukoroga akili. Unajua men cannot handle emotions. Men can't handle emotions. Ukitoa nguo mbele ya dem atakwambia vaa wewe. Women have the power to control urge. For men, dem akitoa nguo hata kama ni mboch, unachanganyikiwa, unajaribu kuita Mungu. You know, you wonder what is happening. Men don't know how to control the urge. Now, yeye atakuja pale akufanyie mavitu, akukoroge akili, uchanganyikiwe na ile emotion. Then now she starts eating you, controlling you, pole pole, kukuweka kwa box. Do you know how she does it? Ile stereophonic alikuwa anasema. Anaanzanga tu na very minimal things, hata huwezi imagine kama ni the truth, kama anakucontrol. This is what happens. The first time, she will tell you how she misses you, how she wants to be with you. Atakaa na wewe pale, atakushika mikono, atakuongelesha vizuri, akupikie vizuri, ufurahie. Then kesho akwambie si ukuje nikupikie tena mapema, hata nishaunda your favorite. They know the way to a man's heart is through the stomach. That's the first thing every lady who wants to confuse you, she will always do. Although cooking is good, but now look at how it is done. Kupikie poa, akwambie si ufike mapema. Ukifika mapema, that's okay. Kesho, she'll want to push the same thing and the same thing. So what she's doing, she's trying to buy your time off your normal schedules after work. Anakusanya from work. Now, we unafikanga 8. Within no time, siku moja ukichelewa ufike 10. Vile tu ulikuwa unafika, she will give you something called a disappointed look. Kuna macho ingine unapigango ile ya, okay, mimi nilikuwa tu hapa. Unajua sasa wewe ulienda, so tungefanya. Inaitwa disappointed look. And men fear that kind of look. Unasikianga, juu men love peace. Unasema, unajaribu kuji-explain, mabeste zangu walifanya, we nao mabeste zako. When you hear that statement, now you're about to be parted ways with your friends and your activities. After kukata na kuchange, kumake sure unaingianga nyumbani wakati fulani, now he's cutting off your friends. Sipendangi msee, vile anaongeleleanga madem. Sipendangi hizo mavideo zenye unawatchingi online. Saizi unaanza kusikiliza video za kina Kicc, Muoki and other men. Unazisikiza uko umepunguza sauti juu kuna vitu zinasema unajua madam anaweza zusha. All right? Now what is happening? You're being cut off from your interests. your friends. By the time you realize, my friend, you are alone. And that is now true 100% control. And when you are there now, you'll start wondering, how comes my life sucks? And now, because she's the only one there to help you, she's both the lawyer and the prosecutor, what do you think you're going to do? You're going to try and think, what if nikimfurahisha nitafurahia? Now she will be giving you shots zinaitangwa nini? Shots moja za dopamine. Dopamine is a chemical produced in the pineal gland kwa akili, whereby when someone gives you some happiness leo, then I withdraw. Then you want the same happiness again. Anakuja na kufanyia mambo unafurahia. By the time unafurahia unafika climax anakata. So unafukuzana ukitafuta the same moment haupati. So this very small spaces of dopamine is the ones that she's going to use to control you. And by the time you're realizing, she's not only controlling your friends and everything, she's now controlling your pocket. And finally, she takes charge of you. And this is what happens to most men in the society. And by the time you realize, unaenda ukifanya pesa unakuja hapa, mami, I've heard so many men saying, mimi nataka nifanye nini, pesa yangu napeanga wife, yeye ndio anajua kupanga. Mimi nachukuanga pesa yangu, mshahara yangu, unajua inaekangwa, bibi ndio anaelewa. Now, you start, at that point, what you're going to do, she will start using you to fulfill her desires of life. Mi nataka unijenge. Kwa sababu sasa, tutakaaje bila nyumba? You're a man who has no investments, business, or anything that you're doing with yourself, and you're busy trying to build a home, ushago, yenye itakuwa inakaa nani? Nobody. And at the end of the day, instead of you investing, you're busy doing this. Haya, unatoka kwa ile 2-bedroom yako, unaambiwa sasa, unajua tunahitaji nyumba kubwa, tunahitaji uende 3-bedroom, unajua hii neighborhood, unajua shule, unajua nini. Things that you have no interest in and you cannot afford. But how you got those children to that expensive school, God knows. How you got to move from this to that, God knows. You have no say of anything. Then tukitoka hapo, unajua kuna rafiki yangu, unajua nataka nywele, unajua nafanya nini, and then when you look later, you come to discover none of these things are actually my choice, my decision. It was all soft manipulation tactics. Now, for a man to be able to be wise, to avoid all that, you need to learn how to control your emotions. Emotions. You need to know how to control them. Don't let her behavior control your mood. Because if her behavior controls your mood, then my friend, you're going to lose your life for someone else. And remember, if tomorrow you don't do the things that she has already put in front of you, she's going to leave you. There is no mercy. That's how it works. That's why I started with saying a man must be mysterious. Because if you're not mysterious, and she knows how much you are and what you do and everything else, what do you expect? She's going to be... Niliwaambia kwamba women treat men the way men treat jobs. Ukiajiriwa hapa leo, utafanya kazi vizuri, lakini if another offer comes, huyo boss atabaki akijiongelesha. And that's how it works. And the moment you understand this, you will never fall into any trap. So learn to control your emotions. Remember, you are the leader. She's not the leader. The Bible says that the man was not made for the woman, but the woman for the man. But today, how are we living? We are living all our lives for our women. Instead of us living our purpose of why we were created, and then the woman comes in as the helper. That is where we go wrong. And when you do this, you're controlled by your emotions, then you get lost, then you wonder what is happening. So don't react immediately when she becomes distant, cold, or inconsistent. Sometimes, mademu anajua kututreat na kitu inaitwa kutupea ka distance. Unamgusa, anasema, mi sitaki. Unamwambia, babe ni nini? Mi sitaki. Si wewe jana ulifanya. Do you know how you deal with that? Simple calculation. Mpe blackout. We nyamaza na utulie. Na kwanza kuja home kama umefurahi na uko tu sawa na mabeste nini huko, hatashangaa, ai, na ni nini by the way? Kwani mbona anafurahia akiwa peke yake? Unaona saa zile amekuonyesha, you can't do this, you can't, mimi nimekasirika. No, it's okay. Wewe tulia na unyamaze. Kwanza hata usikuje home mapema. Na akikuuliza ulikuwa wapi, don't explain yourself. Mwambie tu nimetoka mahustle. Trust you me, it will be day 1, day 2, day 3. She'll start getting worried. And she'll start wondering, nani mwingine anakupea happiness? Na kama ana overdo the same thing, do you know what you do? Make sure that now, all of a sudden, you start hanging out with other beautiful women around more than her. Women love competition. And the moment she sees that there is someone else who is doing better built, better looking, ambao una hang out karibu naye, si lazima hata umuonyeshe unamkatia. You can even tell her, best umulisoma na yama nani mrembo, nataka tu hang out hii weekend, ama tukachap, and then we piga picha 2 3 hapo na weke status. Trust you me, that woman will come flying. Kuuliza we, ni nini hizi naona online? Siku hizi unirespect, usiwahi ogopa. That's a statement to say, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you might be waking up. All right? Remember, your emotions are your own responsibility. And the first person you should master is yourself. Again, stop chasing. Shida ya wanaume wengi is that we chase too much and we think by chasing we are going to win. Women are like money. The more you chase money, the more you'll never be rich. The more you chase a woman, the more she'll never be yours. That's exactly how it works. If you want a lady, stop chasing her. Position yourself as a serious man who does not take nonsense, who does not take what. But whenever you're with her, make sure the experience is so nice, and when you disappear, out of sight, out of mind. Trust you me, she will always wish for this experience. Why? Because of simple thing. When most ladies, they love to test men. And one of the ways that they test men is by pulling away. Munakuwa mko sawa, mlianza kuchat vizuri, you guys were chatting, you were talking, the relationship was flying very well. All of a sudden she pulls back. Na unashanga mbona amenyamaza tu? Why? Mbona, kwani nilifanya nini? Now what she is doing, she's testing for strength. To see how far can I push you beyond your limits and how much can you do. That's why niliwaambia, if anything ever happens, a cheating escapidos, kitu tu ilifanyika, kwa kama watu wa insurance, wanakuambia aje, do not admit liability. Sababu the more you admit liability, the more you show what? Weakness. Don't chase. Stop all this excessive calling, texting, explaining, proving yourself, double calling, double texting. Anaonanga ukikaa maembe. Chasing someone who is withdrawing, it teaches them that they can control you with distance. So asipokupigia, wewe usipige. Focus. And the biggest focus is kuji-improve. Let me tell you something that most men don't know. According to statistics, saizi in the world, ladies are more than men. I don't know if you know that. And if we have, let's say 10 men, wale wamebakia sasa, out of those 10 men, 1 out of the 10 ako jail, because most men are in jails more than women. Another man out of that 10, he is already hopeless with life. Shakuwa mlevi, cabbage na mambo. Out of those 10 men, man 3 hataki kuoa, ashaonyeshwa dust and is already a womanizer na ashaamua. Out of the 10 men, the other man Ashakuwa shoga, homosexual and all those kind of things. Hataki normal whatever. Out of the same men, mwingine hapa already ashakuwa divorced, ashakuwa this and this, mambo relationship imemwendea mrama, akona fear ya relationship. Mwingine hapo hana pesa, hana nini, haezi maintain a relationship. Mwingine out of that, ako confused, anashindwa nianzie demu wapi juu wote wananikataa. I can tell you, you are amongst the 1% who can keep a woman. And every woman is looking for that 1%. If you can take care, provide, you can balance someone's life. You can take care, provide, protect. You have something in your pocket. You are in the 1% group. And you are the one that all these ladies are looking for. So why should you be tossed to and fro? You should be the one choosing and knowing what you want. If kama you have all this power and you've been already controlled in your mind, then you will never understand why you are a man. So don't chase, sit down and relax. A cheetah or a lion does not need to prove itself. It knows it's the king of the jungle. That's how it is. Now whoever comes has to come. I was reading a story, documentary about lions. Lion ikikuja in a territory, the first thing is to make sure it destroys all the other male to take dominance. They don't lead together in the same, is it prey or whatever. Ina dominate kwanza. Why? Because it has to take charge. And that is how men should be. Another thing which is very important is to protect your inner peace. Men should protect their inner peace. You can accept that she can change her behavior, but let her never change your peace. Because your peace is the compass of your direction. When a man is full of emotions, you don't even know where you're going. When a man is full of emotions, look at Samson. When they tried, in the scriptures we see, they tried to tie down Samson. Wakamletea Wafilisti, wakamletea nani, wakaleta nani. It was difficult to tame that man. He was highly logical, very smart. Kileta hii anapu, kileta hii. What did they use? Waliangalia kuona kadem fulani kalikuwa kaluz, kalikuwa anaitwa Delilah. Na wakajua kadem, haka ndio dawa ya umse. Delilah did not come with strength. She came with emotion. Babe, akiwoye niambie, mbona hizi nguvu natoanga wapi? Kwani hizi nguvu, wewe unaninyima kuniambia nguvu. Now, because this man is getting confused by emotions, long story short, he said that the power that I have is in my hair. Dakika mbili zilikuwa zimenyolewa na akatolewa macho, and that's how men lose their sight. Most men, they start with high gears. Mimi nitakuwa a great man. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to become a big lawyer, doctor. I'm going to be this and that. But the moment emotion comes in, you're doomed. And I'm not saying people should not get emotion. Emotion is good. But controlled emotion is powerful. You should learn to control your peace. Because the moment you lose the radar of peace, then you get confused. Again, is knowing your value. Your value as a man is not determined by what you give. It is determined by who you are. Watu wengi wanafikiria, the more I'm going to give, the more she will love me. No. Go and ask the bad boys. They don't give anything. Yet wanawa fist kualiko. Why? Because your worth is not determined by whether she chooses you. Her rejection does not reduce your value. Her attention does not increase your value. Because most men think, mademu ananitaka juu ya pesa. Of course, juu ya pesa. Add that part, juu ya pesa. And you think it is by giving money that she will stay. No. A woman cannot stay because of money. She stays because you have the ability to control her mind. If you can't control her mind, you cannot control her body. That's how it works. That's why unaona mtu anaweza kuwa na pesa lakini anagongewa vibaya. Have you ever seen that? Watu wanasema, ai, si jamaa kona pesa, mbona demu yake, wife yake kunaendaje? Na huyu jamaa mwingine anamgongea hana kitu. The power to control the mind. That is the most important thing. Something else which is very important, if you want peace, set clear boundaries. When the relationship is starting, make sure you set your boundaries. Before akupigie ile PE yenye nilikuonyesha vizuri ati juu utaenda hivi, utafanya hivi, utafanya hivi. Set your boundaries straight. Boundaries. Make sure she knows what you like and what you don't like. If she does not know your boundaries, then she's going to set those boundaries for you. Love does not mean tolerating disrespect. Attraction is not permission for manipulation. You need to decide what behavior you're going to accept and which one you're not going to accept. This is how you build true men. Communicate your boundaries calmly. Mwambie, listen, najua nakupenda, but this and this and this is not my thing. Mimi hii sifanyangi. Siwezi kula shingo na kulanga mguu. Simple. Tulikuwa tunaona baba zetu wanatuambia hivi. Na kuku ikipikwa, ilikuwa ukiletea mzee shingo, unaweza pigwa buti na hiyo shingo. Ulizwe, nani umeletea shingo? How? Yani everybody knew what mzee eats. Everybody knew kiti ya mzee inakuanga ni ile. Na haikali wangu na mtu. Today utapata hata mtoi ako huko juu you wonder, like its boundaries are no longer being set. We have become sissified men. We no longer put anything clear. And you see, a boundary without consequence, it only becomes a suggestion. A boundary without consequence becomes a suggestion. I will give you an example. Huu ni demu yako ama wife yako, and unamwambia, please, ukienda hiyo out yako na mabeste zako Friday, please make sure umefika nyumbani by saa 5, saa 6. We ni bibi ya mtu. Anaenda, utamuona asubuhi. Babe, unajua nini? We need to talk. These are the new sissified men. We need to talk. We need to talk. Munakaa chini munaongelelea, nilikuambia aki usifanye hivi, ina ni hurt. Next weekend anakuja Saturday kama kawaida. What should you do? Acha niwape solution, very simple solution. Akienda Friday na apitishe ile time ulimwambia, pack your bags and go away for 3 days and don't pick calls. Enda for 3 days na usipokee simu. Disappear. When you do that, when you come back after 3 days, don't explain. Just tell us, siwe ulienda. So what did you expect me to do? Trust you me, the next weekend, when she wants to go, till morning, she will think twice. Those are called consequences. But when we don't apply consequences, well, it is just a suggestion. The other thing is, whenever anything happens between you and her, respond, do not react. Most men react instead of responding. Reaction is emotional, response is intentional. Don't answer every provocation immediately. Saa zingine akikuuliza kitu, si lazima ujibu saa hiyo. Mwambie, I'll talk about it. Nitakupa answer asubuhi. Nitakuambia at this time. It's not ile mambo ya kaa hapa, we need to talk, lazima tuongee kitu saa hii. No, it is according to your terms. Who is the man? It is you. Shida ni ukipewa a little bit of emotion, unatetemeka, unaona, oh, is the end of life and what am I going to do? My life is finished. Udem nisipoongea saa hii tutaachana. Relax. Give yourself time to observe what is actually happening. Give yourself time to calm emotions. Because when you speak from high emotions, you're going to speak things ambazo utadiscover first. Nimevurugana bure, nimeharibu siku, things are not working. Never make permanent decision from temporary reactions. And that is where men go wrong. Unarusha mikono, basi tuachane, saa hizo mko na watoto watatu. Ungemwambia, relax, I'll talk tomorrow. And think through it. Put in your logic. Men, when they work on logic, there is nothing they cannot be able to conquer. But women will conquer you in their territory, which is called emotion. The more emotional you are, the more you're in control of her. The more logical you are, the more she's in control. She is controlled by you. Why? Because men are logic, women are emotion. All right? Again, never compete for love. You don't have to audition continuously in order to be loved. Most men are auditioning. Aki oye, umeonaje Kenya nilikutumia, so sahi uko sawa. She's ana move the goalpost. Sahi sitaki simu, sahi nataka trip ya Mombasa. Ukimpeleka trip ya Mombasa, uko sawa sasa. Nataka umpeleke South Africa. Ukimpeleka South Africa, nataka unjengee nyumba kwanza. Sex has become so expensive for men that they are buying buildings. Kupata shot moja tu. Building mzima. And then you wonder, like, what really happened to the strong man back in the days? Our forefathers used to be very strong. My father had, my grandfather had 4 wives and 48 children. Ni vile alikufa kitambo juu accident. I hope probably wangekuwa 100. But those days, he could build strong nations. This story is written in one of my books here, The Alchemist Within. You can read there. It's actually a memoir of why I do what I do. And you see, when men are competing for love, competing for strength, niambie tafadhali, is it okay for you, this and that? When you're fighting for a woman who is deliberately creating competition, kama wezi nipea, unajua ni wanaume wangapi wanaweza nipea hii, unajua ni wangapi wanaweza nifanyia, then you panic. And when you panic over all this, you know what happens? She ana move goalposts. Anajua, kumbe nikifinya hapo una panic. But when you don't show her panic, that's why I told you, men, be mysterious. Do not put all your eggs on the table. Don't allow jealousy to turn you into someone that you don't even recognize. If someone truly values you, they should not need to constantly threaten your position. If she loves you, she will stay for who you are. Kama hataki stories zako, remember, we have 8 billion people. You can pick another one from the matrix and continue living. All right? So love is not a competition for validation. The other thing is, you need to keep building your life. When you make your relationship your entire identity, then you lose exactly who you are. You need to keep working on your purpose, your business, your career, your health, your finances, your friendship. People have neglected the gym. Wengine wame neglect mabeste. Wengine wame neglect the interest that they used to have. Before you got married, you had so many interesting things. Now your life is boring. Why? Because you have neglected yourself and you have made this to be the full identity. Remember, a man is created to function independently. And the reason why a woman is brought in is because God saw and said, it is not good for a man to be alone. Akisha choka na kubuild the world, he needs some entertainment. He needs some little bit of emotion. Anataka the wow effect. Ukikaa chini unasikia mtu anakuambia. That's why you see, mwanaume akishaunda pesa, what does he do? Call the girls. Nishaunda pesa now, let's relax. Akiwa amechoka, call the girls. Why? Because it's always about the relaxation part. It's never really about building. So if you make her about your identity, then you lose your building side. And that's why men have become what they are today. A man without purpose becomes overly dependent on romantic attention. So if you lose your purpose, you'll be dependent on emotions. That's why unasikia mwanaume akisema mimi siwezi kaa bila msee kwa sababu mambo iko hivi, huyo ameenda alinifanyia, ilibidi ni replace mbio, because there's something that you think can be fulfilled by this person, which is not true. Women are good, they are wonderful, they are beautiful to be with, around, but if you're not careful, they can run your world. And by the time you realize, when you hit your later years, you discover that even the children were not yours. How watoto, they have already been taken, brainwashed, now they are against you together with their mother. And that is what happens today in modern society. In modern society. I was watching a video on TikTok jana, and a man alikuwa ameandika will. Akaandikia akikufa watoto wake, mtoto huyu achukue hii, mtoto huyu achukue hii, mtoto huyu. And then the wife happened to see the will. Akakuja mbio akamwambia, umeandika watoto na mimi hujaniandika, kwani mimi unanichukulia aje and all that. Mzee akamuuliza, si will ni ya sisi tukishazeeka na tumekufa. It's for our children, the next generation. Hapana. Now what was she insinuating? That wewe utakufa utatuacha na watoto. Simple calculation. And that is the nature of all men today. Most of them, mambo ina happen, wewe unaenda, and you are left there. Always remember yourself. Because if you don't remember yourself, then you'll be in trouble. Now, you need also to let time reveal character. Most men chase very fast. Unapatana na mdem leo, na kesho already ushaanza kumuita mama, kesho kutwa wife. You don't even know her character. You don't know anything else beyond the physical. You see, physical looks are not character. And if you are not sure of this, you don't know her character, then she's not your woman. You're just dating something different. I've explained in my videos, because I usually have my live TikTok teaching masterclass, free by the way, you can always check it out, every Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. East African time. That is on my TikTok, Kicc.Muoki 4. Now, during that time, I always taught the chemicals of love. Na nikasema, mapenzi, venye unasikianga ikiitwa chemistry, is not a lie. It is a full biology or chemistry, call it. Kuna 3 main chemicals. Ya kwanza inaitwa dopamine, the chemical of attraction. The lady is attracted to you because of the words that you give her, inaitangwa vibe. The man is attracted based on what he sees, how she's beautiful. That is dopamine. Ndio inaproduziwa kwa akili, then unasikia mautamu, dem, you know, hiyo ndio inaitwa love covers a multitude of sins. At that moment, hakuna sin ama kitu yote mbao unaona na dem, she's beautiful, wonderful. Now, that one doesn't last for so long. Inakaanga only for 36 months, which is about 3 years maximum. Ikizidi sana ipiti 5 years, ikipungua sana hapo to 6 months to whatever. No wonder unaona relationship nyingi zinaisha between 1 year and 5 years. They were built on dopamine. After hapo tunakuja oxytocin, which is a chemical of what? Bonding. Bonding ni alignment. If you guys don't align, ulisikia Aliet, there is somebody aliongea naye hapa akamwambia, if hii relationship wewe unaenda Mount Kenya unapanda huko unafanya ni, but she doesn't really care about your things. It's just a matter of time. That relationship might be costly to you. It might be senseless to you. So at this moment, oxytocin is bonding. If you guys have similar interests, similar things, then you're going to bond rahisi. Kama hamna kitu similar, mtaanza kuvutana na within no time mtaachana. Now the last one is serotonin, which is a chemical of balance. Now this one is after maybe 20 years, whatever and more. Mahali unapata watu wawili washa balance that ni kama mnafanana. You guys have become one. Hii ndio ile Bible inasema the two shall become one. Hiyo ndio ulikuwa unaona na wazee wetu. Watu wamekaanisha pamoja mpaka they seem like brother and sister. They are so much of friends. They have balance. Hiyo ni serotonin. So how many people reach here? Very few people. So you should understand that time reveals character. So So take your time. Before you jump and say, napenda udem to death, understand, do we align? Is everything okay? And the last thing is, be willing to walk away. This is the most important thing. Most people think that, Maze, I will do anything to fight for this. Yet the person you're fighting for does not even care. Nakwambia we kwenda na huko anakuaibisha mbele ya watu, but you're fighting, you're begging, una nini, unamtumia pesa. My friends, the more you're going to fight for someone who does not care about you, the more you're just going to be hurt. Be willing to walk away. In case of anything which does not work, willing to walk away is where self-respect comes in. It becomes real. You cannot claim to have standards if you're going to tolerate everything that someone gives you. And that is why you see strong men, they are known by their ability to set boundaries. But weak men are known for their ability to try to please so that they might buy love. Hao ndio wanaitwa masimp. Simp comes from the word simpleton. A man who uses advantages, gives advantages in order to receive love. Huyo ni simp, ama simpleton. All right? And that's the reason why you see majama wengi unafanya hivi, you are tossed to and fro. Na madem ni wajanja. Umfanyie ya kutese, they are sitting down with friends, laughing, saying, angalia hiki mtu. Na vile maze, kinajua biashara, lakini mi ukikontrol, ngoja uone saa hii. I even had jamaa mwingine alikuwa anasema, demi yake anampigia akiwa TikTok live. Namwambia, nataka uniongeleshe saa hii kuna kitu important. Kwani hao watu wako wa TikTok hawezi ngojea? Jamaa anatoka TikTok live akifanya shughuli zake maybe za biashara or whatever. Hapo akimpigia naambia, nilikuwa nataka tu kujua kama unanipenda. You see, this is pushing to see your boundaries. And most people, they are not willing to go that extra step. And that is the step which makes you a man. Walking away is not punishment. It is acceptance of reality. Never destroy yourself trying to save a relationship. If the staying requires you to lose yourself, then the price is too high. Relax. All right? So, talking of this is to try and help men to understand that you yourself, you need to understand that life revolves around you. And anything else is illusion. And women are starting to discover that. Kuna verse nimependa sana kusema in the book of Isaiah 4 verse 1. That on that day, 7 women will get hold of one man and they will tell him, please, marry us. We shall come with our food and clothes just to take away our shame. These are the days that we're living in. When women are finally starting to realize, by the way, nobody wants to marry us. And they will come to you and tell you, tafadhali, we know. Tumepigana na hii mambo yote, but now it's about time. Please, if you find it in your heart, we are coming with our food, clothes, cars, houses. Hatuhitaji pesa na hizi vitu zote. We have already been independent enough. But you have realized one thing, we can't live. We can't live without the man. Because why? The woman came from the side of man. And that is where she always wants to be. In the heart of man. Akushike, akuingize kwa roho. So that akiwa pale anajua she is cared for. But most ladies, they try to be men. They discover, I can't leave this one. And that's why in the book of Genesis, God aliambia the woman, and to you, woman, your desire will be unto your man. All the days of your life, desire yako itakuwa to your man. So hata ukiona hizi vipindi zote zinapigwa, ni so that she may buy desire. That's the reason why a lady will go all heights to change her face, to change the nose, atoe, ajaribu kuinua chin, ajaribu kuchange hapa, anunue zile vitu aweke huku, ainue hapa, apunguze, ainue jicho moja. Yani, full modification to do what? To win the man. So who is the price? Ushaona jamaa moja anageuza macho, anaeka macho hapa. Men don't do that. Why? Because with or without the eyes, you're still the prize. So take yourself as who you are. So don't be worried about too much. They will say, oh, Mimi, I'm just doing it for myself. That's a lie. Nobody will mutilate our own body. Ajikatekate aende surgery, apigwe surgery 1, 2, atumie millions of money if you're not the price. She's trying to buy you because without that, she can't win this man in this building. So I think that's it. Let's not only just think about this, but let's keep on moving ourselves to get better and better every day. And that's why we started this men's conference movement. It's not just a movement for Nairobi. We want to take it as far as possible. We go to other counties, we go to other places. Hama vipi? See, that's okay. We go to other different places. We reach out as many men, save as many men as possible, because without saving men, we are not saving the generation. The generation will be scattered. Na wanaume wataumia. So this is a call for men to be able to be willing to support men all through. This is not a one-man show, it's not a three-man show, it's a show for all of us. When we move over and over, we just don't want ikuange naambiwa men's conference tunaenjoywa na madem na memes. We want it to be real. Because wao wameshikana, what about us? We need to be one. If you're not one, then tutaona dust, all right? So we are planning the next men's conferences across different counties. And this one was, of course, definitely expensive. But we are planning that if God wills and with the support of all of you men, we can always figure out and go to other different places to save other different men. These messages and the videos that we do all day, kufanya video mbili per day is not an easy thing. I was checking my TikTok, I have more than 3,000 videos in just 2 years. Can you imagine how much time is that? And we just don't do it. We do it because we want to educate people, to learn, to get better, and to go more and more and more. All right? So if this whole conferences touches you and you really feel that this is a movement you'd like to join, we have our WhatsApp group. You can always join us. And you can just scan, the QR code is there. And as well, there's also another QR code to be able to support so that we can be able to go to more and more places and do such kind of things. And if you have any connections, unajua saa zingine, it's never really about money. You could be having a connection that can save us a lot of headache. Maybe uko Nakuru, uko mheshimiwa, uko na hoteli yako, unatuita, unatupea free venue. Tunakuja kuongea, ama vipi? Na wewe mheshimiwa mwingine alienda. And the others. So there's always a way you can support. Could be in one way or another, as long as the message is home. All right? So if you have a way, please always remember that we are one and we have to support each other. This is not a one-man show, it's not a three-man show, it is a show for all of us. And I ask you with all humility, if you can, QR code iko pale, join our movement is in a WhatsApp group, and as well the other one if you want to support, and we will really, really be glad that you did. Thank you so much. God bless you. MC unaweza endelea. Now we can go to the other things.
All right, tafadhali naomba tumpigie makofi the man himself, Mr. Kicc Muoki. Tumpigie makofi jamani, we can do better. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi. That was so powerful. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. Kicc Muoki, asante sana for that powerful message. Now, before tuende mbali, nataka niwaambie Kicc Muoki has an amazing book ambayo pia ameandika, and hapo nje kuingia kwa entrance ziko hapo zinauzwa. Ulisema shilingi ngapi? 1000 only. Inaitwa The Alchemist Within, the Boy Who Refused to Die. I know most of us hapa, we have refused to die in many times, all right? And I believe when you have a look at this book, all right, you can have something by just buying it. Only 1000. It can change your perception, lakini pia itakuinspire in one way or the other, all right? The book is called The Alchemist Within, the Boy Who Refused to Die. Now, before we proceed to the next part, that is the Q&A session, naomba kidogo tafadhali tusimame for only few seconds kidogo. Let's stretch ourselves kidogo, to stretch up kidogo. Now, you're supposed to be having your questions ready, because I'll be coming to your table to make sure ya kwamba nimechukua those amazing questions. And remember, you have to direct those questions either kwa Jacob, either kwa Keith, ama kwa Dr. Ofweneke. All right? When you write the question, make sure meandika inaenda kwa which speaker. Then I will be handing over the paper to that speaker. Then he will be answering the amazing, of course, questions. Weka mikono hivi kidogo. Let's stretch kidogo. Stretch kidogo. Kidogo tu. For a few seconds. Then sit down. All right? Haya, shika mwenzako mkono. Shika mwenzako mkono. Nikisema unaenda mbele, unaenda mbele. Then unatulia. Inua mikono mwenzako. Inua mikono. All right? Bend on your 90 degrees. Left side. Left side. Left. 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 Muulize mwenzako as a man, do you have a purpose in this life? Because I believe Jacob aliongelea masuala ya purpose. Kweli uongo? Ulize mwenzako, do you have a purpose in this life? All right, one more time, mikono juu, mikono juu, swing kidogo, swing kidogo, swing kidogo. I want you to bend on your left side, left, left one more time, left one more time. Uliza mwenzako, as a man, will you choose your peace or nyash? Yes, yes. He must tell you the reality. All right, all right. Aya, swing one more time. Swing one more time. Swing one more time. I want to see you swinging. All right, say row, row, row your boat. Let's go. And sing. Okay, I can tell wale wa group of schools and school of groups. Well, one more time. Don't sit down, don't sit down. All right. Pigeni makofi, pigeni makofi. Pole pole tu, pole pole tu. Mos, 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 Mama Milka. Mos, 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 Mama Milka. Milka bonyo. Bonyo waru. Waru sim sim. Sim sim jugu. Ekelea mkono hapa. Say your name. Say your name hapo. From today, I will start prioritizing myself. From today, I will be buying the expensive shoe. From today, I'll be taking care of my mental health. From today, I will not allow any distraction in my life. From today, I will not laugh at any man in my life. From today, I'll be checking up on my fellow men. May God bless you. Naomba tukae chini tafadhali. All right. Now, this moment, kuna those two men, they had requested for a few seconds. Tafadhali, before I come and take those papers, kuna that man ambaye kana kofia pale. I have forgotten your name. I apologize for that. And there is someone there who had requested for the mic. Before I come to you, kindly prepare those amazing questions, because I'll be coming around to take the papers that has the questions directed to the speakers. So in the meantime, kindly few minutes, you summarize, and then I'll be going straight to the Q&A session. Then we shall be wrapping up later on. In the meantime, some few minutes afadhali.
Yeah, I think my issue was about our Gen Z was asking questions here, and my response maybe to him was something that we discussed maybe in the Unplugged group about what emergency are you trying to solve when it talks about having many women in your life. Ask yourself as a young person, yes, you have all the testosterone in you running, and you see very beautiful things around. So you only need to ask yourself, are you trying to solve the emergency of an ejaculation? Or what exactly are you trying to solve? And for the senior men who are here, they can tell you, just as it has been said here, some of those decisions to have these women in life have derailed a number of visions. That is why we are now discussing about cases of people like Daktari, whom you hear being mentioned here. So it is you as a young man to decide what are you trying to solve with whatever is in you. Yes, it is a natural thing to desire, but can you desire right and know that that is not the purpose for your existence? I always tell the young people whom I talk to that when you are with the ladies, whatever you are being told here is the reality. If you're in campus today, all the females you are seeing in your class, they can wake up tomorrow and call a house. They didn't even contribute a shilling to build. They didn't even know when it was built. Ukienda kumtembelea the next time, even if she was your ex, she will tell you, please, toka kwangu. But as a young man, even if you get what you people call anti-waharia, she will never give you the privilege of calling her house your home. So always, always never accept to service what does not benefit you. And that is what we insist here. So the young men who are here, you're very lucky when you see people like Keith, Jacob, Ofweneke, and my friend who is very quiet here but very active. So Rafiki Tessa. Hey, Tessa. Hey, you people are very lucky when you have this kind of a thing. We were just discussing sometimes back that our generation, we had fathers, yes? But our fathers did something which Eliot calls in his books the things our fathers did not tell us. They would just look at you. Wakiona that labda unatetea mama yako sana or unaona anafanya vitu vibaya, some would tell you that one day, ukioa, I will see how you'll handle your woman. Some would keep quiet. And that is why we got to the point where we are. But now, this movement has changed everything and telling you that the things our fathers did not tell us, we will tell you as it is. And that is why some of us are becoming very plain here and using languages some of you may think are not palatable, but when you go and sit down, or at one point, you will really appreciate when somebody will, something will have happened. Otherwise, let us continue learning more, even as we are still learning. So.
All right, tafadhali naomba tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much for that amazing, of course, powerful message to all the Gen Zs and everyone who is in this amazing hall. Now, before I continue, the reason as to why nimeuliza, of course, tuandike kwa karatasi, kuna wale ambao wana request ya kwamba some questions waulize na mic. So I'll give two options. If you feel like I bring the mic kwenye huko, that's okay. You can ask. Alafu kuna wale ambao wanataka baadhi ya maswali yao yajibiwe through karatasi. You can as well write kwa karatasi and also direct to which presenter, to which speaker, then I'll be coming and take the paper. Then I'll be reading on your behalf. But if you feel that you want to ask using the mic, that's okay. Now, before niweze kuingia kwa Q&A session, allow me to give some few seconds to Bwana Joel kindly. Bwana Joel, you can join us hapa kwa stage for some 2 minutes and say hi to the amazing people who are hapa. Yeah, I follow your content and I'm a big fan as well, and I'm so happy seeing you on this amazing session. But now, as we wait for Mr. Joel akuje, I want to admit something kindly from the words of Ofweneke. Kamera izimwe. Kuna kitu nataka niseme ukweli ambayo Mr. Kicc amesema. Na leo nimejifunza mengi. I'm one of those people who like double texting and double calling. Uliongelea about double texting. But from today, I think I will change. Not I think, I will actually change. Hiyo kitu imeni affect sana. But from your words, Mr. Kicc Muoki, from today, I will avoid double texting. I will start seeing my value. I'm the prize. So from today, trust me, kuna mwingine huwa anafanya kazi kwa tourism department, huwa anaongeza text sana. Hata anaongezanga na video call. But ni kama nitachange. Inaniumiza sana. So from today, I think I needed today kuja hapa. Thank you so much. Mr. Joel.
Good evening. Good evening. Najua mmekaa chini mpaka watu wengine naona wanayon. Hamko wamekula hata lunch, breakfast, nothing. Welcome to the Mythos. My name is Joel M. Karaoke. Na the first question I've gotten today tukiwa hapa nje ni Mythos ni nini? Mythos is simply what we are doing here. Mythos is who are you outside of what you are told that you are. So when I'm telling you welcome to the Mythos, I'm telling you welcome back to yourself, your real self. Sio hii imevaa nguo sijui gani na suti na CEO na jina ya. Who are you? I'm going to leave you with 3 things today. And I'm grateful for this platform, Kicc. I'm grateful for the fact that this is the second men's conference I've been to in the past 2 months so far. The other one was at Ruach Tabernacle. We had almost, I think, 800 or something men. But I've liked this one because here you get to ask questions and you get those questions answered. The first thing I'll leave you with is get the audience you have in your head out of that head. Our audience uko nao kwa akili. And the first audience is normally your mother. Why? Because we have a weakness with feminine side of women. The other day I was talking about park and chill that we are doing nowadays. And most of you called and you're like, oh, we should actually meet. But the rest of you are like, pana, hiyo kitu inafanyanga kazi. And I'm like, okay, kama inafanya kazi, and get me me right here. Kama inafanya kazi, why do we keep doing it, but still have the same issues? Most of us, when you leave here, will go do that. Today. Sio kesho. Today. We'll still go park somewhere and chill and drink. Some of us smoke and then go home. What has that actually solved? Like think about it. What has that actually solved? There's a woman in the back of your mind called mother. And mother can be the version of what you think a mother is. Either a biological mother or somebody who raised you. That's your mother. She's in the back of your mind. And then there's that girlfriend or wife. I have a wife. Mr. Fitcha, it's true. I have one. That person in your mind all the time. Ukikaa hivi chini unaambiwa hivi. They've elaborated most of it. I don't want to repeat most of the things they've said. But every time you're listening to her and you're not making your version of your decision to do whatever you need to do you know who you are messing up? You. Kuna wengi wetu hapa, unless you ask your wife, unless you talk to your wife, you can't do anything. Na hiyo discussion ndiyo you can't have with other men. That's why you'd rather go somewhere and park and chill. Get that audience in your head, out of that head. Higher. Number 2, every time you leave the house, there are 2 things I want you to pick and carry them everywhere you go. I do this myself as much as possible. Nataka uweke embarrassment on this side na morals on this side. Every day. When you go out of that house, ask yourself, I'm about to do this. Will I embarrass myself today? Ama ndabeba morals zangu? What are the consequences for these 2? Then tuende. That will do 2 things to you. 1, kuna jamaa aliniambia, I think we were with Kicc. I think it's Kicc who told me this some time back, but he said it in a different way. He said, anytime you're feeling like you're embarrassed, anytime you're feeling like you're stuck somewhere, are you feeling bad because of that situation, or are you feeling bad because you think you need to be somewhere else? Why are you actually embarrassed? Kama sahi si nimesimama hivi mbele yenu, Kuna mtu hawezi fanya hivyo. Why? Because you fear that embarrassment. Na nikisema kitu mbaya, mimi ni Kikuyu, nikingoa. On the other side of morals, we're in a society that right now, oh, my phone is elsewhere. We're in a society that morals zimeenda, sijui, hata hazieleweki. What is your standard for that, for morals? Wachana na sisi. You see the way we've seated here today? I love that this is an all-men thing. I've been to Qatar and lived amongst men for a whole year. That was the best time of my life, weirdly. Why? Because while we were there, I realized perfume na roll-ons, hatukuwa tunatumia. We didn't care. We would wake up, unavaa uniform, ukirudi home, watu wako na boxers kila mahali, shorts, we're just guys, so who cares? The minute a woman would show up, tukienda job, the minute a woman would show up hivi, hata as young girl tu, ama hata mama, everybody now wants to look nice. Everybody wants to smell good. Guys wameanza hata kunyoa. Why? I don't remember who said this here, but it's because you're acting. You're not being yourself, you're acting to please. Bebanga morals zako, his side, na embarrassment. Kila siku. Go out there. Do what you need to do. See what you're told to do. Do what you need to do to get what you need to get. Last thing. Many of us who here are older than me by far. Me niko na 34. Born in January. Time yenye kuna jua vizuri sana. Whenever we are about to do things, apart from business, we read books, we look for coaches, we listen to podcasts, but when it comes to real life, relationships, marriage, and understanding who a man is, hakuna mtu anaenda kutafuta. Tunaingia tu. I was talking to a man out here, alikuwa ananiambia, it's like there is a blueprint. Maliza high school, tafuta kazi, ukianza kupata pesa kidogo, get a wife. Then unaingia hapo, unagundua, this is not what I actually thought it is. Then you start questioning. So unaanza kurudi nyuma. What should have taken you, say, a year to understand by asking, the same way you went to school to learn about things, the same way you talk to coaches, the same way you read a book about business. Some of you here know about taxes, kabisa, 100%. Some of you know how this thing operates fully. But you've never sat down with yourself to ask yourself, how do I actually operate? Who am I in this relationship? Who am I as a man? There's a book here I wrote called Man Law. This book I wrote for me first, because I wanted to understand, how do you define that man? Because majority of us, and this is not an insult, but if you take it as one, you're in that category. Majority of us are either children, boys, or men. Toa age hapa, mambo ya age wachana nao. Nilimension yangu ndio get what I mean. What do I mean by child, boy, men? Majority of us, when we are interacting with life, we're interacting with it as children, expecting the world to come and tell us, and show us, and give us. That's the child. Si mtoto anakuwa akigojea tu mzazi ampee, amfanyie nini. That's how a child operates. But maybe you're 30, you're 40, you're 50. The rest of the men, the male figures, the boys, many of us are there. What is a boy like? A boy has mastered something society is good at, showing a man that is a man. A boy has mastered tafuta pesa. A boy has mastered getting a house. A boy has mastered how to live in society looking like that version of a man. But bado, they still react. Amalizia, 1 minute. They still react. And when they react, you're reacting to blame somebody else. A man, on the other hand, by the end of it, a man dictates what will happen, how things will happen. And a man comes from what Sunday was saying, Dr. Foneke was saying. You go through things and understand those things, because those things are what died within you, so that now you can sit and say, I learned that from this thing, I'm not doing it again. And if I find it somewhere, let me look at Kid's life, let me look at Joel's life, let me look at Ali's life. Hey, amefanya nini? I'm not doing that. Now you are dictating how life is going to be. Ndawachia hii saying moja. I don't know whether it's a saying as it is, but stop living life without questioning. And when you question, look for people. Tafuta watu. You see, even here, we are seated here. Tafuta mtu. Talk to somebody. This thing of hiding in a cocoon as a man, don't. You don't know the embarrassment I was talking about. I would rather come and tell him what I'm going through. Kiumane. Asikie venye atasikia ama anibebe venye atanibeba. But now I understand how not to do it and how to do it. Okay? Hello?
Hello. Naomba tumpige makofi. Let's appreciate Joel in a beautiful way. Asante sana for your time. Thank you so much, Mr. Joel, for that amazing speech, and of course, a word of advice to the amazing men who are here. Allow me to appreciate and of course recognize Silas Otieno, one of our coach ambaye kwa pana. Tupige makofi jamani, Bwana Silas Otieno. Lakini pia naomba tumpigie makofi another coach by the name Asava Alan, kama sijakosea. Naomba tumpige makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, Bwana Asava, for coming through. We appreciate your presence in this amazing hall. Now, gentlemen, we are now proceeding to the next segment, and this is our second last segment of this amazing day. We know it's a Saturday, maybe wengine wako na form na shughuli zingine, but this is an amazing segment of Q&A from you to the amazing coaches and speakers who are here today. Now, before I start reading some of them, there is a box that is going around. There is this box. In case you have written it down, you can kindly put your paper kwa hii box, and then we will be reading one by one. But in case you want a mic, I will be passing the mic as well. All right? I have noted you guys. I'll bring the mic, and then you will be getting a chance to ask the question using the mic. So be on standby. But in case hautaki kuuliza, you can write it down, then someone will be collecting those papers. Now, kindly let's pay attention to these questions, because maybe shida ya mwingine inaweza kuwa shida yako, lakini huyu mwingine amekurepresent wewe ambaye uko na shida kama hii. That's okay? True or true? Thank you. On to our first question, and our first question goes to Daktari Foneke. This one says, I'm 28 years old. I have 4 women above 30 years, financially stable.
Toka hapo kwanza. Toka hapo kwanza. First of all, just even Tony, before he continues, that question is already answered. Guys, I want us to, society is giving us some certain weird ideas about women and age. And first of all, you must check yourself. Why am I attracted to an older woman? It could be because there's a space you're trying to fill, a vacuum. All right? Either mom was not present, or mom abused you through words. Now you're looking for affirmation. The same psychology can be inverted in the case of mbabas. Any woman who's attracted to way older men is because there's a vacuum she's trying to fill. All right? Guys, again, we didn't come from a woman's rib. They came from our rib. Stop changing the order, the structure, and the system. So first of all, ako to trade, mwanamke ako 30, atoke hapo kwanza. Endelea sasa.
Now, his issue is, some of the women are in those 4 women, which they are over 30 years, some of them, they have invested in him, and some have bought assets for him. And the question is, how can he be detached since now he want to start dating? All right, that's the question. Nimbaya manze.
Nimbaya. Now, this is the thing, guys. You have to realize, in the spiritual realm, there's the theory of spiritual. When there's an altar, every time there's a presence of an altar, you must service the altar. All right. The same works in the demonic world. The same works in the kingdom of heaven world. That's why you must service God. You must praise and worship him because he's an altar. Same thing, shetani lazima uende ukimbie uchi, ukimbie na kuku ya green. That is servicing an altar. A woman are the same thing. This is an altar. And when you have nothing else left that you can use as an element to service the altar must eat you. Are we together, guys? So unless this boy returns whatever he has been given, the altar will eat him up. And the only way a woman eats you up is through shame. All right? Every time a woman leaves a man, what are the words? Deki yako ilikuwa ndogo kwenda, hauko unafikishanga. The shame of a man is in his nakedness, and women have known. So that boy must first of all return everything. Right? Number two, men are the only human beings that invest expecting no return. A woman invests expecting return. And that return is what? You must bow down to me whenever I need you to bow down to me. So that man must first of all return everything. Number two, why are you looking for a woman to invest in you? The only thing a woman should invest in a man is submission. Hello, man.
Hello.
Am I saying something? The only investment a man should look for is submission and nothing else. All of us have gone through this, whereby wewe umekuwa ukiprovide, siku moja cheki kachelewa, ukaambia wife anunue chakula. This is a day it happened. Jacob. Kuna siku moja Christine cheki ilichelewa. Nikamwambia bua buy food, akakimbia pale Great Wall, ka buy food. I have never felt like such a woman. Nilitoa mpaka vyombo nikaosha. This one time, I gave a chance to provide. I found myself in the kitchen, senior. Nikiosha vyombo, because I felt like something had been taken away from me. Toka amka, pigia mtu wako jamaa wako mwambie nitumie ngiri moja. Hiyo pesa wachana nayo. Unless voluntarily done, don't request for it. Tony, that boy, number one, arudishe kila kitu.
Including the car?
Including the car.
All the assets.
Kila kitu. All right? Number two, stay away from older women than you. Stay away. Because that is not your woman. To you, you might think you are the man. But to her, you are the firstborn. Dating an older woman is by default your stepmother. It's so that she didn't give birth to you. Because every time you do anything wrong, you shift, in her mind you shift from being her boyfriend to being a child, doing childish things, behaving in a childish way, and reacting in a childish manner. You'll never have authority over that house. And that is the truth. And at some point in life, utaenda kutafuta maziwa mbichi.
Naomba tumpigie makofi Dr. Fweneke, amelijibu swali na I hope mwenye ameandika kwa karatasi ameweza kujibiwa in the right way. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
At 28, a man fully understands his life, fully 100% at 30, because you've learned everything. Year 1 to year 10 is the crawling, dependent. From age 10 to 20, that is your teenage, whereby it's a rebellion age, all right? 20 to 30 is called your fuck up year, your fuck up decade, whereby you mess around. It's the baby mamas, it's the baby daddies, it is the money, investments, education, career confusion, what should I do? 30 to 40, that's when now my brothers were saying life starts at 40, because 30 to 40 is actualization. decade. So 40 past is now when the results come in. That's why it's called life starts at 40. So he's not late. Mwambie toke hapo at 28, tafuta msichana wa 25. Not lower than 25. 25. Sawa?
All right.
Older women have no I tried once. Ilinipeleka mahali huko alinitusi mbele wanawake. Thank God sikuwa nimekula. I had to start. I remember that I'm a circumcised man from the village. I told her bwana we. She called me the first time. Huku vet club. Huku Limuru. Then she put me somewhere. That time I used to drink Glenfiddich. 15 years. Akaneka mahali kwa kona. So me I thought she was calling me for romancing. No, just sit there. Just sit there. So I'm wondering what's happening. My boys are at Blend, some of them at a Space, some of them at Kicc. Those ones who remember back the clubs back in the days that ones I'm mentioning. Second time she called me Tony. I told her if you call me like this again, I will not come. So she did the same thing. So she wanted to brag, and that's the psychology behind older women. They always want to brag. The what she does is she tells me, siwache hii mambo ya kurukaruka kwa my events na my radio. She was building some apartments in Ruaka. I give you one apartment for free. Right? The third one she did it, I told her, listen, I'm a man of my own. I cannot do this nonsense. Any man who admires an older woman is because there's a trauma and a vacuum you're trying to fill that was messed up on your child. So the younger you is looking for a mom, not for a wife.
Tumpigie makofi jamani, in a better way. Dr. Funeke answering our first question from the amazing audience. Now the second question goes to Kicc Muoki. What can I do to develop my emotional intelligence? What can I do to develop my emotional intelligence?
So, for you to develop emotional intelligence, you need to learn that emotions are created when there is high concentration of thought. I don't know if you guys understand. When you concentrate upon a thing, it becomes an emotion. And an emotion is what we call feeling. And a feeling is what we call faith. So, for you to be emotionally intelligent, you need to concentrate upon something which is positive, not something which is negative. Because intelligence means something that you have from the infinite, from the source, from the consciousness, from the awareness of being. But foolishness is something from comparison, which is called ego. So when you're emotionally intelligent, it means you listen to your thoughts or you listen to something positive, you evaluate if it's positive, and then you concentrate upon it, so the emotion produced will be something positive. If it is not positive, then it will not be emotionally intelligent. For example, if you're doing something for your woman, ask yourself, am I doing it from realistic thought or am I doing it from comparison, the ego? So the ego is lack of emotional intelligence, and from the consciousness, from the awareness or from truth, that is emotional intelligence.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kicc. Now, there is this one ameuliza to Jacob Aliet. Na ameuliza hivi akasema, you talked about awakening and the self-awareness journey, but what people don't talk about is how lonely that journey is and the amount of shedding that requires to be done in this journey. Losing your friends, family, and your old identity. I speak for the younger generation. I think this was just a statement. Umelewa?
Yeah, I understand. So, a man walks alone, by the way. This is one thing that many men need to embrace as a fact of life. Walking alone does not mean being lonely. It just means you need to embrace your path and your purpose. You don't need to be accompanied by anyone. So the journey of becoming normally a company is normally includes losing your friends. And if you look at the hero's journey, we have many heroes. The hero many people are familiar with is the story of Jesus Christ. The way Jesus had to die to become Christ, and the way he was betrayed and he was denied by Peter 3 times and so on. That is the journey of a man. So many times, what we normally tell guys is that your friends and even your relatives, they want you to succeed. but they don't want you to succeed more than them. The only person actually normally wants you to succeed more than him is your father. Your father normally wants you to become better than he was. So normally what happens is when you have friends and you start changing your habits and you start making moves, they'll start telling you, oh, kwani wewe unafikiri you are better than us? Wewe umetoka tu hapa kwa ghetto kama sisi. Who do you think you are? And things like that. So what guys need to know is that as much as you may lose your friends, you'll also gain other friends in your journey of becoming. And you'll have more friends. Friends come and go. Thank you.
Alright, nitaomba kidogo tuwe watulivu manake the next question ni ndefu sana. This is a story of a man ambaye ameamua ku open up. Now this one goes still to Jacob. So kindly naomba to pay attention as we try to help a brother. It's a very long paragraph as you can see. So naomba niweze kusoma step by step so that our brother can get help from Mr. Jacob. Now, I'm a man just turned 30 years. I'm in the journey of creating an identity and a mindset of abundance. I come from a home where we are 3 boys from different fathers. I have always put a picture of a perfect son to my mother because the father was never there. I have sought out the father. Luckily, he still lives. I did this because I wanted to get the blessings only a father can give. I have done all I can to make sure I create a better life. My question is, how do I fight the fears in my head that make me remember where I came from in expense of in expense of my today and tomorrow? Have been in the business for over 10 years and counting, and it's not easy having a light at the end of the tunnel. My business is in the streets and I have a shop for about 3 years now, but it is not fruitful. And I have a problem with having a business person. So it has been closed for almost 6 months. Jacob, kindly help me.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. One of the things about, and I think this is for all men, many of us, we fantasize about like a pill that can solve all your problems. These are multiple problems, and some of them are based on wrong strategies, wrong superstitions, and so on. If his business is failing, it has got nothing to do with his father or whatever it is, okay? Business is based on very clear foundations. What is the location of the business? Is there a demand for that particular business or service, product or service, and who are his suppliers? Those are basic fundamentals. It has got nothing to do with his father and so on. That is just complicating his life. And as far as the abundance mindset comes from an awareness about your own capabilities as a man. That means establishing trust with yourself, making promises to yourself, and seeing those particular promises come to fruition. And it starts from small things. Most of the times we start with very big things. If you promise yourself to save some certain amount of money and you do it, if you promise yourself to wake up at a certain time in the morning and you actually do it, if you promise yourself to do something and you do it, that is how you cultivate an abundance mindset, because you develop confidence in your capabilities. You only develop confidence when you can establish competence in terms of what you set out to do. So that is I think what I would say. It needs to become much more practical. And I think here I can disagree with my friends, because I know that there is this belief we hold that you need blessings from your father and things like that. And I've seen it holding back so many men, because we know we have fathers who abuse their children. We have fathers who are drunkards. We have fathers even who rape their daughters. So it doesn't mean that when you're a father, you're a perfect being. They're just men like us. They make mistakes and they have their weaknesses. So it does not help his case when he maybe starts thinking that this business or the struggles he's going through is because he did not have the blessings of his father. I've seen so many fathers actually who need blessings themselves because they are so lost. So he needs to focus on practical things that he can do to get himself out of his situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Jacob, for that response. Now, the next question goes to Dr. Ofweneke, and this one comes from someone from Ikolomani. He anauliza, please elaborate further why you chose to marry from near your village. I am a Luya man from Ikolomani, but I'm more driven to Kikuyu ladies.
What? How many Luyas are here? Please raise up your hand in all respect. I need your permission because I might let out some few secrets. To the Kikuyu nation, I'm saying this with a lot of love and respect. I went to school at the mountain, so my Kikuyu is actually Kikuyu from Geso. I went to Moya Boys Kirinyaga. Now, why I am married back home? One is because I was tired of explaining and breaking down culture. Now I want to speak. Everything I say, please, I'm speaking for myself. If it works for you, use your wisdom. Agreed? I'm not here to incite anybody, please. Coincidentally, my mother is Kamba. So, please, I'm speaking from my own wisdom. So one is because I was tired of breaking down culture. Okay? Number two, the first lady who gave birth to my two first daughters, 15 and 11 years, she's from the mountain. And the day tuliachana, nakumbuka mzee aliniambia hebu tuende hivi nyumbani, tusende na gari yangu tuende na yako. Mzee and I love listening to rumba, TPOK, jazz, Franco, the rest, Samba Mapangala, hao wote wa kitambo. Kufika Muhoroni mzee akareduce volume ya radio. Akauliza swali moja, my son, show me a grave that houses a Kikuyu woman in Western. Na akarudisha mziki juu. And unfortunately, being raised up in the village as well, I have no memory of a grave that houses a woman of the mountain in Luya land. And he didn't say anything, but later on I understood what he was saying. That I had somebody say, and almost say that the beautiful ladies of the mountain enter marriage with an exit strategy. Again, mountain people, I ask forgiveness. I hope you understand from a place of maturity. I'm not attacking. Please, don't get me wrong. I love the mountain people, so it's So I started to tell myself, I have tried everywhere. But you see, the reason why I was also avoiding Luya women is because my wife is the first Luya that I've ever dated, and I married her. So it was a first case. And I was also the first Luya man she's ever dated and married. And because the notion was Luya men are they're not romantic. And to me, the problem was I found Luya women to be too comfortable with life. Akipata kawangware, pora, chakula iko. Sira kanose na chindo shulai, kada latsi hata. Yani ukigonga kitu vizuri na umemlisha hataenda. Alright? Now, but I'm going back to this. If you've realized, are there any Kalez here? Any Kalenjin?
Kalenjin in the building?
Ask Kisses. Abaminto. Ask Kalenjins and Kisses why they never marry outside. There's something these people know that we've been avoiding. Kale, nasema kule manadanganya. Hawa watu wanazungukianga wenyewe. No, truth be told. What Kisses never leave Kisiland. Very few. And actually Kalez, I can say Kalez, it's only 1% of Kalez that live Kalenjin land. They marry within. Now for us Luyas, we believe mtoto ni wetu. But what do the Kikuyu women believe? Pass. Luyas are in every way patriarchal. Kikuyus in every way are matriarchal society. Sijawahi sikia Mluya anaitwa Wilberforce Nafula. But I've heard a lot of what? Sami Nyambura. It happens, isn't it? It's because we need to be very sensitive. Are we creating a society that easily creates solutions to replace men? So mimi nirudi nyumbani because niliangalia nikajambia, you know what? Kumbe kuna kitu wazee wamekuwa kisema. Ile siku kwa Waluya kuna hiki kitu. Unaona hiki kitu pale juu? Tunaitaka kofia. Waluya sasa mnaijua. Now to the beautiful other 41 tribes, ile kitu pale juu, hata nijenge hii nyumba aje na mwanamke wa nyumba hajaekelea ile kofia, any woman can enter that house. Waluya sasa mnajua hiyo mambo yetu. Hiyo kofia lazima iwekwe na bibi. No matter what. It was not hard telling my wife that anaeka ile. Na hiyo nyumba vile imewekwa hivyo sahihi, hakuna mtu anaweza lala kwa hiyo nyumba mwanamke mwingine unless nivunje ile mlango niweke mlango nyingine ama nijenge nyumba nyingine. Now if I was to marry a second wife, I have to build another house. And if my wife leaves, hiyo nyumba inakuwa store. Those are just cultures that bind. Tuache kujifanya tumesoma sana. I'm not a dimwit. I'm on my 3rd passport. So probably I've gone across the world. Vibaya sana. But I will not leave my culture. But can we shorten? For me, me shorten mambo ya culture kwa nyumba. I don't need to fight. Nikinyoa mtoto nywele ya kwanza inanyolewa na nyanya yake, atupigani kwa nyumba tunasumbuana ati why I have to explain to you why. For us it's identity connection. DNA ya Waluya ni mtoto kunyolewa na nyanya yake. Kama mtoto huyo mtoto hajanyolewa nyanya yake, tutamkataa. Na kuna mtu alijaribu Kisirani mahali kuninyang'anya kuona mtoto, hata hakufika mbali. Mtoto alikuwa Mata Hospital. Walipendwa mtoto hakuna kitu, wanasema hakuna kitu, lakini mtoto anaenda. Kaambia mtoto babake na mbuli amuite. Kupendwa mtoto hivi na nyanya yake na babu yake, hakuna kitu tulifanya. I'm a Christian man. After 2 days my daughter was back at home. Let's not pretend culture is not there. It's there. Unaelewa? Nyinyi wa Kikuyu mnazika by mtu amekufa leo. Leo ni lini? Saturday. By Tuesday nyinyi mmezika. Mimi right now I am almost ascending to the level of a Luya top elder. If Ofone Munimiskot hapa Ofoneke alisema oh.
Thank you so much, Ofweneke. We appreciate for your response. Tafadhali, before we continue with more questions, allow me to introduce and recognize, of course, the presence of our guests who are here, to all the speakers about
to go to school. So, ile muliona ya Jonasi, ile ni prostitution. Ile movie ya Jonasi. That's prostitution. That's not polygamy. Polygamy is a man who is able to take care of his 3 wives. Sasa, wacha nimalizie hapo niende pale kwa hiyo wedding. Inaweza pata nimepata mtu mmoja anipende. Na mimi kama nitataka kuoa, of which sitaki kuoa sababu bibi yangu ananitosha. Ukitaka kuoa bibi ya pili, wacha ni advice. Nieli tu uende, kama bibi anakataa, unajua wazee, your father anaweza pigia baba ya bibi yake amwambie, unajua kijana yangu alipeana mimba mahali na akona mtoto na sitaki wapotelee. Wazee wakikaa pamoja, palipo wazee hapaharibiki jambo. Alafu ule mzee ataambia bibi yake. Bibi yake ataita msichana wake, wakae na family, wamwambie, unajua bwana yako alikosa lakini msamee, hata sisi hivi vitu hufanyika. Unajua kitambo mwanaume alikuwa anagongewa, enzi za kina buda zetu wakigongewa, wazee wanaita huyo mwanaume anakalishwa na anakubali. Sisi yetu huwezi kubali kwa sababu wenyewe akikuongea utaendelea kugongewa. Unajua sasa hivi kuna ukimwi, hiyo time hakuwa na ukimwi na magonjwa zingine. So ukisha involve wazazi wameongea na msichana ameongeleshwa, ulete ule mwanamke wakae na huyo mwingine, usianyanye ulete ugonjwa kwa nyumba, ama ni aje? Na mwanamke afai kuwa na zaidi ya mwanaume mmoja. Mwanamke ambaye ako na zaidi ya mwanaume mmoja, huyo ni Jonasi wa kike uko naye kwa nyumba. Sasa na pia wacha niwape siri nyingine. Hizi masimu ni mzuri lakini zimevunja ndoa. Kama uko kwa nyumba unaona bibi yako ana smile kwa simu, ana smile kwa simu, kuna mwanaume anamuentertain. Na wewe uko hapo tu. ama hata huko kwa kono kana kuentertain. Ukiona bibi yako ako busy, unajua si wanaume we are very serious, and a man's phone must always have a password on to protect a marriage, but the woman's phone should not have a password on because that's a woman who is cheating. The women's phone should have free access to our men. So kama bibi yako ameficha simu yake na password, hauko peke yako. Afungue password uone nani anaongea na yeye. Si wewe ndio unachunga mali yako. But for men, we were born naturally polygamous. So you must protect this phone to protect the marriage, because once she gets access to the phone and see, you know, we are always handsome. As we grow, we become more, even fine gold. Gold, yani wine. Ikikaa miaka mingi ndio inakuwa tamu. So sisi wanaume unajua si kupenda kwetu ofneke. Ni kupenda kwako wasichana na kuandikia hi darling, you are very beautiful, handsome, I like you. You know, sisi lazima tufiche simu ikuwe na password ndio tusivunje marriage. Lakini mwanamke anaweka simu password ya nini? Na mko na yeye na wewe ndio bwana yake. Mtu atamwandikia tu I love you ni kama kuna ka ayena mahali kanaendelea kumwandikia na kuambia na ka stop na kumwambia boss, this is my, alafu hata usimpigie umwambie ati this is my wife. Unaambia wife anamuinvite for a date. Anafika pale wanakaa. Wao umejiseti mahali. Wakati wameanza kukunywa hiyo wine unatokea unamwambia habari yako ndugu. Wewe ndio unataka bibi yangu? Sasa huyo ni wangu bana. Kunywa wine ushibe, kunywa hii soda ukunywe na hii mkate, ukishiba uende nyumbani nitakusaidia kukutafutia girlfriend kama ndio unatafuta, lakini achana bibi yangu. Lakini ukinyamaza. Nakumbuka juzi tu hata si kitambo nilikuwa nimeoa, lakini nilikuwa sijaoa. Nikiwa kwa club, najua lazima tuongee vizuri tusipigwe na mabibi kwa nyumba. Si umesikia mabibi wanapiga wanaume siku hizi? Na wanatutaimingi tukilala ndio wanaweza kumwagia maji. Kuna boy Charlie alimwagiwa maji kama amelala. So mkuwe careful, na wakati umelala hakikisha bibi ndio wa kwanza kulala ndio ulale. Sasa mimi nimesalimia dem kwa club, ilikuwa blend. Nimesalimia dem ya mtu. Ile tu kumsalimia mkono hivi, chali yake si ameniona. Akaniita akaniambia ndugu, unamtaka? This is my girlfriend. Do you want her? Nikamwambia yeye ni mzuri. Enda na yeye mdansi kidogo, she'll come back. Anze niliaibika hata siku dansi na yeye, nilimwambia na mti yako. So mtu akitaka kuonyesha nataka kitu yako na ndio wewe unataka? Chukua basi. Haezi. All in all, wanawake pia wako wiki, utaweza fanya hivyo wakati achukue upata ameenda ndugu, chunga mti yako. Ni uchungu sana. Kuona mwanaume analilia kuachiwa hataki kuongea. Kama old speak. Sasa, wacha nikimbie kwa hiyo wedding, nawapenda sana na utazidi kwa support majamaa.
Asante sana Geoffrey Mosiria, jamani tupige makofi one more time. Geoffrey Mosiria, katibu kaunti ya Nairobi. Asante sana, we appreciate your time.
Naomba niondoke majamaa, tafadhali.
All right.
Kuna kitu nimesahau. Nimekuja na A student. So unajua A student and boy child. Hebu njoke. Eric. Mkigoogle Eric alikuanga number 1 Kenya mzima KCSE the year 2024. Na anasoma Canada. Anasoma Canada computer science and IT. Tumepatana tu leo. Akaniambia wao wanani watch wakiwa Canada, nikasema kuja uongee na hao wanaume. So Eric, come and talk with this man. Sijui kama unataka tuende kwa hiyo wedding upate mtu ama unabaki hapa. Ubaki hapa, uongee na wanaume. Simpatie chance iweze
kusalia. All right, kindly for a minute, kindly. 1 minute tafadhali.
Thank you. Habari wanaume. Thank you for the honor of speaking here. This is something I had not planned for. I met Geoffrey Mosiria at a restaurant a few minutes ago. I told him about my story and he invited me here. Sijafika rika ya bibi, but what I would like to do is just give you my story and maybe it might inspire someone here and my parents grew up in abject poverty. Ile mud house, trying to make ends meet. And despite that, nisomesha, I went to a good school. And because education was my everything, nilisoma masomo, nikachapa, and as Geoffrey has said, I managed to get that A. And by God's grace, I received a full ride scholarship to study at the University of Toronto in Canada, which is the best university there for computer science. And if there's anything that the experience has taught me ni Kenya ukitia bidii utapata, Mungu atakupea. And that's my very short piece for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Naomba tupige makofi. Thank you so much for your time. Anything you pray and you work for it, of course, you will get it. Asante sana, and all the best in your studies in Canada. Asante sana. All right, thank you for your time. Now, gentlemen, we are continuing with the second phase of our questions, Q&A. All these questions ambazo ziko mbele yangu, they must be answered by our amazing speakers, because today it was set for men only. Today is our day. So all these questions, kindly, they will be answered by all the speakers who are here. Kindly, Ofweneke. All right, let's continue the second phase of the questions, Q&A session. Now, the next person anauliza, Dr. Ofweneke, are secrets important in marriage relationship for a man? Example, if you have a promotion or extra income.
There's some secrets to be kept, and there's some information to be revealed. Information about promotion, first of all, you cannot hide it from your wife, maybe because it could be a product of her prayers. That's if you have a praying wife. You can either have a praying wife or a nagging wife, so choose on which one you want to settle down with, because a praying wife will not use the same tongue to be a nagging wife. So there's some boundaries when it comes to privacy. I have no business telling my wife the number of women I've slept with, because of what benefit is the past to the current. So you can't go around and review me and say, there's a day she asked me about threesomes. I have no business answering such a question. Because remember, women don't ask questions. Women investigate. And whatever answer you give shall be used against you in the court of law in the future. So you must always know every answer. You see, for us men, and we say, hey bro, unakunywa nini? Black label. I'm asking out of general questioning. But when a woman asks, remember, always remember, your answer will be used against you at the appropriate time when the argument doesn't favor you. That one always remember. So as a man, you must, for example, if somebody asks about the new salary scale, don't give the about the new salary scale. Don't give the exact figure. Give a round figure. As you stand here, truth be told, na mimi wachochi, wife yangu ajui me and how much ready for 7. She doesn't know. And I don't feel it's information that is relevant to her. Not because I'm a male chauvinist, not because I'm misogynistic. I just feel like, because you see, when you tell your wife about your salary, you'll realize she'll be making budgetings according to your salary. Kama wale mmeoleka mnajua hiyo hesabu inafanyikana. Because for her anakuambia nani wangapi umeulizwa? Kwani hiyo pesa unatengezaga inaenda ngapi? How many have been asked that question? It's a very common question. Thank you. Give a range. I mean, hey babe, I think umeongeza around 500,000. It's around there. When you give around and the figure, make sure the original figure is higher. Because you need money to invest. We're not telling you hide the money to go to use on women. You need that money needs to go to investment. Right now, huko kwa kijiji hata ajue nyumba imecost how much so far. She doesn't know. Sasa yeye ameona kuna watu wamemwaga mchanga sasa afternoon na kokoto. Hajui hiyo kokoto ni how much. I don't feel it's important for her to know. So guys.
All right.
So there are secrets to be revealed. There are secrets to hold, especially secrets about finances. Finances are very delicate. Then number 2, about your circle. Be very careful. Don't be a gossiper about your friends to your wife. Don't be a fool. Whatever Aliet decides to do with his one bedroom is none of my marriage's business. So you can't go telling your wife, baby, unajua nimekasirika. Nani anakula na sana bana. Because whatever Aliet does is a reflection of what I do according to their mind. So don't think unalamba wife sana ukimwambia makosa za Aliet na Keith. Kuna siku pia kwa katikati ya argument makosa ya Kicc na Aliet itatumika against you. Be assured.
All right, now we are going to be winding up with our 2 questions, last ones. Now I'm being informed all these questions that are here ambazo zajibiwa. Kicc anakuanga na live sessions on Wednesday? Tuesday and Wednesday from what time? 8 to 10. So all these questions he will be answering on Tuesday and Wednesday on his live. All right. So due to interest of time, and I know some of you mko na plans zingine. So all this unanswered question will be answered on Tuesday and Wednesday during his live session on TikTok and Instagram as well. Kicc.
So I want to give a vote of thanks for you guys coming through. It's really been a pleasure seeing men dedicating themselves to come to such a function, to just come and discuss issues about men. Tafadhali tujipikie makofi. It's not an easy thing. Even to sit all this time, kutoka asubuhi, najua wengine walikimbia mbio mbio kama mimi, hata labda lunch tu kula breakfast. But you see, it's about the calling, the feeling that we have as men to just transform ourselves. And I really thank all of you. I thank all the coaches who have come. I really appreciate. Najua wengine hatukupata time ya kuongea. Salim Cyrus, tafadhali simama kidogo. Just wave. There is one coach from Mombasa. He has really been a close friend of mine. Thank you so much, Salim. I really appreciate you. I wish he had more time tuweze kuongea. Naona Elvis hapo, please. Elvis, simama to wavie watu kidogo. He is also a renowned coach around. We have Silas as well. Please piga hivi. Kuna Asava huko nyuma. Alan Asava, sijui kama ametoka. I can't see him. Metoka. And many others, those who are coaches and different personalities ambao wamekuja not only just to listen but also as a part of supporting what we do. I thank my brother Jacob Aliet. Tulipanga hii kitu tukaongea and they hawakunivunja mkono akiwa na Ofweneke. You've been always my brother. I really appreciate you. And all the other people, the whole team ya Kujua Point. Kujua Point is my company called Mombasa, whereby I do all this coaching. Inaitwa Kujua Point. And you can always check out on muoki.com kama unataka more information about what we do. We also develop and do many other things in terms of online. Right now we have our platform, new social media platform, inaitwa Kujua Time. Kujua Time. I don't know kama unaweza onyesha just for 1 second Kujua Time. Now with Kujua Time, what we did on May 12th, 2026, we were hacked. Tulikuwa hacked kule kazini. Inaitangwa phishing email. Now once we were hacked, we didn't look at this challenge as just a challenge. We saw it as an opportunity to be able to be better. And during that moment, we sat down with our team. I really appreciate Matthias, please, nuka kidogo, pigia watu wave. That is the developer behind kujuatime.com. Is our social media. Tutakuwa tuna compete soon with TikTok and YouTube as a first African platform to do live streaming, to do distribution of videos and many other things. Not only that, with Kujua Time, wacha tu niwaambie kidaka moja. This is the first platform whereby you will be able as a content creator to post your video inaenda across all socials all at once. Ukiweka video yako inaenda YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, everywhere at once. That is the work of Kujua Time. And not only that, you can be able to stream across all social media at once. So now you'll not just be going live, you'll be going live everywhere. And not only that, you'll be able to make money as a creator through creator and brand partnerships, companies, advertisement, monetization. You'll be able to do your events in the platform and many other things. And lastly, if you're a brand, when ni mtu ambaye unafanya biashara, let's say unauza maji kama hii, you'll be able to find creators there who can do advertisement for you right there in the platform without going anywhere. And of course, many videos and other things. You know, we as men, we as Africans, we have a great mind. Lakini to some point, saa zingine tunajitupa nje because we think that kila kitu lazima itoka kwa mzungu. No, it can come from here in Africa. And that's why we have Kujua Time, and is Africa's home for creator-led businesses. Tupigeni hata makofi kidogo, tumejaribu. You can check it out on kujuatime.com. Pia soon we'll be launching the app. I think in about a week or 2 weeks itakuwa ready, and the game will be flowing. So ukiangalia utaiona, and you can create your own accounts and do whatever. And as well, we have a Kujuana is our matchmaking platform. For tumekuwa na watu wengi ambao wanataka serious relationships. That's why we created kujuana.com. So it's as well for those who are looking for serious relationship. I wouldn't say kuna watu wanakuanga nini, but at least mtu ambaye is going there for a purpose. It's not just kama vile una scroll to my faces. There we have a very different way of working out. And we thank God for everything. Thank you for all those people who have joined our WhatsApp group for the men's conference movement. We will be forwarding and putting more information on the WhatsApp group. I hope you have been able to follow the WhatsApp group through the QR codes. And as well, those who have decided to also support this movement, we want to go to as many places as possible, different counties, different places to go and pass the good message to men to become better each and every day. So if you feel you'll also have maybe something you might want to talk to me in terms of partnerships or partnering with us, maybe you have a way that can be helpful to us. Si lazima hata iwe ni pesa. You could even have a connection that probably we don't have. You could be having something that can improve us. Tafadhali, reach out to us. My number is right there. I think you can put it on the screen so that any person can speak to me directly. It's my actual direct line, so utapiga wanze kuambia ni watu. It's actually me. You can always talk to me. Ryan, I don't know kama you can put it there so that anybody, and those who need private coaching, of course, through the same number you can talk to me. Najua kuna wanaume wengi wamepigwa na mambo maisha hapa na pale. You can always reach out to me. That QR code. Lakini pia namba yenyewe, do you have it in writing? Or maybe I can mention 0705 960 183. Right there. Hiyo ni namba yangu personal. So you can reach out to me anytime you need assistance of any sort, or maybe you just need to encourage, or maybe to give an idea about this whole movement about men, or even personal coaching. So thank you so much, guys. I really feel honored and blessed to have you here. We're looking forward to another moment and another moment and another moment. God bless you and have a good time. Maybe we can have our other friends just say something and then we end.
Yeah, I just wanted to add briefly. We normally have sessions like this, particularly for the Unplugged Men's Group. And the next one is on 5th September at Castle Gardens. But as we take a different format and probably will adopt it in the future men's conferences, we have dinner and we actually sit the whole night. Everyone gets a chance to talk about their experiences, their challenges. And basically it's like a fireside chat. We've even had some outside of Nairobi because many guys now have a lot of pressure to go back home and so on. So sometimes you just get out of Nairobi so that you can focus your mind and be present. But otherwise, thank you guys so much for attending this and for such an engaging session. My books are out there for those who want to get the books, and welcome. We'll see you guys on the next one.
All right. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sasa. Ndio mmeingia? Oh God. I host Kenya's only men's conversation show on Radio 47 Chamber from 7 to 10 every evening. And it's a conversation that we're getting crazy about it. And as of Ipsos Innovate results that came out around 2 weeks ago, is that now Chamber is Kenya's second biggest evening show in the whole country. That means men are getting the conversation. Kicc has had an opportunity of being a guest on the show a couple of times, and Jacob joined us the other day. So whenever you are, I know of late we don't listen to radio that much, but the ones who are listening to it, please tell a brother to tell a brother to tell a brother. Tunakutana Chemba kila jioni kwenye Radio 47 kuanzia saa 1 hadi saa 4 jioni. Apart from that, I run an agency where I do PR, communications, digital marketing for my clients, both individual brands and organizations, and also production. I hire out studios for podcasts, photo shoots, and do in and outdoor production as well. That is on the professional side. On Dr. Foneke, it was not by mistake that I dropped the Nigerian accent, which was 3 years ago. So if those of us who are keen on brand strategy, I dropped the Nigerian accent and I took up a new title as the Duke of Kakamega, because I needed to localize and rebrand into something new. So in a few years to come, maybe the next 1 year, you will not be seeing me on TV or maybe on radio. It's because Ofoneke is no longer recognized as a comedian. That is another path that I identify by anymore. The new path that I'm taking is a leadership coach, mindset coach, and a branding strategist. Those ones who have studied a genuine called VU system Benquayo, that is the path that Dr. Foneke is taking. So we're growing across the world with a new mind. A man must know a time to change and adapt to the new season. All right? So you must know when it's time to change and listen to what the Holy Spirit is telling you. So if you don't see me emceeing events anymore or doing other things, on the law school now, I'm training managers in companies, how to work in a company, how to lead a company, how to be a manager, how to be efficient in terms of results and ROI. Those are things that I'm doing. So you must also know what was a comedian, you to na huko anymore. So we're now getting sensitive to what the season is telling us. Otherwise, thank you so much, guys, for coming. This was a beautiful, beautiful turnout. We must clap for ourselves for that. This was an amazing.
Naomba tujipigie makofi in a better way.
All right. And I want this so the camera should take it. The ones who are recording, please take this. I want to challenge the corporate companies and the government. It was very interesting that Mosiria was telling us about what the government needs to do. Yet he's inside there. And I was going to tell him that, and he's my brother. I will also tell him. He's a colleague to my father. I'll also tell my father as well. We need to have this conversation. If the easiest way to get money from corporate companies is when you have a woman agenda project. In fact, there's always a project to support. I've seen Equity Bank has come up with a new package the other day called Fanikisha for the women. Every bank in Kenya has a department for women affairs. We are not fighting that because this conference was not a gender war. But what we're saying is this: corporate companies must now start putting projects aside for men's agenda. I am talking to EABL. We are your biggest consumers of your products. We must have an account for men on your budget. I'm talking to all banking institutions and all financial institutions. We are the ones who put our money most into your accounts. We are demanding that all corporate companies in Kenya must have a kitty for men. It is not we're not asking for it. We are also demanding that all corporate companies in Kenya and organizations must have a special day for men to go on team building and talk about their issues. And you must have therapy and counseling as part of contract clauses. We are not negotiating for it. We are demanding that churches and religious institutions must now mandatorily have a Sunday special service dedicated to men only. Because we are not going to be preached hope. We want to be preached strategy. Because hope is for our wives. Don't preach to me hope. We want strategy and business ideas. And Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, if this one gets to you as well, you are a man in that office. We are also demanding that under the Ministry of Gender and whatever, if it is still there, we are also demanding, can we also have a project and in coinciding with the Ministry of Health under mental health, Can we have counseling centers across the country, in every county or every ward or every constituency, that has time to listen to men? And today we are making a declaration. This is the amphitheater KICC declaration of men. We are no longer going to beg for opportunities. We are going to demand to be respected because of who we are. Because where there's no man, there's no leadership, and the community will suffer. So I want that on recorded, let it go out live. I am ready to collect all the fights. I'm not here to impress any woman, even outside there. I already have my woman to impress. So any woman outside there who doesn't think I'm good enough, somebody said I'm not handsome enough. Life is not a journey of looks. It's a journey of standards and values. So don't come and tell me I'm not handsome enough for you. My wife finds me handsome. That's your own problem. So this is a declaration we are making. Especially my anger is on the corporate companies. This men's conference should have had money. Huyu mwanaume sasa yako na stress ya kutulipa na Jacob. No, we're going to say the truth. I don't know what the tours the company have given. I run an agency. I handle clients. I know at times they don't give money. They give partnerships. Huyu mwanaume sasa yana stress. Hatujui atatulipa aje. I charge 300,000 for talks. I don't know kama hiyo pesa hataiko. No, let's be honest. Can we tukifunga? I'm sorry nimekasirika kidogo. All right? But ingekuwa hapa right now on the 3rd of October, my wife and the staff in the company, they are doing a girls conference. It's called Girls on Fire. As we speak, they already have sponsors. So yes, I will enjoy the money as the chairman of the company, but painfully. So if you are there, please ambieni wadosi wenyu, my HR managers, now wadosi, please. And next time, how many are fathers here? If you're a father, raise up your hand. Next time, if you cannot attend this place with your son, don't come. If you cannot come with your brother, don't come. If you cannot, in fact, I promise you, the next one, I'm coming with my father. The conversation has started. The revolution has started. The giant is awakening.
All right. Naomba tuwapige makofi the amazing speakers of this amazing day. Now, before niwaambie the last part of this amazing session, allow me one more time to say my name is Tony Mwirigi. I am a TV host at K24 Television, lakini pia I'm a radio presenter at Milele FM, having a Gen Z show both on TV and radio. I do emceeing, but also you can support my podcast. I have an amazing podcast called Over 1M Podcast, where tunapiga story na different Kenyan celebrities, and I'm so happy to be the MC of this amazing day. Now, Ofoneke amesema in the next 1 year atakuwa na retire from radio and TV, and I want to add ya kwamba in the next 11 years also I'll be retiring from radio and TV. So that is 1 year, mine ongeza 1. Thank you so much. Now naomba sote naomba kwa heshima tuje hapa chini tafadhali, because this is an amazing day for men and we have to take a group photo for all of us, all right? And then we shall be getting a prayer from one of us. Sote naomba tuje hapa mbele. The ushers, we can clear these chairs kidogo. The ushers, we can clear the chairs. Tuje hapa sote. We take the amazing, of course, photos. We also have vitabu mbalimbali vinauzwa hapo nje. Vitabu vitakusaidia. So nyinyi mtabaki hapo, lakini wengine wakue chini, wengine wakue juu, and then muangalie side yangu, mniangalie mimi. Thank you. All right. We have to take these amazing photos because I told you we are not just creating memories, we are creating unforgettable memories. Gentlemen and gentlemen, Ofoneke, you just call it KICC. There's something you have said, DJ, easy. You have called it KICC declaration.
This is the amphitheater declaration of 2026.
Amphitheater declaration of 2026. Now, yes. 2 steps. Kila mtu atoe simu yake, toa simu, and then you take a selfie. Hivyo simu zikiwa zimenuka hivi juu. Thank you. All right? Yes, hivyo sasa. Simu ikiwa imenua hivyo juu. All right? Cha nichukue simu ya mtu mmoja and then I can guide on the same. All right? Sawa. So kila mtu atoe simu yake, toa simu yako kila mtu kwanza. Toa simu yako. Toa simu yako. toa simu yako, toa simu yako, take some selfies, record a video as well, record a video as well, enjoy the moment. This is the biggest men's conference 2026. Yes, somebody say amen. Say amen. Somebody say men's conference. Men's conference. Weka mkono right juu, mkono right, mkono right. Mkono right juu, weka mkono right. All right, kila mmoja mkono right, mkono right. Kunja ngumi, weka hivi, weka hivi. Weka hivi. Weka hivi. Weka hivi, weka mkono juu, kunja ngumi, kunja ngumi. Yes. Somebody say men's conference. That's amazing, that's amazing, that's amazing, that's amazing. All right, thank you DJ, thank you DJ. All right, sasa kila mtu weke simu kwa mfuko. So ukikunja ngumi, weka simu kwa mfuko sasa. Kazi ya simu imeisha. So sasa hivi kwa photographers wa picha, okay? This is the moment for now the photographers still on the same. Weka mkono wako juu, ukunje ngumi. I want us to pose for this amazing photo. Kila mtu akunje ngumi na uinue juu. Alafu urudie maneno nyuma yangu. I want to see the teeth, okay? So when I say men's conference, we count 3, 2, 1. Alafu we take this amazing photos. Uko sawa photographer? Uko ready? In 3, 2, 1. Somebody say men's conference. Again, men's conference. Men's conference. Men's conference. That's amazing, that's amazing, that's amazing, all right? Umepata picha? Uko sawa? All right, thank you so much. Now, I will choose someone, because speakers wameongea. So nitachoose mmoja wenu, aweze kuongea on the behalf yenu, alafu of course, aweze kutufungia na maombi. Ndugu yangu tafadhali, mimi ni shabiki yako sana, na nimekuona uko area, nakuona. Alafu ongea na ile ndugu akirudia. Kama unataka kulia, sawa? Umesikia? Haya, waangalie pale ukiwa wasalimia, alafu wewe unawakilisha waliokuwa wamekaa huku. Sawa? Alafu tufunge na maombi.
Habari zenu. Mimi ndio Fikita. Wengine wananijua kama Atuoli. Shenzi sana. It has been a very great afternoon, evening. I hope watu mmetoka hapa na information, mmetoka hapa na content, sio? So whatever umetoka nayo hapa, go and actualize it. Na I hope tutazidi kukutana. It was worth a sacrifice kukuja, being with people and kupata all this information. And I hope we can do this each and every day venye taiwezekani. So be blessed our speakers, for all those who came and everyone. I hope bado tutapatana kwa mtandao hapa na pale, na huku nje tuzidi kuongea, sio? Sisi ndio wanaume, sio? Thank you so much. Oh, ilikuwa niombe. Okay. Let's close our eyes and pray. Father, Almighty, ever-living God, we just come before you this particular evening and thank you for the moment that we've been with us this particular.
Is an amazing session we had today.